Hi everybody. This is Ava filling in for John. Welcome to Mertech.com's daily news wrap-up. We are sharing dozens of videos from a wide range of producers that provide you with no-nonsense, common sense, logic, and truth. I am following these channels and given these videos a thumbs up. The links to these video channels are in the description box below. Please follow Mertech on Rumble and give me a thumbs up on this video and share this information far and wide. This great news wrap-up will begin approximately 9:30 p.m. tonight. Don't miss it. Thank you and may God bless.
Hi everybody, this is John Murphy at Mertech.com with your daily news wrap-up. Okay, here we are on June the 9th in the year of our Lord 2025. Got a lot of great information for you. Let's get over here to my daily news wrap-up playlist. I have 97 videos in here for you. I'm going to start off with some information here from Newsmax. Actually, I want to start out with this information here from Dr. Steve Turley. Okay, let me just move this up here and move this up here. So this was dropped 11 minutes ago for about Maxine Waters, and this was dropped 28 minutes ago from Newsmax. But I want to start out with this video from Dr. Steve Turley. You won't believe who's funding these riots. He dropped this like 3 hours ago, and this Newsmax. Chris Salcendo, who's financing all the magic pallets of bricks. So let's go ahead and get this going. Let me click the play all and get us going.
The changes.
Pause this and let me go ahead and give Dr. Steve a thumbs up. And if you don't mind, please give me a thumbs up and follow my channel if you aren't already. Hopefully the audio is working on this. I'll go ahead and give you a full screen here for your viewing pleasure. And without further ado or interruption, let's see what Dr. Steve has to say about who's funding these riots.
The change is already happening, gang. We are in the middle of a global shift. Now, I break it all down in my most important book yet, America Awaken. Go to americaawaken.us and get early access now.
But when I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue. These are people who are all hooded up. They've got a hoodie on. They've got face masks on. They're people who do this all the time, get away with whatever they can, go out there, from one civil unrest situation to another, using the same or similar tactics frequently, and they are connected. Some would call them anarchists or by any other variety of names.
Yeah, or in Trump's words, they are, quote, paid insurrectionists. This is the latest twist in the unfolding riot saga in L.A. It's becoming increasingly clear that this was all staged, that these rioters were bought and paid for, and now the Trump administration looks like they're ready to crack down on the real enemies of democracy. Now, first, we should note that we've got the Washington Post flipping out as of today. The far-left lunatics disguised as journalists are lamenting that Trump's mass deportation efforts are working big time. They're reporting that over 1 million foreign-born workers, i.e. illegals, have exited the workforce since March. Over 1 million. And the left-wing activists disguised as journalists over at the Washington Post are flipping out over it because they never imagined in their worst nightmares that over 1 million illegals would self-deport. That's what this piece is highlighting here. They never imagined that over 1 million illegals would self-deport in a matter of just a couple of months. But that is exactly what's happening here. Now, the New York Post is focusing on at least two organization with significant political and international affiliations playing leading roles behind these riots. One is a taxpayer-funded group with ties to the Democratic Party, so you're funding these riots. Surprise, surprise. And the other is linked to the Chinese Communist Party. So first, you've got a group called the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. They always have these virtue signaling titles to them. It's a prominent LA-based immigration advocacy organization. But what makes this organization so interesting is that they received, according to the Post, get this, $34 million in government grants. $34 million, mostly from California. This is in the fiscal year ending June 2023. Now, interestingly, that was a substantial increase from the $12 million that they got the previous year. The coalition also obtained $500,000 in federal grants, our tax money, from the Department of Homeland Security for, quote, citizenship education and training. This between October 2021 and September of 2024. Now, of course, Homeland Security has since cut all ties with the coalition since Trump took over. But they staged a press conference to protest ICE's arrest of undocumented migrants, right? Illegal migrants, of course, including those with serious criminal convictions, just before this unrest broke out. So many are pointing the finger at this coalition as one of the major funders of this riot. The second organization that the Post article is calling out is the Party for Socialism and Liberation, otherwise known as the PSL. They're described as a Marxist group with a history of organizing aggressive protests, including anti-Israel demonstrations at Columbia University. And this is the group that's linked to the CCP through funding from socialist billionaire Neville Singham and his wife Jody Evans, who's the founder of the radical far-left protest movement Code Pink. But what's so interesting here is that our good friend Data Republican, in her research, she found that Singham and Soros tend to team up whenever they try to destroy and suppress populist movements around the world. So she hasn't found a smoking gun yet, but there may be some ties with Soros here as well. But those are the two main organizations, the PSL and the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, that the New York Post has identified as those most likely behind these riots, which of course begs the question, why on earth are they doing this? Why are these Marxist socialist organizations fanning the flames of so much societal unrest? I mean, obviously, the answer to that doesn't come easily when most of our so-called journalism today is just activism with a headline, right? We all know that they routinely bury the truth under layers of spin, opinions, and algorithmic manipulation. So I've got to say, that's why I use Ground News. It cuts through the propaganda and shows what's really happening. Ground News pulls together stories from over 50,000 news sources all around the world. But what makes it stand out is that it doesn't just give you the headlines, it shows you the political bias and ownership behind each outlet reporting. So you're not just reading the news, you're actually understanding it. That's why more than 1 million people have downloaded the Ground News app. The informed news highlights stories that are the other. It's totally anti-cap potential that the elections agency says conservative news shows liable and any the premium version of the script. I'm sure many of you heard of or are familiar with something called the Cloward-Piven strategy. If not, this is going to blow your mind. It goes back to this article published back in 1966 in the ultra-leftist Marxist publication called The Nation. They're still around, they're still publishing, and there's still a bunch of socialist shills. And the article was entitled, The Weight of the Poor, a Strategy to End Poverty. Now, again, this was published back in 66. It was written by two professors, Richard Cloward and Francis Fox Piven, both from Columbia University, which, as many of you know, was the queen bee's nest for cultural Marxism in the nation. During World War II, members of the cultural Marxist school known as the Frankfurt School left Europe and settled in American academia, and their home base was Columbia University. So 2 decades later, in 1966, we got 2 Columbia professors advocating for our federal leaders to basically force a crisis in the welfare system in order to compel the federal government to enact a new program for direct income distribution. And so the strategy boiled down to intentionally provoking a series of political crises, largely caused by straining the capacity of local governments to be able to effectively govern, which is, of course, exactly what we've been seeing in LA and what we saw in Minneapolis and Seattle and Portland in 2020. So the Cloward-Piven plan involved getting state and local governments to basically abdicate their law enforcement responsibilities so as to deliberately overwhelm the social system with a series of governing crises. And these professors believed that that would ultimately compel national Democratic leaders to respond with a federal solution that would guarantee, annual income, that would override local conflicts and provide a permanent socialist resolution to poverty. And this is key. The plan explicitly states that the news media would need to play a critical role in the information warfare needed to indoctrinate the public and support their cultural Marxist vision. Now, you can see why the legacy media today is so opposed to the Trump administration using troops to crack down on this deliberate attempt at fomenting social chaos. That is not the solution that the media is allowed to advocate. They need to be advocating socialist solutions. We need more cultural Marxism in our institutions. We need the very restorative justice that Soros-backed DAs have been implementing in many of our nation's cities. That is precisely what the legacy media is pushing as we speak. I mean, take a look at this garbage from MSNBC.
What are you expecting, and what obligation do leaders in California and elsewhere have to set the right tone, to speak with clarity in this moment about really what's at stake and at risk here?
I think we heard Mayor Bass trying to do some of this, right, which is to say we have a long tradition of peaceful protest in this country, and we need to protect peaceful protest, and that it has a place, and that law enforcement will also have to protect people and property. That's appropriate. But I think it also has to be clear that when you violate people's rights, and then when you don't allow for civil disobedience, that what you will get is exactly these images.
That's right. You enforce the law. You enforce immigration law. This is what you get. These riots are precisely what you get because enforcing the law involves violating people's rights. For Democrats and for the legacy media, it is illegal to enforce the law, to enforce the law you don't like. So if it's illegal to enforce the law, then what's the necessary entailment of that implication? It's therefore perfectly legal to break the law. If it's illegal to enforce the law, then it is legal to break those laws. That's literally the Cloward-Piven strategy in a nutshell. It's strategic chaos in order to basically bring about a communist revolution. Chaos breeds cultural Marxism. The Democrat Party is the enemy of this nation. That's what they have become. And they are being funded by enemies of this nation. And let's all pray that President Trump and the MAGA movement will bring a decisive end to this threat once and for all.
Folks, I will do my best to cover every angle of the latest round of lawless Democrat violence. Democrats go to war over illegal aliens. That's my focus in today's news-driven preamble. Well, here we go again. Anti-American riots teed up by leftists in open defiance of the rule of law. The latest excuse for another Democrat insurrection riot was a response to ICE agents arresting 118 illegal foreign nationals over the weekend. The criminal thugs Democrats got violent to protect had bench warrants for crimes like drug trafficking, assault, cruelty to children, domestic violence, robbery, and alien smuggling. That's right, kids. 118 criminal illegal aliens who were pushing poison into our nation's veins and who were wanted for cruelty to children. Defending them was what drove Democrats and their supporters to the streets. If this all looks familiar, and it should, the ready-made violent riots look exactly like the ones teed up by left-wing organizations for the George Floyd riots in the Summer of Love. But this time, the America First Coalition knows who these leftists are. And this time, President Trump is ready for those who would harm Americans to advance inhuman left-wing extremism. Online observers, like famed actor James Woods, are openly wondering who is financing all the magic pallets of bricks and cinder blocks that are just appearing for no apparent reason in key areas of Los Angeles. This video showing pallets of cinder blocks dropped off right next to where federal agents were staging up. Where are they coming from? Who's buying them? Some are saying you did, the American taxpayers, whereas previous riots were thought to be financed through far-left groups and their anti-American financiers. Thanks to Doge, we are now learning how our own government was weaponized by Marxists to unleash hell on our own communities. As Joe Biden was leaving office, massive amounts of taxpayer dollars flowed from the federal government to these leftist groups. Self-identified liberal and attorney Laura Powell says she's connected the dots from the LA riots to these federally funded NGOs, non-governmental organizations. Powell writes on X, quote, "One of the organizations at the center of the resistance to ICE is the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, CHIRLA, a Los Angeles nonprofit that has long provided legal and advocacy services to illegal aliens. CHIRLA is known for radical positions on immigration. For example, it led a campaign to abolish ICE in 2018, end quote. Powell also notes how the SEIU, the Service Employees International Union, headed by President David Huerta, has close ties to CHIRLA. Huerta was arrested during one of the riots for blocking the path of an ICE vehicle. It was caught on video and charges are expected. Then there's the undue, inappropriate, and unwelcomed big mouth antics from international Karens who run hostile foreign countries, largely responsible for our illegal immigration crisis. Mexico's socialist president, Claudia Sheinbaum, over the weekend, called for protests in the U.S. over a provision in the reconciliation bill that will tax remittances. Remittances are payments from illegal aliens in America back to their families in their home countries. U.S. banks and foreign nations have profited handsomely off the harm caused by illegal immigration to Americans. Trump wants to take away that income stream by taxing the daylights out of it. I agree. Then, last but not least, just like last time, there's the biased press running cover for Democrat lies and lawlessness.
Most of the crowds, again, that I saw, that I spoke to, that I was interacting with, these are peaceful people that want to get their message across. They brought signs. They're out with families in some places.
Demonstrations have been going on right outside the Federal Detention Center. Most of those demonstrations were very peaceful. They were chanting, they were shouting. People were driving by, honking their horns. And again, they were expressing their anger about the detention of so many immigrants at the Federal Center.
We are having an administration that's targeting peaceful protests, people that are there to protest. The president is sending the National Guard because he doesn't like the scenes. He doesn't like the scenes of people peacefully protesting.
Yeah, cars on fire. That's really peaceful. As you can see, folks, the script, it's virtually the same. The only difference is America is ready for the anti-American lawless criminals this time. Whether they be, wealthy financiers, corrupt left-wing politicians, or the bias and hostile press and foreign leaders. This time, the America First Coalition isn't playing around. And hopefully this time, we can take down these criminal enterprises by taking down those in and out of government who are behind them. You know, folks, I thank God for my wonderful wife, my kids, my country, the greatest nation ever. And Americans like you who believe in the truth, the Chris Salcedo Show will never stop fighting for you.
The Chris Salcedo Show, for the news you need to know.
Maxine Waters going out in public and causing mayhem is my favorite genre of political video.
This is going to go out in history. The man who blocked the doors, get a good copy of him, let him get recorded in history for what he's doing today.
So when Maxine got involved in the Los Angeles protests and riots, you knew it was going to be hilarious.
Trump hates us. He does not like this city. He's trying to intimidate, and he sent the guns in here on us. Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public apparel.
I need to get in. I need to get in.
On Sunday, California Congresswoman Maxine Waters addressing National Guard members after being blocked from entering a federal detention facility to check in on a Union president detained during an ICE raid.
What are you going to do? You going to shoot some kid who's afraid of you and run? You going to shoot an elected official? If you shoot me, you better shoot straight. I don't know why you're in my city. You didn't. The governor was not contacted. This is wrong, and I hope that none of you will use those guns to shoot anybody.
She says, what are you going to do? Are you going to shoot me? Then you better shoot straight. She's got a little sass. We love Maxine Waters for that.
She's been around for a long time. This is how he's going to get to have martial law, because he wants to goad us into a fight. They have all the guns. We know they have all the guns. If they're in our city with guns, and I'm sure they have orders to shoot and kill. I don't know, but otherwise they wouldn't have guns.
Maxine called into CNN and hit them with some real bangers.
There have been no violence where anybody that was protesting hit anybody, shot anybody, threatened anybody. Nothing has happened.
There has been some violence in the course of these protests. Some police officers were assaulted and some vehicles were damaged in the process. So there has been some violence out there, right?
Well, the thing about it is you may have people, one or two or a few people, who will not conform. That happens everywhere. That happens in our workplace. There's always someone who does something. Now, when I was there on the street right in front of the detention center, the protests were very small and very peaceful. There was no animosity. The only problem that we had was the National Guard, who was standing there with these assault weapons. President Trump has literally instigated all of this. He wants to call martial law. He wants to get the military in here. This is a dishonorable human being, a cruel man that does not care about the disruption that he's causing and the lives that may be lost because of him. His son was quoted this morning saying to the Koreans, get on top of the rooftop and shoot the protesters. I am predicting that he will get the military in here and he will create martial law to exercise his power and make it look as if he's doing everything that he promised to get rid of the migrants.
We are officially back in the era of mostly peaceful protests, a magical time when the media would lie right to your face and tell you not to believe what your eyes were seeing or what your brain was telling you. Joe Biden's health, COVID-19, and of course, that the George Floyd riots that happened 5 years ago were always mostly peaceful protests.
What you are seeing now, these images came and come in stark contrast to what we saw over the course of the daytime hours in Kenosha and into the early evening, which were largely peaceful.
I want to be clear in how I characterize this. This is mostly a protest. It is not generally speaking unruly, but fires have been started.
That was May 2020. And after 3 days of violent anti-ICE protests that have morphed into illegal alien riots destroying parts of the city of Los Angeles, and the legacy media is doing the same thing all over again. They are telling the same lies that they told us 5 years ago that ultimately helped Donald Trump win back the White House, as police cars are torched and freeways are shut down completely. Taxis are burning. Businesses are being looted once again, including the Michael Jordan flagship store in downtown Los Angeles, meaning these rioters are now stealing Air Jordan sneakers in the name of social justice. And that is exactly what the left wants. And we know that because not a single prominent Democrat in the country has come out and condemned these riots. It's everything the left told us wasn't happening in 2020, but now it's even worse. Democrats and their friends in the media are doing everything they can to protect people who aren't supposed to be here in the first place. People who are trying to kill police officers, smashing windows at police headquarters, waving flags from other countries while burning American flags, which is very strange to us. It's very odd to see this, rioters waving Mexican flags while protesting against being sent back to Mexico, which makes absolutely no sense. If these people are so proud of their Mexican heritage, why don't they go back to Mexico? But these are no longer just illegal aliens. What you're seeing right now in Los Angeles are foreign invaders on U.S. soil, something we have not seen since the War of 1812, something Stephen Miller touched on today. The correct term to describe the foreign nationals waving foreign flags and rioting in illegal foreign invaders. Think about that. Illegal foreign invaders. That's what we're seeing in Los Angeles. Do you still think that these migrants are fleeing oppression? Do you still think these people are here for a better life? They're not. We don't think so. Because what we're seeing are people who don't care about America or Americans. People who don't have any interest in assimilating. They don't care about the melting pot. These people don't care about our customs or our culture, and they don't care about you. Here's LA Police Chief Jim McDonnell, who says his officers were completely overwhelmed.
We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers.
Okay, now this is important. That is the police chief in Los Angeles, appointed by a Democrat, completely overwhelmed. That's what he just said. And in response to that, the White House federalized 2,000 California National Guard troops to help get control of the situation that our own media are still trying to blame on Donald Trump. 3,000 miles away from Washington, they're trying to blame this on Donald Trump while lying to the public about what's really going on. Take a look.
We are having an administration that's targeting peaceful protests.
Most of the crowds, again, that I saw, that I spoke to, that I was interacting with, these are peaceful people that want to get their message across.
I will tell you that it is peaceful now.
We see peaceful protests launching in Los Angeles.
The vast majority of protesters and demonstrators are peaceful.
That is why Donald Trump won the election. Our own media are more concerned with making sure they don't offend the criminal illegal alien invaders by almost, as you just saw, going out of their way to call the riots mostly peaceful. The media also seem to never mention or care that the people who are burning Los Angeles to the ground as we speak are in most cases here illegally, while also expressing zero concern for the safety of federal agents or local police, CHP. Instead, the media are more concerned with protecting people who are not U.S. citizens, to the point where setting police cars on fire in Los Angeles is now just people out having fun.
Large group of people, it could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers and demonstrators.
That's our country right there. People burning cars, having fun. And now we want to show you what's really going on in Los Angeles and what's happened over the last 72 hours. This is the truth. Violence like we haven't seen since the George Floyd riots, which coincidentally started almost 5 years ago to the day, and the most violent riots that we've seen in Los Angeles since Rodney King in the early 1990s. What you're about to see is what's really going in Los Angeles. But unlike the legacy media, we're going to play video for you unedited, and you can decide for yourself if the National Guard should have been called in. Take a look.
Rebel! I stand for hell! I stand for hell! I stand afraid of you!
Kamala Harris, our border czar, tweeting today that this administration's actions are not about public safety, they're about stoking fear. As the LAPD, the mayor and governor noted, demonstrations in defense of our migrant neighbors have been overwhelmingly peaceful. That coming from a woman who let more than 15 million illegal aliens into this country, calling what you're looking at right now not just mostly peaceful, she called it overwhelmingly peaceful. Imagine if this happened in your neighborhood. Imagine if that happened a mile down the road from where you live. People burning American flags while waving flags from countries that they refuse to go back to. Go back. You don't need to be here. Nobody wants you here. Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton tweeting in response, it's no surprise that the most incompetent vice president in history stands with the illegal alien rioters. So today you can add illegal alien rioters and invaders to the long list of people Democrats will fight to protect. Nowhere on that list will you find U.S. citizens. It's not there. Instead, elected officials are actually telling rioters to keep on rioting. Here is L.A. City Councilwoman Yunesis Hernandez.
Just because our sanctuary city policy stops us from collaborating with ICE, it does not stop ICE from entering our city. And if they're escalating their tactics, then so are we.
And the governor of California is even worse. Gavin Newsom is doing exactly what he did after the wildfires in Los Angeles. He's blaming Donald Trump because if you're a Democrat, that's what you do. He's also putting on this odd tough guy act, which just doesn't suit him. But this is the same Gavin Newsom who wants to run for president in 4 years. And while he plots and plans, the rest of the country continues to see what an America under Gavin Newsom might look like and what California has become, which is a failed state.
The fear, the horror, the hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me, let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. These guys need to grow up, they need to stop, and we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
Well, Tom might arrest you, and Tricia McLaughlin, the Assistant Secretary for the Department of Homeland Security, is going to be with us in just a moment, and I'll ask her about that. But it is official. We now live in a country where Democrats are on the side of violent alien rioters. Mass migration continues to make this country more unrecognizable by the day. Even Fox News with this odd banner today. I saw this in my office. Anti-ICE activists, no. I don't know what Lachlan Murdoch is doing over there, but these are not activists. These are not demonstrators. These are criminals who are rioting. Okay, that's what we're seeing in Los Angeles. These are illegal alien riots in Los Angeles. And these people are being protected by the same Democrats and media that protected the rioters in 2020. The difference between the George Floyd riots and what we're seeing right now in Los Angeles. In 2020, the protesters were American citizens. Compared to what you're seeing right now, illegal alien rioters. And not a single Democrat anywhere in this country has stepped forward to condemn anything that we've just shown you tonight. Another missed opportunity for the party, but at the same time, it's not a surprise.
Information. Truth. Is freedom. Is Newsmax. It's real news for real people.
This show isn't about me. This one's about you. This is the first show I've ever done where I took all of your comments about Social Security. And this is the key theme that I read through all of these. I counted over 500 lives ruined by Social Security or by problems with benefits. So I didn't want the whole thing to be a giant train wreck of sadness, so I mixed in positive with negative statements, just so you guys know. But of course, it's the problems that are really driving the Social Security. When everything runs fine, everything's cool. But it's the problems that we really have to pay attention to. And I hope, at the very least, I prayed for a whole lot of you yesterday with your stories. So let's hear from you on Social Security. And some of these are just factoids about Social Security that I thought would help educate us all. And I even called my mom. We talked on the phone this morning about hers too. What an hilarious objection to DOGE's SSA request. The left is concerned about the potential dissemination of citizens' personal info. Hello, last year's SSA data breaches already released all of the data. Dummies. So this is about the fake news of the Democrats coming in the Supreme Court, the three liberal justices being a bit upset about DOGE accessing your data when it's already been leaked, is widely reported by all of you. Thank you, Doug. I just ran numbers, and because my property is paid for, if I had to give up any of my Social Security, I could afford to lose maybe $100 a month. That's most of your stories also. Narrow margins. Some of you were even coming up short, $24 to $30 a month. And my mom said, that she has a lot of friends that are on Social Security that are having trouble, and they say they have to decide each month if they're going to buy medication or food. Here's one from Vernon Dodge. I opted to take my Social Security early, but I would be willing to get less provided everyone shares in the pain, if everyone shares in the pain. I'm younger than you, Doug, but I too had a teacher who told me that Social Security would be insolvent by the time I was eligible, so I'm not completely dependent on those payments. That's true for me too, as I just flat out was not going to rely on my government from a very early age. I've been setting some aside. But and we'll get to a guy who's a quadriplegic later on Social Security. If any one of us could become a quadriplegic, you get a stroke, whatever, and suddenly I'd be instantly disabled. I'd be on Social Security like that. Not that I paid much into it. So we cannot trust the 35 or so people working on DOGE with our information, but we can trust the 57,000 government employees who work for Social Security. Please. That was my main argument yesterday. I flat out trust a few DOGE employees than the 57,000 government employees with massive pensions, giving themselves massive raises that work for Social Security now. Here's Vernon Tate. I am on Social Security, and without it, I couldn't pay my bills, and I am barely scraping by. I owe everybody medical bills, and everything else I got to have it, I paid into since 1977 until 2013, and a lot of it's overtime too. That's a lot of your stories also. Everyone pays in. Mom and I have a close family friend, one of my dad's best friends, who paid into Social Security his whole life. He retired at 65, and he died 2 years later. So all that mass amount of money that he paid in, no one got that. That went right back into the system. Here's Huskies Go. Because of never-ending inflation and insufficient COLA increases, my wife and I can't get by on Social Security, which is our only source of income. Waste, fraud, and abuse must be stopped! ! We paid by force into a system that promised to provide a retirement income and medical coverage for our old age security. Instead, we have seen many people who have never paid into the Social Security Medicare system receive benefits. As far as I'm concerned, these people and those who made it possible are stealing my retirement. Now, it's rare that someone is solely living on Social Security. That's not what it's intended for. It is combined with your pension or their retirement, but there's plenty of you. I heard plenty of you in the comments that are having to live on Social Security. Here's Sharon B. Working for yourself is great, but it doesn't help Social Security. Yeah, that's me. I have largely worked for myself. That net will not have much in it for me. I've had a few salary jobs and that paid into it, but it wasn't enough over the years to make a big difference. So even that, it's just not going to be available to me, period. Even if I had a stroke, I'd have to get something else. Here's Canvas. All I can say is that people are awake now and see the difference, especially what Democrats doing now versus the Trump administration. Democrats will win in 2026. I doubt it. Just connect the dots using the DOGE. It's crystal clear who are the culprits. Now, to me, that's the most positive thing about the big, beautiful bill, about Rand Paul, Thomas Massie, and Doge jumping all over the big, beautiful bill, and Trump and Stephen Miller and Mike Johnson and Marjorie Taylor Greene having to give a defense, is it puts all these numbers out to the public. Awareness. I just feel like not enough voters understand Social Security, and that's why I'm covering this here. And of course, I'm about to step right into this space with my own retirement. I'm 58. And although I don't, if I'm healthy for the rest of my life, I'm going to work the rest of my life. There's no way I'm going to retire. That's just in me. I don't even believe in retirement. If you're capable of working, you should be working. Now, Social Security is for people who can't work. So I get it. That's many of you in my audience. I'm happy to have you in my audience. It actually warmed my heart to hear from so many of you who are disabled or bedridden. And I provide you with your news every day. That's part of why I want to bring you a little bit of entertainment, a little bit of happiness, a little bit of information each day. I'm in your service. I'm thrilled to have you. Here's a electric nut. One thing we all know, welfare will never go insolvent. So why would Social Security go insolvent? I pay into welfare through taxes every paycheck, but we'll never use it, but it will never go insolvent. Although more people are on welfare than Social Security. That is, more people are drawing from our government what they didn't pay into, because you can get welfare even if you don't have a job, or even if you didn't work to pay into the system. That's what's happening in with illegals in California. A ton of them. It's getting close to like 50% are getting some kind of government aid from the parents, and for sure through the kids. More people are on welfare than Social Security. Yet when it comes to using my own Social Security money that I've been taxed for every paycheck going back 52 years, suddenly that is going to go insolvent. It is all about priorities with big government. And for that reason, even my mom told me this, she didn't believe that Social Security would ever go insolvent because of that. It's going to always be the highest priority issue to the voter bloc. And the retirement age people, get this, are the most reliable voter bloc for all of politics. Politicians aren't going to mess with Social Security. They might mess with welfare and SNAP and Medicare and Medicaid long before that. So I do think there's going to be a high priority. It's not going to get touched. I started working at 16 and worked until I got disabled at 24 years old. That's just 8 years later. I'm the reason they shouldn't change to the sometimes proposed system that would privatize Social Security, which I've proposed a lot. So I'm glad to hear this story. I wish they would privatize Social Security so that I just think your money on the market would do better. But this person who only worked 8 years to pay into it, that ain't going to happen. If I were to only have worked full time for a few years, not enough would have accumulated to help me because of becoming disabled so young. Is it enough to live on? No, but it helps. Do they give cost of living raises? They give what they call that, but it does not keep up. This is why inflation is such a huge issue, guys. And right now, inflation has normally averaged about 4%. That is, your money gets worth 4% less every year. Here's Shane Walton. I retired at 66 and 3 months. I'm 70 now. Everything was going all right until Biden's inflation economy. I run out of refrigerator food every month, and the whopping 2.3% raise we got put me $2 over the limit for food assistance. My checks are usually late every month, usually anywhere from 2 to 5 days, sometimes more. Before the 2.3% raise, I crunched the numbers, and based on a 40-hour work week, I was making $10 an hour, and I'm struggling. This is why Biden's inflation was a tax on everyone, the quiet tax, because everyone's money doesn't go as far. This one is from Michael Belche. With Social Security, I was never intended to be a sole income for retired. I'm on it with disability. If I had it alone, I would be able to just pay rent alone, maybe a car loan. No gas for it, no utilities, no food, no prescriptions. Forget Medicare Advantage. I call it Medicare Disadvantage, as you have to pay more for prescriptions than insurance. On top of that, the majority of that is upfront cost to you. If I was to take what the doctor wants me to take, I'd be paying $3,000 plus. I would be bankrupt the first prescription filling. Drugs cost more for retired than with regular insurance. Now, the tax on Social Security, I don't pay because it's disability. Not that it would make much difference when your first month with cost $2,000 plus, when you hit out of pocket, depending on the plan, you will have more to pay. Here's more. Being a woman, I worked in the 70s, 80s, and 90s up until today. My Social Security doesn't even cover rent. Women back then weren't paid what they get paid now, and it's based on salary. I'm worried since I'm 70 and can't work anymore. There's some people that just can't work, and you have limited options at 70 years old. If you can't work, how are you going to create a new stream of income? Michael Connor, 1228, the SSI debacle is 100% the government's fault. Amen. When they started it, the government was supposed to put that money to work for it to grow so that people with lower incomes would be taken care of. Since then, since it began, along came us baby boomers, and we started paying in massive amounts, and there was a surplus. The government couldn't keep their hands off it or invest it like they were supposed to. They took trillions and pissed it away and readjusted the balance as though it was paid out. It's all BS. This is the problem. They pee away our money and are not held accountable. Cut their salaries across the board. And that is a very common sentiment across my entire audience. I hear you loud and clear. Cut government salaries, not ours. No more raises, and take away their ability to vote themselves raises. Make a law. If the income isn't there, they can't spend it. No more overdrafts or borrowing. We all have to live within our means, and so should they. Here's another one. My huge SS amount, Social Security amount I receive every month, is $363 a month. I stayed home and raised my kids instead of working most of my life. I resent lazy illegals and cheaters collecting way more than I without even being entitled. If the bureaucrats hadn't squandered the taxpayer monies for decades, we wouldn't be in this position. True. So we shouldn't have to be punished because criminal politicians have stolen our money and lazy people collect to continue sitting at home and getting free cash. True. A lot of fraud. That's what Doge is going to bring out. I'm 70 and I exist on Social Security. It's hard. So I'm fine with Doge finding the waste and fraud. Then maybe we can get a big enough COL increase to make the difference. And I agree, they should pull all the waste, fraud, and abuse, cut it out of Social Security, and then reinvest it. Just leave it in Social Security to give everyone a better, more secure payout. Here's my firearm safety. If a spouse dies, will that money start going to the survivor or be lost? It is lost. This happened to my mom. Mom and dad both paid into Social Security. When you lose a spouse, my pops passed away a few years ago. They offered my mom she can keep her own at a lower rate, or she could take my dad's. And of course, she took my dad's. But then all the money my mom paid in for her Social Security, that gets reabsorbed in and probably spent by politicians. Here's Don Perky. There was no SNAP or Medicaid or welfare until LBJ's Great Society, 1964. Before that, there was only Social Security, and some states had old age assistance. I don't know if you guys remember that song by the Sons of the Pioneers, of the Young Pioneers, when the old age pension check comes to our door, we won't have to eat hamburger anymore. Anyways, he's talking about all the money that's coming in. And then LBJ took the Social Security funds and put them in the general fund, and he and his Democrat buddies spent it like water. Never put an X next to a Democrat. That's a life lesson. Many of you are learning now at the end. 4Q, that's our quad club right there. To my quad club who've watched all 4 videos today, thank you. You keep the lights on going here. All too often, those opposed to Trump fearmonger the elderly. They always fearmonger you guys, especially those on Social Security. And many people did not make plans for retirement other than Social Security. So when anything is mentioned of a possible cut to benefits, it causes a frenzy of panic among those covered by Social Security. Because, you guys have limited options. It doesn't matter how many times Trump and his administration tell the public there are no cuts to the coverage. Anyone who is legally receiving what is headed for cuts, and those are those who are using fraud to receive benefits, those lying about their name, age, etc., who are stealing benefits from those who are rightfully entitled to them. People need to wake up to the theft that runs through government. This one's a heartbreaker. Ooh, I don't know if I can get through this one. This is Eric. Being a quadriplegic, it truly pisses me off when I see others bilking the system. I worked my ass off till I was nearly 40 years old, hauled gasoline for decades until a racing accident paralyzed me. I hope Doge, vets, everyone. Everybody pray for Eric right now with me. Our prayers go out to you. He's quadriplegic. Where else is he going to go besides Social Security? We got to help secure that stuff. Here's Barbara Huff, 76, but still working. She's 76. Need to, so I can buy things that are around the edges, like tires. That's her luxury item, guys. Around the edges, tires. Things that one has but need to be replaced. After that, I can live and be happy, but smaller. Better than a poke in the eye with a stick. Good words. Thanks, Barbara. I love you, and I love your attitude. Wow, what a happy person you must be to be around. Here's Lana Harris. I am 70 and very sick. I can't make it on what I get every month. It's bad, but I'm not married and have been single most of my life, and I did work hard until I got sick. I don't have any family at all, just God and me and a few good friends. Well, thank God you have that. I think I could get by with God and good friends. I could be homeless and get by with God and a few friends. And then here's the last one. I sure hope that the current administration is able to do something regarding Social Security benefits being penalized if you have too much earned income. It may be too hard, not realistic. Yeah, that's the other problem is if you end up getting too much income, then you can lose some of those benefits. Trump's trying to cut the taxes on it. That would be a huge help on all y'all. So this story was about all of you. Thank you because you educated me. I needed all that information from the chat. When you guys chat and talk back to me and tell me your story, I do nothing but learn. So boy, what an education this was. I can't thank you all. Thanks to the Quad Club. We'll be back with more videos. Hope you guys subscribe. That's how you say thank you. I'm Doug in exile.
SurveyMonkey had 30 aggregate polls, and they said that Gavin Newsom's polling 27%. We just saw a presidential poll. He's 2% of the Democratic Party think he should be their 2028 nominee. He's on the wrong side of this issue. We just had a CBS poll, 54%. Despite the hysteria, support deportation. And we know that 75% want immediate deportation for criminals. So I don't quite understand what he's doing. He's made a series of blunders. He said that ICE was the problem. They were chaotic. They were reckless. That wasn't true. And then he got into a weird argument with Scott Bessent and said that he was going to suggest that California not hand over its federal income tax. And as Bessent pointed out, that's a felony to advocate taxpayers not pay the IRS. And I don't know what he was talking about. He said, well, we have $80 billion surplus versus what we take from the government, and we pay all the government's bills. That was complete lie. I mean, that was 1.5% of federal revenue. So I think he just keeps digging deeper and deeper and deeper. And I think he feels the Hispanic vote will be his salvation. But we just had a poll, as you remember, at 110 days on the Trump presidency, and the one demographic that was the most supportive of Trump was Hispanics at 63%. So when you have optics where somebody is waving the flag of the country under no circumstances they want to return to, and they're burning the flag of the country that on every avenue they demand that they get to stay here even if illegally, that's not a good optic at all. And I think he and Karen Bass and Representative Torres, who said, let's get the F out of here, ICE. And Karen Bass said, we're not going to stand for this. It's very insurrectionary. It's almost George Wallace at the University of Alabama, states' rights.
What a remarkable illusion to mention. It does feel that way. Victor, I've been thinking all week on how much California has turned from one of the great states in America to absolutely one of its greatest embarrassments. And then you came out with this brilliant tweet a few hours ago on X in which you said it's really become a medieval society of have and have-nots. How did this great state devolve that much?
Well, I think part of it was that we had $9 trillion of market capitalization in Silicon Valley, and that really shifted the nexus of power from the interior in LA to the Bay Area. And we had these politicians, Gavin Newsom, Jerry Brown, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Barbara Boxer. They were very, very wealthy. They were utopian, and they were never subject to the consequences of their own ideology. And they had this progressive agenda, and it made prices, costs, fuel, power, housing so expensive that we're bleeding 200,000 to 300,000 middle class and upper middle class taxpayers, and now we've lost about 14, 15 million. Same time as that happened, we had half of all the illegal aliens in the United States. So we've got very poor people that need massive subsidies, and we've got very rich people, and we drove out the middle class. So there's no Republican Party left to speak of, at least for now.
Yeah. Victor, during President Trump's first term, Javier Becerra, who at the time was California's AG, sued President Trump a record number of times, and now Bob Bonta has taken up the mantle and trying to do the same, suing President Trump over this National Guard presence. Does he have a leg to stand on?
No, he doesn't. And as I said, we have only, I think it's now 8 congressional Republicans out of 52 seats, super left-wing majorities in both houses. We haven't had a state-wide Republican official since Arnold Schwarzenegger. So it's a one-party state, and they own almost everything they do. So when you have the highest gas taxes in the United States, the highest income tax, the 4th highest sales tax, and the highest poverty number of people below the poverty line, and you have 1/3 of everybody on federal assistance, you can really see what's going on. They're taxing in the middle. The wealthy are immune from it. They don't care. And then you've got this huge poor group that are on subsidies. Half of all Californians are on Medi-Cal. Half of all births are on Medi-Cal. It's not sustainable, and they can't tax anymore because at 13.3 everybody is leaving. And so we have a quarter of the people. I don't think people realize that it's not sustainable, that 1/4 of all Californians don't pay their PG&E or Southern California Edison bill. And we have the highest rates in the continental United States per kilowatt. It's weird. They took paradise and they made it into purgatory. And people are leaving paradise to go to places that are not nearly as scenic or beautiful or the weather, but they're well run. And so it's...
They took paradise and turned it into purgatory. I'm going to remember that for a long time because it is brilliantly said what has happened.
Yeah.
Well, riots have rocked Los Angeles for the past 48 hours. Chaos in the streets, looting, fires, police on the defensive, being hit with bricks and being attacked. We're going to have more on that part of the story in a moment. But joining us now is Senator Ron Johnson. He's raising alarms over President Trump's so-called big, beautiful budget bill, warning that it's not just bloated, but it's dangerous, and he's calling it immoral. We've been calling it that here on the show. Senator Johnson says the bill could backfire in a big way, and he is ready for a fight on this. That and so much more to discuss with Senator Ron Johnson, who joins us now. Senator, great to see you. Welcome to the show.
Well, guys, let me just kind of correct what you just said, though. I haven't called the bill dangerous or immoral. I've been calling the fact that we're mortgaging our children's future dangerous and immoral. Now, the bill just doesn't meet the moment. It doesn't go anywhere close or far enough. But there are many good elements in it. But again, I've tried to be as positive as possible. President Trump said I'm too negative. But again, it's again what I cannot accept is $2 trillion $2 trillion a year deficits rising to 2.6, 2.7, 2.8 or 9. By the end of the decade is a new normal. I mean, that's just simply unacceptable. This is our moment. We've witnessed an unprecedented amount of federal government spending increase over the last 6 years. We have to address it. So, but anyway.
Now, something Representative Massey has said over and over again is we don't need to do it this way. We don't have to pack it all into one big suitcase that then goes over your 50-pound limit. We can just do it in small measure because Republicans have control. So why do you think that there's still this protocol for the bill that no one can read because of its page count stuffed with special interest requests?
Well, this is the approach that has always worked in the past that has allowed us to mortgage our children's future to $37 trillion. Again, Leader Thune recommended a 2-step approach. I recommend a 3-step: border funding, defense, table or pocket about $850 billion of real spending reductions. Then come back, just extend current tax law, take a massive automatic tax increase off the table, bring that certainty back to the economy. We could have already done all that and then come back and now wrestle with the big, beautiful bill that's pretty complex, pretty messy. We're unfortunately going to have to increase the debt ceiling, by the way, by a massive amount. What I've been recommending is to maintain pressure to do this in a multi-step process is give President Trump increase the debt ceiling for about a year. That'll cost about $2.5 trillion. increase in debt ceiling. That should shock everybody because we're basically burning a $500 billion a quarter right now. So again, we have to grapple with this. My beef with the House is that they weren't really discussing numbers in a budget reconciliation. But the only number you heard about was $1.5 trillion, which sounds like a lot. But put it in context of $22 trillion estimated additional deficits over the next 10 years, $2.2 trillion per year average. And you realize 1.5 trillion is barely a rounding error in the 89 trillion that we're expected to spend over that 10-year period. So I know it's a lot of numbers. I was just on another program rattling those things off, and the host said, Senator, nobody understood that. I get it. I really do. I understand that. But it's the slogans, it's the rhetoric that has allowed us to really accumulate this much debt. At some point in time, we've got to understand the reality. We've got to look at numbers and figures and really address them.
I mean, it's so when you talked with my old colleague Maria yesterday, I believe you said, it's going to backfire, that this whole thing is going to backfire. What do you mean by that? How is it going to I mean, mortgaging our children's future is one thing, but Trump supporters, I think, really ran on this, really supported this idea, conservative values here. We cannot sustain this any longer. $36 trillion in debt. We got excited about DOGE. We got really excited about all of these fraud, waste, and abuse that DOGE was finding. And then, like, through the back door, we're sneaking in trillions of dollars in new spending. So how exactly do you think it's going to backfire? Backfire for Trump? Backfire for conservatives? Backfire for MAGA? Or just backfire for the country?
Well, I'm not sure I said backfire, but certainly, I can understand why our supporters want us to actually reel in size of government. Now, I supported President Trump because I wanted him to defeat the deep state. You don't defeat the deep state by continuing to fund it at President Biden's levels. So that's the first point I'd make. But what I'm finding is just a great deal of support for the position I'm taking. These are from people like me that completely support President Trump, that realize he's a completely unique political figure that is willing to do hard things that nobody else is willing to do. So again, I completely support him. I want to see him succeed. But even among people who are just diehard Trump fans, they're supporting what I'm doing because they also realize that our higher loyalty has to be to our kids and grandkids, and we really are immorally bankrupting and mortgaging their future. That's got to stop. It's got to end. And we've got a once in a lifetime opportunity. That's been my point. This one big beautiful bill, if passed as is pretty much a one and done. We're not going to take up anything else before the next election. There's no guarantee. As much as I want to see the House maintain the majority there, Senate retain a Republican majority, there's no guarantee of that. So this is our moment. It's a historic opportunity. Let's not blow it.
Right. And we have precedents for this because when President Trump released COVID relief money, he was presented with a big bloated piece of crap. And he said, no, I can't approve this. He sent it back and cut it back significantly. And so he can do it. But again, this page count that nobody can read, what's it going to take for President Trump to do that again?
Well, again, hopefully I'm trying to persuade him that, pass the good elements, the things, the must-haves, but make sure that we've got a forcing mechanism to come back and keep working. One of the things I've been talking about is a budget review panel. We've never forensically audited line by line of the budget, the over 2,600 programs. Did you realize that? We have more than 2,600 programs in the federal government. I have to believe with this massive increase in spending, 58% since 2019, that there's hundreds of billions of dollars that, first of all, above and beyond 2019 spending, plus up for population growth and inflation. We've got hundreds of billions of dollars, not in Medicare, not in Social Security, but in all the other programs. And that there are hundreds of programs that if you eliminate that spending in those programs, nobody would even notice, except for the grifters who are sucking down the waste, fraud, abuse, and pork. So again, you have to do the work. You need the time to do the work. Again, I think the House has done a lot of good stuff in this. There's no doubt about that. And I understand Speaker Johnson's challenge. It's not easy. That's the other point I was trying to make out when I was in the White House with the president last week. He said, Democrats are always so unified. And I point out, well, that's because they're doing easy stuff. They're just spending more money. They're mortgaging our kids' future. They're never held accountable by the media. It's easy to be a Democrat. It's really hard trying to do what we're trying to do. So I sympathize with Speaker Johnson, with President Trump. I don't want to be a problem child. I don't want to make their life or job tougher. But again, my higher loyalty is to our kids and grandkids, and we have to do the hard things. What's the point of having a majority if you don't do what we always say we're going to do with it? Not just but that might cost us the election. I'm sorry, we got to do it now.
No, that's what I love about you, because these are the promises made, and we need to keep these promises. I mean, this is what so many Americans overwhelmingly in all of these swing states. I mean, for crying out loud, these are the promises that were made. We need to keep these promises. And to be clear, Senator, so Fox News Digital had quoted you. It'll completely backfire on him. End quote. Senator Ron Johnson told Fox News.
I say a lot of things. So again, I just couldn't remember what.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I didn't want to put words in your mouth and take words out, but this is on foxnews.com. So I just want to be clear about that on President Trump battling for this big, beautiful bill. But do you think it's going to pass? And people in our chat room are asking, because we got tens of thousands of people watching. They're like, has anyone read this bill, Senator?
Well, not in its current form. I think people are shocked by the fact that whatever the House sent over to us, normally they figure the Senate's going to water it down and make it even less conservative. In this case, I think we may have a chance of making it significantly more conservative. For one reason, now we've had the time and we're able to describe the fraud in Medicaid. Up until this point, because the House was just kind of working on getting the thing passed, nobody was really effectively going out there talking about, like an article in the Wall Street Journal, a dad of a 17-year-old autistic child who's on a 10-year waiting list for home care because he's being crowded out by single, working-age, able-bodied adults. And the fact that for a disabled child, for every dollar the states put into that health care for that child, the federal government kicks in $1.33. For a single able-bodied, working-age, childless adult, for every dollar the state kicks into that, the federal government puts in $9. Which is just allowed to a complete abuse of the system, these provider taxes, provider fees. That's not health care. Those are fees the states are assessing on providers because they're able to game the system. And by the way, just a quick analogy. What's happening here is, this is personalizing. Let's say you got this guy named Uncle Sam over here, kind of a knucklehead. For whatever reason, he's willing to offer me $18 because I can extract $20 from that guy over there. So I go up to that guy over there and say, hey, give me $20. I'll show that this Uncle Sam guy that you've given me $20, he'll give me 18. I'll come back, I'll give you $20 back. That's exactly what's happening with the Medicaid expansion and the states. And then in addition to that, because they are charging for real procedures, they're allowing those providers to overcharge them. So now we are paying providers 2 to 3 times the amount for Medicaid procedures as we do for Medicare. So this is resulting in hundreds of billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid. It's crowding out care for disabled children. It's crowding out the dollars available for that care. We need time to make that case. If the American people understood it, they would be outraged. They would support what we're doing, as opposed to rushing through and allowing the Democrats to say, these guys are cutting Medicaid for disabled children. No, we're trying to preserve it and save it.
Oh, they love their talking points. There is a war happening right now. It's probably not what you think. It's in your gut. A battle between good and bad bacteria can determine your health. And Kimchi 1 from Brightcore Nutrition is the fermented superfood that your body needs to arm the good guys with the right weapons to defeat the bad actors once and for all. I've heard it described as like the special forces for your gut. Now, I've been taking this every day, and I have to tell you, I feel fantastic. This is now a part of my daily supplement regimen. All health starts in the gut. So putting the right fermented superfood in your gut improves every aspect of your health, your heart, your brain, even the quality of your skin, the growth of your hair, all of it. Maybe you've got arthritis. I'm telling you everything. My mom was just visiting last week, and I told her she's got to get this for her arthritis. And she said, send me the link. Send me the link. I'm going to get it. So the good news is you'll get 50% off if you call their 800 number. So call 888-404-6312 to get 50% off and free shipping. Now, if you don't want to call them, if you're too scared to just get on the phone, you'll get 25% off just by using the code redacted and going to their website. So again, 50% off if you get on the phone and just talk to them. They're an American company. The creator is an American patriot. She has fought, basically, she led like the MAHA movement before the MAHA movement even existed. So go to mybrightcore.com/redacted or call their 800 number, get 50% off and free shipping. You've got to try their Kimchi One product. I'm telling you, it's amazing. 888-404-6312. Give them a call today. One of the other areas that you've been very bullish on, of course, is border security. And President Trump authorized the deployment of 2,000 National Guard troops to Los Angeles this weekend to respond to what the White House has described as approximately 1,000 protesters turned rioters. But if you watch the local news reports, Senator, these aren't rioters. They're just some people having fun watching cars burn. Watch this.
Large group of people. It could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers.
Unbelievable. Yeah,
Ever heard of burn pits? Do you want to get cancer? Is that a fun cancer-getting party?
Fun. So, Senator, Governor Newsom says, quote, "We didn't have a problem until Trump got involved in this." What do you make of what's happening right now in Los Angeles? And you have liberal, you have a liberal mayor there in Los Angeles, basically angry that the federal government is getting involved and is totally okay with law enforcement getting pelted in the head with bricks.
Yeah, I would consider attempted murder, and we ought to try and protect law enforcement as they're carrying out their lawful duties, trying to protect Americans, okay? Now, this is outrageous what's happening. The best example I can use is what happened here in Kenosha, Wisconsin, where Governor Evers rejected President Trump's offer to send in nationalized National Guard troops or federalized National Guard troops. He turned it down for a couple of days and allowed Kenosha to burn. A couple of people get murdered or killed. Okay, so now he's signing on to a letter supporting Governor Newsom to take the same stupid action of not bringing massive manpower to prevent the violence. That's why you bring in massive manpower so you don't have rioting, so you don't have violence, so that people don't get killed. It worked in Kenosha. Once Governor Evers finally reversed course because he had to, brought in the National Guard, and those riots ended. There was no more violence. There was no more killing. Ought to do the same thing in Los Angeles. You can't allow this to get out of control.
But the impetus, the match that lit this flame was raids at a Home Depot and a clothing store and things like that.
Many of these people with criminal records.
Right. And so I think what the liberal talking point might be is they weren't doing anything. Not all of them were criminals. We're just tired of seeing this happen. And it's not actually helping to, clean out, I guess, illegals in the country. I'm struggling because it's not my talking point. But that's what you see online.
You can't even say it because
I can't make it. Yeah, but let's respond to it anyhow.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. You can't even say it.
Well, again, from my standpoint, what the Democrats did, what Biden did, they created a clear and present danger for this nation. I don't know the exact number, but there are a lot of criminals, sex traffickers, human traffickers, drug traffickers, members of transnational criminal organizations, members of incredibly violent gangs that are committing rapes, horrendous murders. Okay, that's happening. And President Trump is trying to clean up that enormous mess. And it's not going to be perfect, but I support law enforcement. I understand why ICE officers go to a court, like in Wisconsin here, where the then judge obstructed justice by shuffling the illegal immigrant out the back door. But they do it because it's safer for everybody. It's safer for the illegal immigrant that they're trying to apprehend. It's certainly safer for the law enforcement officials. I want to keep those people safe. I want them to be able to go home to their families. So yes, you go into places where it's safer to go to arrest the illegal immigrant that they have no right to be in this country. They should be arrested. They should be deported. A large majority of Americans support that process. They didn't like the open borders. Again, I don't like relatively innocent people being, kind of caught up in this whole process. But again, this is a big mess, and it's not easy to clean it up.
Yeah, it's going to be messy. Absolutely. And I spoke to a supervisor of the Customs and Border Protection today, and he said, this is absolutely astonishing what's happening right now, and how, why don't we have the support of local leaders right now and members of Congress, local representatives, and mayors helping to assist this is just mind-boggling right now.
I want to ask you on this topic that you have an upcoming hearing with sanctuary state governors where you will ask them How did this happen? How did this get out of hand? What should we expect from this?
Well, again, so this Senator Langford is the chairman of the subcommittee that's holding this hearing. I expect that these mayors and these individuals are going to defend their policies. And they'll use the same old talking points. They won't defend federal law enforcement. They're going to defend the people in this country illegally. Again, it's amazing that they're clinging to this policy, that they want open borders. They want to protect people that are just, horrible criminals in many cases. I don't get it. They're able to get away with it, though, because most members of the media are radical leftists themselves. They agree with this. They want an open border world. They don't respect America as a great nation. I can't explain it. I'll never get in the mind of a liberal. They're crazy from my standpoint, but that's who they are. That's what they support.
And the treasonous acts by Alejandro Mayorkas, and coordinating with these NGOs to bring these.
Well, they love perverts. Yeah. That's one thing that I have learned that I am comfortable saying is that liberals love perverts and love protecting perverts. And that's what turned me away from the Democrat
That's
Party.
why you're never going to be a senator, because you say stuff like that. But
I said that.
Yeah,
I said what I said.
Senator Sticker.
Last time I was down the border, and this was really at the height of it. I had not heard of this. I've been chairman of Homeland Security, been down the border a lot, but this is the first time I heard it. These, what they call rape trees or panty trees or taunting trees. This is where the human traffickers, they'll just hang the undergarments of the little girls that they'll rape. Just to taunt the ICE, the Customs Border Patrol. You can't touch us. You can't do anything about it. I mean, this is what open borders, that's what it facilitated, that evil. And Mayorkas, as you said, they were okay with it. They just turned a blind. We would talk to him about this in hearings, and he'd just be oblivious to it. Like I asked him, I said, do you feel like you aided and abetted these murders, these rapes? And he was just impervious to any kind of criticism. He was the most annoying person, the most frustrating person to have as a witness before the committee, because it just bounced off him.
And demonic. I would say demonic, honestly.
We have a lobby securely now to all visitors.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public apparel.
I need to get in.
Oh boy, here we go again. So a running theme that we love to cover on this channel is, of course, the ridiculous and performative antics of Democrat politicians, and apparently in their head, what they define to be an effective political resistance, right? It's as if these Democrats are always in this running loop of how do we recover our atrocious 27% approval rating, and they're all sitting in a board, and it's all just like complete idiots saying, hey, I know, what if Cory Booker gives a 24-hour filibuster speech against nothing? What if Hakeem Jeffries gives a 12-hour sit-in protest at the U.S. Capitol on a Sunday when nobody shows up, nobody cares, and it proved absolutely nothing? Greta Thunberg today, I think, is a prime example, although we are going to dedicate likely our own video to that, so I don't want to get too much into how she sailed into an Israeli naval blockade, knowing there was a naval blockade, and then pretended she was kidnapped when the IDF basically deported her and told her to go back. Apparently that proves some type of gigantic grand point about, again, performative protest. But ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to these ridiculous antics, I do not think there is a better individual to represent the failing, geriatric, and ridiculous, right, comical state of the Democrat Party than none other than Representative Maxine Waters, who seems to have this running obsession with trying to go into federal facilities when she is either not allowed in or the facility is closed, and then absolutely fuming after they tell her, hey, you can't just walk into random buildings whenever you want. Of course, before we get into today, I want to reiterate, right, this is a running theme because she's doing this again. Who can forget earlier this year, her absolutely ridiculous attempt to storm into the Department of Education and making a complete fool out of herself after they basically told her, no, this remains to be maybe my favorite video of 2025 of all these Democrats. So brief memory, because I just love playing this, frankly.
Look them in the eye. Come on, hold your face up. Look at him. Let them see you. This is him. Look at it. What's your name? ID again.
Giving you the ID, I showed it to you.
So what?
I showed you the ID.
You do what?
I showed you the ID.
Could you let me see the ID again? Huh?
No.
No? Will someone else ask him for the ID? Will you ask him for it? He won't let me see it again. You didn't see it. You didn't see it. They didn't see it.
Folks, if you enjoy the content, do us a favor. Make sure you hit that like button down below and subscribe if you are new. You subscribing to the channel ensures that we can keep bringing you these videos, including the ridiculous reactions here to Maxine Waters, who... this is what she does, right? Like I said, perfect representation of the Democrat Party. She is 86 years old, geriatric, completely out of touch, obviously, with the American people, but forget all of that. Just the pure optics of, she apparently forgot her hearing aid that day, so she's trying to storm into the Department of Education like, what? Sonny, the phone's ringing. That's the Democrat Party. You wonder why there's so many geriatrics at these events. This is like who they represent, apparently, but nonetheless, okay. So that, of course, brings us to the current situation of the ICE protests and riots and everything that's currently going on over in Los Angeles. And you probably could expect, in fact, you probably know, that Maxine Waters was going to make an absolute fool out of herself doing the exact same thing, because apparently one time was not enough. After being massively ridiculed for her stunt at the Department of Education earlier this year, okay, and that was something you noticed. Even it's kind of felt like even Democrats were not trying to hype up specifically. This was not exactly a famous video in Democrat circles. Why? Because they humiliated themselves, right? Everyone was simply laughing at them, but still as stubborn as ever. Recently, over the weekend, you may have seen that Representative Maxine Waters once again tries to do the same thing at the ICE detention facility in downtown Los Angeles, and newsflash, it doesn't go so well for her, because once again, she gets rejected at the door and utterly humiliated. And somehow, guys, Democrats think this is winning, right? That's probably what she's saying in her head. She's like, look, if I show up and they don't let me in, then that's a lack of transparency. They're going to look really bad. This is going to look authoritarian. It's like, no, the whole world is laughing at you, Maxine, okay? How to, make any situation just worse for your party, which already I would say right now is pretty bad. Check it out right here, guys. Again, amazing video this weekend as Maxine Waters, joining in on the ICE protest, does what she does best, which is getting rejected at the door and having a geriatric meltdown about it.
No, I want you to... Hello. Congresswoman Waters, I just came to use my congressional authority to check on David.
Ma'am, we're lobbying securely now to all visitors.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public appeal.
I need to get in.
What are you hoping to do, Congresswoman?
I just want to see David Huerta. Right, 6, 7.
Would a congressperson normally be able to enter the...
Normally, yes.
What is happening
here? Well, there were some of the authorities, I don't know who they were, and I'm trying to get in to see David Huerta, who they have arrested. He is the head of SEIU local union here. I don't know why he was targeted. I don't know what they're doing with him. I don't know whether they're going to deport him. I want to report back to my caucus about what's happening, but they have... No, I want...
The most legendary video, guys, and legendary picture, by the way, of 2025 right there, right? As if the first time at the Department of Education there wasn't already, that guy standing outside the door. Look at that. Brilliant. Boom. By Maxine. Now, we got a lot more to talk about in this video, because after this, right, we got to show you Maxine Waters' ridiculous reaction to it all, because, you saw a glimpse of it, but she's already fuming. But before we get into that, I certainly think that everything this weekend goes to show just how unpredictable the state of the world can be sometimes. And in unpredictable times, many say it is never a better time to invest in stable assets like gold and silver, which is why we have a word from today's sponsors. Today's sponsor, Gold Mining Inc., is trading within a few cents of its 5-year lows set during the March 2020 global panic. Again, the market cap of this company today is approximately the same as it was in March 2020 when the global economy was in full disarray. Gold's price was less than $1,500 per ounce, and people were glued to the TV screens, scratching their heads. Yet today's gold price has more than doubled, and GLDG's share price has barely moved at all. And this is the reason I am showing this to you right now. As of June 5th, Gold Mining Inc.'s market cap is approximately $154 million with no debt and $144 million in cash and equity holdings based on cash balances on February 28th, 2025 and closing prices on June 5th. Gold Mining Inc. owns approximately 79% of U.S. gold mining and just over 12% of Gold Royalty. Translating here, 9.9 million shares of U.S. gold mining are quoted at $94 million US, 94 million. 21.5 shares of Gold Royalty are quoted at $44 million US. Cash and equivalents is $7 million. And so the total there, including other equities, is $144 million in those cash and equity holdings. When Gold Mining Inc. originally acquired their dozen or so gold projects, the peak combined market caps of the companies that held them was approximately 850 million Canadian dollars, which from 2010 to 2012 was much closer to par with US dollars than today. The combined peak market cap was calculated based on each respective company's peak share price during the period prior to the acquisition, as you can see right here. Remember that Gold Mining Inc. owns approximately 79.3% of U.S. gold mining and 12.6% of Gold Royalty Corporation, so you're instantly getting exposure indirectly to two additional gold companies. Gold Mining Inc. is currently trading for 78 US cents right now, which is near its 5-year lows. Once I account for Gold Mining's cash and publicly traded stock portfolio, the company's dozen gold properties aggregating of 12.4 million ounces of gold equivalent, estimated mineral resources in the measured and indicated categories, and an additional 9.1 million ounces of gold equivalent in estimated mineral resources in the inferred category. These are all, by the way, guys, value priced in the backdrop of record gold prices. Yeah, just don't act like you didn't know after the fact. Gold Mining Inc. owns a dozen projects containing an aggregate of 12.4 million ounces of gold equivalent estimated mineral resources in the measured and indicated category, and an additional 9.1 million ounces of gold equivalent estimated mineral resources in the inferred category. Gold is now trading at near all-time highs, while Gold Mining Inc. is near its COVID-19 lows. Gold Mining Inc. is down approximately 70% from its 5-year high. Gold Mining Inc. still holds one of the largest portfolios of gold resources among junior explorers in the Americas, and it's steadily fast advancing those assets. In a rising gold environment, this portfolio of assets can offer leverage to the gold price. So are you positioned in this market? We're still in the first inning of the gold bull market, and there's still plenty of time to get aboard. So I urge you to do your own research. This is not financial advice. Always consult your advisors and trusted professionals, but do your own research on Gold Mining Inc. now. Again, guys, listed on New York Stock Exchange as GLDG. Okay. Circling back here, in the words of Jen Psaki, we have Maxine Waters literally doing the Chris Van Hollen thing, right? She shows up at this random detention center without an appointment as there's chaos and, rioting basically going on outside all around the city. And then she's like, hey, I need to be let in. They're like, no, literally, what does he say, right? You need to make an appointment. And then after that, right, because, she knows what she's doing. She's just showing up here uninvited, just demanding. I mean, I don't know what she expected to happen. She knew this was, but then they shut the door. And somehow, right, they think, the party here seems to believe these are good optics for them. That's what the American people want to see. They're being widely criticized. Why is their approval rating so low? For being an useless, ineffectual party based on performative and clownish antics. And somehow, boom, is going to save the situation for them? I'm not exactly sure. But with that in mind, so after or before or whatever, at the same day, the same time where she was hilariously rejected entry from the ICE facility by that absolute legend Now Maxine Waters, like the bitter seether she is, stands outside this federal facility and is just verbally harassing the National Guard, right? She's just like, screw you guys, this is so bad. And once again, Democrats, I want to ask the question how this 86-year-old geriatric engaging in this nonsense is a good look for you, right? Somehow they think, by the way, rioting, I think on a bigger picture, but nonetheless, check it out for yourself.
Yeah, what are you going to do? You going to shoot some kid who's afraid of you and run? You going to shoot an elected official? If you shoot me, you better shoot straight. I don't know why you're in my city. You did. The governor was not contacted. This is Trump and his outrageous attempt to not only target our sanctuary city, but to frighten us and intimidate us. This is wrong, and I hope that none of you will use those guns to shoot anybody. There's no reason to shoot anybody. Don't allow them to make your service in a service where you're killing people. Don't do it. Defy them. Don't shoot those guns for anything. Thank you. Thank you.
So as you can see, she's basically there screaming into the void. Like nobody cares. Nobody listens to her. It's kind of funny. Even a lot of the Democrat activists around. I mean, one guy says, thank you. Okay. But a lot of the other people are not even paying attention to Maxine, right? The other activists protesting, they're chanting, they're saying their own things. Nobody cares. Okay. Nobody cares what she has to say. The National Guard are just like, oh God, here this crazy lady goes again. But apparently, guys, this is what, Democrats consider to be political activism. Okay. That's good optics for her, screaming into the void. So with that in mind, the Maxine Waters meltdown will go on here to continue for the next several hours. And I want to show you here, as in a post-interview after, she's fuming about the fact that she got denied in, like Chris Van Hollen. Hey, you want to make an appointment first, no walk-ins. They're not allowing walk-ins by the Congress. Oh, that's authoritarianism. Take a listen here as Maxine Waters fumes about many things, but also largely, I would say, exposes the Democrat Party's actual agenda by stating and demanding here. And this is what it's really about. We know this is what it's really about, right? Demanding that the United States give citizenship to the illegal aliens and rioters currently going out in Los Angeles. Yeah, I mean, that's the plot, don't you say? But check it out.
Stop here where the guns are. I want y'all to take pictures of these guns and let people know that they're in our city with guns, and I'm sure they have orders to shoot and kill. I don't know, but otherwise they wouldn't have guns.
One question, Representative Ms. Waters. If there's one...
Oh, breaking news, guys. Law enforcement or similar people, military, anyone brought to restore order, they carry guns. Maxine Waters is learning this for the first time. Look at that face.
Statement that you call a message that you can send to Donald Trump. What is that message here today?
My message to Donald Trump is you are a cruel human being, and that you're using the poorest people in the land, the most vulnerable people in the land, to promote your politics. You are wrong. We know what this is all about. We have people who are immigrants here who are trying to seek a better living, who've come from places where they have experienced this kind of thing that he's doing here today. People who work every day, people who are paying taxes, who are raising their families.
Wait, but what's the problem? I thought there's no such thing as an S-hole country. Remember that? Remember they got mad at Trump for saying that other countries around the world are you-know-what holes? So what's the issue? I mean, why would they even come here for a better life? I thought America's like a racist, evil dictatorship. So I don't understand on both levels. Why would they leave if the rest of the world is so amazing? And why would they stay here if America's so bad? But anyway.
Supporting education. They should not be treated this way. They should be given an opportunity to tell their story, whom they are, and why they're here, and ask the United States to please do what the Constitution allows us to do, and that is give them consideration for having citizenship here.
Well, yeah, I mean, she just said it right there. She wants to give these people citizenship. So as Democrats try to rebrand themselves, as they try to talk about how, we need to figure out why we lost the election, we need to introspect, we need to do better in the future. Some Democrats are saying we need to re-embrace common sense, we need to become more moderate and all that. Let that be, going into the 2026 midterms, the top shining political statement. You know, she's not the only one, by the way, but you have plenty of Democrat politicians cheering on what was happening in the streets right now, but further saying these people deserve citizenship. So juxtapose that, right? The guy with the Mexican flag burning the cars, you know, burning down the city of Los Angeles. These are hardworking Americans, guys, and they all deserve citizenship. And by the way, the border, same thing, right? That's what the Democrat Party is still to this day about. And it's hilarious how in the couple months, you know, between the election and inauguration, they talk so much about how maybe the party needs to be a little less radical. Maybe even Tim Walz went out and said, maybe you're not a crazy person for actually caring about the border or seeing it as a serious issue. Maybe we should have actually talked about it. It only took a couple months into the thing for them to do a complete 180 and now go back to their old ways. And I don't think people should forget that. Amidst the ridiculousness of the rest of it, right? Oh, I showed up and I didn't get allowed in and I got totally humiliated and I look really stupid, but you know, forgetting all that comical BS aside, there's a very serious point in that. Now, with that said, the lunacy here by Maxine Waters does not end, because in the last video, actually, we covered the way in which the Democrat narrative completely fell apart over the weekend, because we kept being told, right, these are mostly peaceful protests, everything is fine, isolated pockets of violence is not a really big deal. And then we talked about how on Saturday and Sunday night, you had the LAPD police chief, Los Angeles police, going out and saying and admitting actually that it's not fine, right? The situation is out of control. LAPD is overwhelmed. That completely rejects the Democrat Gavin Newsom, etc., Maxine Waters narrative that the National Guard is not necessary, right? They don't need to be there, etc. So in response to all of that, again, LAPD admitting we don't have it under control, which implies, hey, the National Guard is actually, in this case, justified. And yes, the protests you're seeing are not isolated pockets of violence. They're very serious and crazy riots that are, again, here out of control. Maxine Waters goes on CNN to now suggest that the LAPD chief is just making things up, saying there's been no physical violence in the LA riots. No physical violence. I would play the videos as we always do, right, showing the receipts, but I'm going to assume here the CNN B-roll, as you can see on the side of the screen, already does that for me. But nonetheless, okay, here's the quote. There has been no violence where anybody that was protesting hit anybody, shot anybody, threatened anybody. Nothing has happened. Of course, we have the infamous videos, right, of, them throwing rocks at the police cars. You have, of course, the infamous videos of fireworks. Okay, fireworks, rocks, Molotov cocktails. Apparently nothing is happening. No one's even been threatened, guys. No one's even been threatened. You, of course, have like Democrat city councilwoman in Los Angeles threatening ICE. Apparently nothing is real. Because you know why? Maxine Waters, at her 86-year-old geriatric status, apparently forgot it all. But take a listen here to this ridiculous and unhinged interview on CNN that ensues with the ailing grandma herself.
And the LAPD police chief, Jim McDonnell, says the level of violence he's been seeing across Los Angeles, in his word, and I'm quoting him now, is disgusting. Given that, why shouldn't the National Guard be involved?
Well, I was surprised at the way that the police chief was describing all of this. There had been no violence where anybody that was protesting hit anybody, shot anybody, threatened anybody. Nothing had happened. And so he doesn't know what to do, probably, because this is a sanctuary city and the police don't have the authority. All that he's got to do is call to work with the governor. The governor was not even called when he sent in the National Guard. The mayor was not even called. The president is initiating this purposely. He knows what he's doing. If he was, thinking, well, first of all, he started all this with the targeting, all of the migrants in the way that he's doing. And so, if we had people who were working together and cooperating, the governor would have been contacted, the mayor would have been contacted, and they would have said to the police, whatever the sanctuary city is, if we need to undo that at this time so that the police will have the authority, we can do that. But no, the president doesn't want that. He wants to use his power. And I am predicting he will go so far as to create martial law.
I just want to point out, and I'm sure you know this, Congresswoman, there has been some violence in the course of these protests. Some police officers were assaulted and some vehicles were damaged in the process. So there has been some violence out there, right?
Well, the thing about it is you may have people, one or two or a few people, who will not conform. That happens everywhere. That happens in our workplace. There's always someone who does something. But we are saying to people, don't be goaded. Don't be goaded into a confrontation. Don't be goaded into violence, because that's what Trump wants. He wants the violence so that he can send in the military and create martial law. That's what he wants. And if a few people were doing that, I've not heard of anybody being shot. I've not heard of anybody being killed. I've not heard of anybody being beaten. So I don't know what all this so-called violence is all about.
All right, Congresswoman Maxine Waters of California, thanks so much for joining us. And when you get back out there, stay safe. Thank you very much.
Well, Maxine, I'm pretty sure, first of all, that violence can take multiple forms. You know, just because the things you described have not happened yet, even though, unfortunately, it's trending in a certain way, does not mean that nothing has happened at all. Right? That's just pure stupidity. Oh, there's no violence because someone hasn't been unalived yet? What kind of statement even is that, right? But of course, there you have her in the beginning of the interview saying there's no violence, nothing has happened. It's literally what she says, by the way, nothing has happened. She proceeds to go on this blistering rant, seemingly confusing the LA police chief with Donald Trump, or maybe intentionally conflating the two, right? Trying to make the argument it's only like Trump in DC who sees the situation out of control. Because as I said in the last video, that is a severe shot in the heart of the Democrat argument when the Los Angeles police chief, the local officials in the Democrat city and county where this is happening, when even they say it's out of hand, it's not a peaceful protest, et cetera, right? But of course, when confronted by Wolf Blitzer, she's like, look, a few things might be happening, but, it's just nonconformity. Some people won't conform, but it's really not that big a deal. But Trump's going to do martial law, guys. Okay. So, while other Democrats like Gavin Newsom, as we talked about in the last video, have already moved on from this argument, right? They're no longer saying that it's peaceful, it's violent. Maxine Waters, at 86 years old, is a little geriatric, a little bit slow. She hasn't really gotten the memo yet in terms of party messaging. So, she's still saying on... as after everything that's happened, she's still saying it's peaceful, even as CNN's abandoned it. The whole party, they're now shifting to saying, yes, it's violent, but it's Trump's fault. Not Maxine Waters, right? She's about 80,000 years behind. Nonetheless, you can see at the moment she appears to be having a total mental breakdown, as reported by Sarah Fields. Maxine Waters is actively hiding replies on her official government account. Her account is considered, because it's a public account, a public forum under the First Amendment. The Supreme Court has clarified the First Amendment restrictions on blocking or deleting comments apply when a public official is using their social media in an official capacity, which, as you can see here, right, that is the case of Maxine Waters. She's using her House Judicial, not her personal Twitter or X account, but the official government one, right? And blocking people, hiding people's comments, as you can see right here, right? That's been a thing that's exposed, as Sarah Fields points out. So apparently, after everything you saw on Sunday, where she was widely mocked, criticized, and ridiculed, they want to shut it down, right? They want to censor the talk of Maxine Waters being a complete idiot. Not sure that's going to work, guys. I would have to venture to guess here. A ton of people basically saw through exactly what it was, and yeah. Even the Democrat activists next to you in the video we showed earlier, we're not taking you seriously when you tried to storm into the federal facility, and then we're like, phew. Anyways, nonetheless, though, continuing the trend here, and hilariously, despite the way in which she utterly humiliated herself, it would appear here today, guys, that Maxine Waters has actually inspired a number of copycats, right? Similar types of these like performative, ridiculous antics where you try to break into a building and they tell you can't come in, and then you say, oh, I'm being persecuted for this. Because a group of Democrat members of Congress just today at an ICE facility in California, led by Representative Judy Chu out of California's 28th District, tried to do the exact same thing, and watch as they completely melt down over a single chain lock, as you can see at the bottom there, a single chain lock on a gate. Okay, so as if the first time around they didn't look stupid, take a look at what they're doing now.
I am here at the Adelanto detention center, along with Congressmember Gil Cisneros and Congressmember Derek Tran, we have the right to conduct oversight of this detention facility. But as soon as we drove up, they actually put this lock on this gate and on that lock so that we could not even get in and exercise our lawful duty. That's not right.
These people can't even be real, right? They put a chain link on the fence. They lock the fence at a facility. Oh no! This is unlawful, guys. This is authoritarianism. Aren't you all so scared? Look at that chain link. It has chains and links and everything. This is Project 2025. This is what the MAGA Republicans are trying to do to America. Oh, utterly ridiculous. This video might actually be more ridiculous than Maxine Waters. Because at least Maxine Waters made an attempt, okay? These just tough, warrior fighter Democrats, they show up here, they see a single chain link. They don't even think to ask or call someone, hey, can we come in? No, none of that, They're just, they're skies. Democrat Party 2025, stopped by a single chain, as you can see. Really locked it so well, by the way. This is authoritarianism. This is what authoritarianism looks like right here. See that chain? See the links? Chain and link. You can't spell authoritarianism without chain and link. You can, but well, let's think of something there, right? They're so ridiculous. So yeah, glad to, I guess that's a silver lining, right? Maxine Waters is indeed inspiring a trend of Democrat politicians to humiliate themselves even more, make themselves look more stupid, and I'm all here for it. Okay, it's entertaining to say the least. One of the most ridiculous videos I've ever seen. All right, with that said though, guys, let me know your thoughts on all of this in the comment section down below. Be sure to leave a like on this video, subscribe if you are new, and until next time, God bless and peace.
We have a perfect image representation of today's Democrat Party and the American left right here on the screen next to me, of course. And this is kind of the image of the weekend, isn't it? A rioter waving the Mexican flag, standing on top of a destroyed car as flames shoot into the sky in downtown Los Angeles. Only in this country is an image like this even possible. Pure visceral hate for a country that's simply trying to impose fundamental immigration laws after 4 years of lunacy. Illegal immigrants with this much audacity to be a part of these protests. I don't know who this man is. Might very well be a citizen, might not. But we do know illegals have been partaking in this as well. It makes you wonder, if you love your homeland so much, if you're running around with Mexican flags, why are you in the United States? Just go home. If it's so wonderful, go home. If you hate it here so much, go home. But oh yeah, you came from a cartel-controlled hellscape with less welfare goodies, and that's why a lot of the noisy ones right now are here in the first place. They'd rather stay and ruin our country. Imagine a nation so drunk on guilt that it allows this kind of activity, that it sits back and watches this. In no other place except for here, probably the UK and France, the other white guilt nations, are you gonna see stuff like this go on and watch everybody just stand back and watch. You let millions of people pour into the country, you mandate zero assimilation, and then you get this. This is the thank you that we get. And then we have our media giving them glowing coverage as they riot and burn our second largest city while waving their native flags. Nowhere else would you see something like this. Try doing this in the countries that these people came from. Good luck. Burning cars. Look at this video here. Throwing stones. That's either ICE or local authorities. That's probably federal. Looks like a Suburban. Look at that. Smashing the back gate open. They're throwing rocks. No reaction to this at all. Look at this video. This is in the United States in our second largest city. How are you going to let this go on? We're begging foreigners to come in, drain our resources, and tell us how much they hate our country while demanding to stay here. And the media, as they cover this, has absolutely humiliated itself with the coverage of it. Take a look.
The reality is we see peaceful protests launching in Los Angeles.
Let's start with there's protest, lawful protest, which is allowed in this country.
No, I don't think the National Guard is needed now. Things in LA are calm.
The unrest is isolated, is not overtaking the entire city of LA.
If you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation.
Demonstrations have been going on right outside the Federal Detention Center. Most of those demonstrations were very peaceful.
I can't even, there's no words for any of this. But realize that they've done all of this on purpose. Everything that you're seeing right now is part of a plan. The whole point is to decimate any sense of conservative nationalism in this country, any pride in this country, any idea that America really is a country and not just a globalist slush fund. That's what this is all about. The left on a mission to destroy the country that you know by exploiting the vulnerabilities of a free country. They dump millions of people into your country illegally, and then they screamed asylum, which is just nonsense. Now it's time to reverse it. The American people mandated a reversal of this. Trump still is on the upside on immigration on this issue. People want these people out of the country, and they're screaming it's fascist to do it. To prevent suicidal migration, which is exactly what it is, Stephen Miller's term, preventing that is fascism. And of course, this is a Marxist tactic. Allege something awful like fascism while they are engaging in something even more awful, which is exactly what they're doing. They're destroying the country. It's fascist to stop the destruction of your country. You need a bulldozer to level something like this, something as toxic as this is. And our bulldozer is called Donald Trump.
When they spit at people, you know, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit, and worse, you know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military.
Yeah. And they'll call him dangerous and escalatory and tyrannical for this. He's getting slammed every which way for the way that he's talked about this. They opened the borders for 4 years. They dumped millions of people into the country, and then they defunded police. And now we see their warriors throwing bricks at the heads of agents who are attempting to bring normal immigration policies back to a first world country. The same kind of policies every first world country has. The illegals being arrested in California. Just some of the examples. We have robbers, we have drug dealers, killers, wife beaters, and rapists. And bricks are being thrown at the men and women out there, removing these people from our society. Our brick to the head is Trump, who's sending a contingent of 700 Marines in to handle this tonight in Southern California, because frankly, this requires a fight. Because enough fear of suppressing protests, as Mark Milley once told us we'd have to worry about. Let's just let them burn the whole damn country down. We can't suppress these protests. This is not a protest. These are domestic enemies trying to kill immigration officers in Southern California, dressed up as Marxist Antifa anarchists, throwing weapons, fireworks, like powerful fireworks, rocks, throwing rocks as hard as they can at their cars and at their bodies. We're going to be afraid of offending the protesters? Of infringing on the First Amendment? This isn't the First Amendment. These people are trying to kill people. And the lunatics running California refuse to admit that they lost control of their state long ago. Karen Bass, awful. Gavin Newsom, awful. Claiming Trump is escalating peaceful protests. This is coordinated. This is bought and paid for. This is summer 2020 all over again. If you don't get tough on this, you're going to have it in every major city before you know it. Probably will anyways. In the next couple of days, let's see where it spins up tonight. Because again, they dump all of that dark money, all of that Soros money gets funded into all the pockets of the people that control this stuff, and all of a sudden you have it everywhere. You're under the illusion that it's organic. It's not. It's money. These are the people, these are the factions trying to destroy the country. A lot of it comes from outside of the country, a lot of it comes from within. There's a lot of people in this country that hate it. And then you get milquetoast California Republican Rick Caruso, the guy who managed to lose to Karen Bass in 2022, tweeting out that there is no emergency, widespread violence or out of control violence in Los Angeles. Absolutely no danger that justifies deployment of the National Guard, military, or other federal force to the streets, saying that local law enforcement is capable of handling the situation. So this is what the lame Republican in California that can't win puts out there. And he says this just hours after the LA police chief said this.
This violence that I've seen is disgusting.
It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing.
We are overwhelmed from the LA police chief. So for Mr. Caruso, if you want to win an election in California, this is not the time to pull a punch in a moment like this. Don't be so desperate to not offend the liberals at your country club. You got no cops in LA. Half per capita of what Chicago has. They don't have any police. They don't want police in California. They want this. Meanwhile, Gavin Newsom is literally begging to be arrested, He is so desperate to be arrested by Trump and by the feds for impeding federal law enforcement and concealing illegal immigration in his state. He can't wait for it to happen. He's trying to make it happen. He's trying to will it into action. He wants to be the next LaMonica McIver and the other fools at the ICE facility in Jersey last month, because getting arrested for the left is now a badge of honor. And Gavin Newsom is looking at the 2028 Democrat primary, which is going to have 10 people in it, and he's going to need some street cred. So take a listen.
The fear, the horror, the hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me, let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community, I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up, they need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me.
Grifter. Awful person, too. Awful. Destroyed his state. And then, it becomes fashionable to not live in hell. And so he starts running around cleaning up trash and implementing common sense policy, as he has over the last 6 months. Who's the new Gavin Newsom? He has no political identity. He is a frickin' windsock, nothing more. Trump responded to him earlier today.
Gavin Newsom he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I was Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it's a great thing. He's done a terrible job. Look. I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. Everybody knows. All you have to do is look at the little railroad he's building. It's about 100 times over budget. We're putting a flagpole over there. Under budget. I always do under budget.
The flagpole, where, by the way, Trump went over today and spent like 5 minutes talking to the guys that are installing the flagpole, which was funny. Gavin Newsom. Imagine the Gavin Newsom mugshot, the amount of makeup and hair. He would have a Vogue photo shoot if he ever got arrested. There'd be 50 cameras. They're screaming tyrant over this threat to make arrests of people like Gavin Newsom and the people that have harbored all these illegals for so many years. They think it's the scariest thing they've ever heard. Remember a year ago when Trump was charged with like 90 BS felony charges? They're as fake as so much of the outrage that they're manufacturing over deportations that most Americans voted for, by the way. 54% of Americans support mass deportations. 54%. We've dumped millions of people into our American cities illegally. Everyone knew this was going to be a messy process, but this kind of outrage, none of this is organic. It's being manufactured. It's the same people every time. It's the same bottom 2% of society. These are all the losers. Got fired from Starbucks. They got the pro-Hamasis in there too. Look at the keffiyehs. Whatever's fashionable in that moment, here they are. Give them $50 and they'll light everything on fire. They don't care. More interesting is the head of one of the biggest unions in the country is now engaged in this. Why is Becky Pringle screaming against sensible immigration policy at a political rally?
We the people! We the people! We the people! Yes! All of us have that right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of justice!
Yeah, that's the head of a massive political union, or a massive union, I should say, that is very political. I thought unions were here to protect the wages and the jobs of Americans that belong to the union. So now it's this. What is this? Well, it's cultural Marxism. This is what we're watching, and it's nothing more than that. Nothing more. A desperate attempt to continue devolving this country, rip it to pieces, and rebuild it in their image. And it all makes sense when you think about it from that perspective. You know, everybody's reporting the same stories, the same spin. You turn the channel, it's always the same. But not us. We're different. We report the real news. No spin, just the facts. Turn to us, and you won't turn back.
Tune in to Rob Schmidt tonight on Newsmax.
Our border policy is a joke. So is anybody surprised that south of the border they're laughing at us? Every night, thousands of these parasites stream across the border like some piñata exploded. It's about decent, hard-working Americans falling through the cracks and getting the shaft because their government cares more about the constitutional rights of a bunch of people who aren't even citizens of this country. And this isn't something that's going on far away. This isn't something that's happening places we can't do anything about it. It's happening right here.
Well, this country's becoming a haven for criminals, so what do you expect?
What's up, guys? It's Benny. The moment we saw the riots pop off in LA, we knew that this time around it was going to be different, and so did the AI. The AI perfectly describing what is happening right now as President Trump has deployed thousands of active duty Marines to retake Los Angeles. The battle for Los Angeles is on, and it's long overdue, frankly. Look at these scenes. This isn't somewhere on the front lines of Ukraine. This isn't somewhere in Gaza. This is allegedly inside of the first world American city of LA, but it is indistinguishable from the third world because we've allowed so many third world criminal aliens to come here and destroy it. Always boggles the mind why people would flee Mexico based on an asylum claim, come here, gorge off of our welfare state, attack our police officers and small businesses and Americans, behave like total degenerate criminals and thugs, which they are, and then get upset when we deport them back to the same country of the flag that they are waving. Doesn't make any sense to me. Look at what they were doing to the LAPD cop cars yesterday, Highway State Patrol for California. Either way, California cop cars. This is how Gavin Newsom allows his state's law enforcement to be treated. They just pulled up rocks and hurled them. Look at them hurling giant rocks. You could kill somebody. You really, truly, it's a miracle that somebody wasn't, that an officer wasn't worse injured in this horrible insurrection, which is exactly what it is. Gavin Newsom, knowing it's an insurrection, President Trump called it an insurrection. The back and forth between these two is quite remarkable right now.
Problem are professional agitators, they're insurrectionists, they're bad people, they should be in jail. Thank you.
President Trump saying the insurrectionists should be in jail. Gavin Newsom saying, leave Brittany alone.
Get your hands off these poor people. They're just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes. Been here 10 years. The fear, the horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
He's saying, Tom Homan, arrest me. Gavin Newsom saying, Tom Homan, arrest me, because Tom Homan saying, I'm going to arrest Democrat politicians that stand in my way. And President Trump giving this expression today at the White House saying, make my day.
He's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing. He's done a terrible job. Look, I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. Everybody knows. All you have to do is look at the little railroad he's building. It's about 100 times over budget. We're putting a flagpole over there. Under budget. I always do under budget.
Donald Trump saying, yeah, why not? You know what? Hey, sure. I wouldn't mind. Trump says I would arrest Gavin Newsom after California governor dares border czar to cuff him. Border czar. ladies and gentlemen, it looks like a challenge, and the Trump administration is up for that. President Trump unleashed on Gavin Newsom. He's done a terrible job, grossly incompetent. These people are causing problems. They're paid agitators. They're paid insurrectionists. They need to go to jail. Well, the president's administration is taking no time in sending them.
They're coming out. They're coming out. They're coming out. Watch out. Fuck you.
Ooh, that's how you disperse a crowd. Here we go. Want to see some FAFO, the anti-ICE rider in LA, press law enforcement on stilts and ate it. Look at this. Jeez. Well, that's one way to go down. Jeez, unbelievable. Gavin Newsom getting really upset because James Wood shared a post from the city getting burned down in 2020. Gavin Newsom thinks it's an own to say this video is from 2020. Can you believe this? Yeah, you've been good at destroying the state for a decade. Thanks a lot for taking the bait. This video is from a different horrific failure of mine. No, this is from a different time when leftist militants were torching police cars, and I sat back and cheered them on. Wow, you really dunked on us, Governor. Good one. Well, no more dunking, ladies and gentlemen. The dunking is over because Northcom has issued a statement. Northern Command is saying, we're sending in the real Marines to fix this problem. Northern Command Public Affairs, U.S. Northern Command has activated a Marine Infantry Battalion, placed on alert status this weekend. Approximately 700 Marines, 2 battalions, 7th Marines, 1st Division, seamlessly integrate into the Title 10 forces, Task Force 51, protecting federal personnel and federal property in the greater Los Angeles area. The activation of the Marines is intended to provide Task Force 51 with adequate numbers of forces to provide continuous coverage of the area. So good luck, ladies and gentlemen. Task Force 51 is comprised of 2,100 National Guard soldiers, 700 active duty Marines. Bro, you've called in the Marines. Here's SecDef. Due to the increased threat to federal law enforcement, federal buildings, 700 active duty Marines from Camp Pendleton are being deployed to Los Angeles to restore order. We have an obligation to defend federal law enforcement officers, even if Gavin Newsom will not. Ooh, it's getting spicy. Imagine being a Marine and finally getting to defend your homeland instead of somebody else's. That's a take. That is quite a take. He must be thinking about other women. Him, deploy the Marines to LA. And how do I sign up for the Marines? Right? U.S. Marines have served honorably across multiple wars to defend democracy. Those are heroes. They shouldn't be deployed on American soil, facing their own countrymen to fulfill a deranged fantasy of a dictatorial president. This is un-American. No, it was un-American. Look at the photo. Look at the photo of this jackass. No, this is un-American, you dumb bastard. Like burning a city to the ground, torching a city to the ground, hurling giant stones to kill cops, covering your faces with masks in order to commit crimes in a lawless hellscape Gotham that was created that should have been paradise on earth. LA was paradise on earth like 50 years ago, descended into absolute chaos. This is what Gavin Newsom says is a peaceful protester. There you go. Hegseth is activating the Marines. Video footage of Marines roughing up the illegals would send recruitment through the roof. Marines going to LA. We're here to F shit up. Don't worry, California. The Marines are mostly peaceful too. Oh boy. Yikes. If Trump deploys the Marines to Los Angeles, I will be suffocating under all of the voted for this medals I'll be wearing. Voted for it. If we can't send the Marines to reclaim our own country, we shouldn't have Marines in the military at all. That's exactly right. I don't care if they send 500 Marines or 100,000 troops, whatever it takes to stop the communist uprising. Do not back down. Well, Gavin Newsom's getting arrested. I guess we could arrest Hillary, right? You could probably do you could do the lock her up thing, right? Isn't she inciting here? Isn't this a call to incitement? Isn't that what they tried to arrest Trump for? California Governor Newsom didn't request National Guard deployed in his state following peaceful demonstrations. Isn't that amazing how they do this? These are the peaceful demonstrations, right? Got it. Trump sent them away. Trump sent them anyway. This is the first time in 60 years a president has made that choice. Trump's goal isn't to keep California safe. His goal is to cause chaos. Chaos is good for Trump. Really? Why'd your comments locked, Hillary? Okay. President Trump is sending the Marines. It's an awesome thing. We support it. Like, share, and subscribe if you support it. It's your boy Benny. See you.
That's what you get when you protest in Tampa, Florida. You get countered with MAGA patriots showing up, shouting out, if you love Mexico so much, then go back. Go back. If you love Mexico, go back. And you're fat, too. That's how you do it, gang. And that's exactly what we're seeing in the polls. We predicted... You don't have to be you don't have to be an astute political observer to have predicted this. But we predicted it this morning. This was the last fight on the planet that the Democrats wanted. It was only going to end up strengthening Trump and his mass deportation efforts, and we got the receipts to prove it. Greetings, everyone. It is live stream Monday night. Great to have every single one of you here. As we always do on our Monday nights, we're going to move our lively discussion of all things culture and politics over to our exclusive censorship-free virtual platform. There's so much to talk about tonight. Obviously, we got news of 500 Marines that have just landed in L.A. We got the Democrats and the legacy media in total disarray. Apparently, the Minnesota State House may have just flipped because one of their state lawmakers admitted to being an illegal migrant. They can't, this is just incredible. They can't, but they are playing right into President Trump's hands. You could not script this better. We've got tons of stuff to chat about. So if you want to join us over at our exclusive virtual platform for some sweet fellowship and some awesome scholarly discussion, just scan this QR code, or you could click on the link in the description below for a very small, modest monthly fee. You're going to have access to all of our exclusive Q&As, exclusive content, exclusive conversations and meetups with yours truly. You get access to all of our exclusive offers. So click the link click the link in the description below, or scan the QR code on the screen to become a member of the Courageous Patriots Club, where thousands of us gather together each and every single week to restore the pillars of faith, family, and freedom as we usher in a new conservative age. We will head on over there momentarily. But first, Rasmussen, one of the most accurate pollsters in 2024, our good friend Mark Mitchell of Rasmussen, is showing a Trump Sunday surge. That's what Rich Barris over at the People's Pundit is calling it. He's got his own polling that we'll show you in a moment. Within hours of the start of the riots and the deployment of the National Guard, according to Rasmussen, Trump's approval shot up to 54%. 54.49%. Rich Barris, the single most accurate pollster of 2024, is seeing the exact same thing on his program Inside the Numbers today with Robert Barnes. His polling showed Trump surging by 5 points on Sunday, and his disapproval collapsed. Now, Rich has not published the numbers yet, so I'll just give them to you based on what he reported today on his program. But yesterday, Sunday, he found that Trump's disapproval numbers dropped from 40% to 30.3%. These are those who strongly disapprove of Trump. From 40 to 30.3. It was a near 10-point drop. His strongly approved, those who are diehard all for him, rose from the low 20s to nearly 30%. So there is basically parity between those who strongly disapprove and those who strongly approve. And another 24% somewhat approve. So approval numbers are aggregates of those who strongly approve and those who somewhat approve. They certainly don't disapprove. So overall approval is almost the same as Rasmussen. Rasmussen has 54%. Baris has 53.1%. Again, these are two of the most accurate pollsters of 2024. So Trump's combined disapproval, according to Baris, his combined disapproval, those who, Micah, what are you doing? I'm this little guy that keeps coming in. He's like a little mouse. His combined disapproval, so that's those who strongly disapprove and those who somewhat disapprove, is only 40.7%. Total approval, 53%. Total disapproval, 40%. Gang, that is a double-digit approval margin. That is huge. This is like January levels here, okay? And again, it's not hard to see why. Trump literally could not have scripted this better. I mean, think about it. Think about what kind of political opposition could possibly believe that their winning issue would be siding with illegal migrants. What planet do these people live on? To think siding with illegal migrants is a win, and not just siding with illegal migrants, but siding with illegal migrants who are protesting our country with flags of their countries of origin that they refuse to go back to. Right now, as we speak, Governor Gavin Newsom, as Trump calls him, Newsom, Happy Hands Newsom. Happy Hands Newsom has made himself completely unelectable at a national level. He is in the process of blowing up in real time his entire political future. The burning of those autonomous cars, those self-driving cars, is a perfect symbol of Happy Hands Newsom's political future. His state, may I remind you, Baris was talking about this earlier today. His state, California, was one of two solid blue states that swung way over to Trump back in November. Trump won over 40% of the vote in California and flipped a number of counties, right? He flipped San Bernardino County. He flipped Orange County. He flipped Fresno. Literally a half a dozen counties that were all blue in 2020 turned red in November. Not a single county went the other way. Not a single California county flipped from red to blue. Not one. And the other state, by the way, is Jersey. Jersey came within 6 of voting for Trump. And both of them swung largely because of the Latino vote. The Latino vote is a radically anti-illegal migrant vote. It's the exact opposite of what we were told in 2008 and 2012 and 2016 for that matter. The Latino vote is absolutely pro border security and mass deportations, precisely because the Latino community is the community that is most adversely affected by that illegal migration. We saw the same pattern, by the way, with border counties in Texas, like Starr County. Starr County, 98% Latino. It voted Democrat in every single presidential election for 100 years, voted Trump in November. First time in a century it shifted from blue to red. And why? Because it's a border county, because they're seeing it. They saw it over the last 4 years, 12 million migrants in 4 years, illegal migrants in 4 years. 12 million, 3 million a year, 250,000 a month, 8,000 illegal border crossings a day. They've had it. This is the pattern that we're seeing all over the country. In doubling down on defending illegal migrants, to which we have to ask the Democrats, I'm sorry, how many more illegal migrants do you want in the country? We've had 12 million over the course of 4 years. How many more do you want? How many more? Another million? In a year? 2 million? 3 million in a year? In doubling down on defending illegal migrants, the Democrats are politically destroying themselves. Open borders is no longer it's never been a viable political position. Never. Just look at Europe. Why do you think the populist right is surging in Europe? It's because the populations of Europe want their borders secured. I think, from what we've been seeing now over the weekend, I think there's a natural disgust. I'll call it a disgust towards foreigners coming into our nation and then protesting against it, let alone flying the flags of the very countries they're dead set against returning. My wife, many of you know, my wife is an immigrant, born and raised in Japan. She first came here for college. And she often told me how uncomfortable she was around other foreign students studying at the same music conservatory we went to, who would start bashing the United States. And I saw it myself. I saw a number of students from Europe, for example, who came here to the United States and then started bashing our country, that it should be more like Europe. And she was like, if it's so bad here, why are you here in the United States? She recognized that. She thought it was stupid. Why are you here then? And of course, the obvious answer was because this nation had so many more opportunities for those foreign students than their own home countries that they had left. So it would certainly behoove them to show at least a little appreciation and gratitude to the nation that afforded them these opportunities. And by the way, many of them ended up staying here permanently in the United States because of the job opportunities after college. And to make it even worse, if we were to go to their foreign countries, right, if we were to go to their countries of origin, the very countries that, for example, in this case, these protesters and rioters are coming from, if we did the same thing in their countries, if we protested against their governments as foreigners, we'd be arrested and deported. Article 33 of the Mexican Constitution expressly forbids foreigners from engaging in the country's political affairs. Participation in political activities, including protests, results in detention and deportation by Mexican authorities. So I think there is a natural disgust with the utter contemptible hypocrisy of foreigners coming into our country and then not just protesting our country, but actually waving a bunch of flags in nations they think is cruel to deport them back to. And what do the Democrats do? What did every Democrat governor in the nation do yesterday? They sided with those foreign flag waving protesters. They sided with those who were supposedly exercising their right to protest, including foreigners and many illegals waving Mexican flags and Palestinian flags. And I made this argument earlier today. The only ones who weren't offended by this are those who see open borders as reparations. They believe that America's success and power comes largely from exploiting the very countries that these migrants are fleeing from. And so for Democrats, when they see them waving these Mexican flags, for them, that's a sign of victory, of victims vanquishing their historical conquerors. And so open borders allow them to pillage us in a manner comparable to how we supposedly pillaged them. Now, Michael Schellenberger pointed out something very interesting in a video today. As far as these liberal elites are concerned, were these rioters to engage in their car-burning antics in their posh gated neighborhoods, those rioters would all be arrested. Again, shall I take you down memory lane? Does anyone recall Martha's Vineyard? So what happened in Martha's Vineyard a couple of summers ago? You remember that? 80% of Martha's Vineyard's residents voted for open borders in 2020 and again in 2024. And yet, when those open borders came to their own posh backyards, what did they do? When Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, remember this, sent upwards about 50 migrants to Martha's Vineyard, what did they do? They called out the National Guard. You cannot make this stuff up. They called the National Guard. Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker relocated the migrants to the Joint Base Cape Cod military facility, and the National Guard helped facilitate the logistics. So the embarrassment in that is that there is clearly here a two-tier system. If you torch a car in Martha's Vineyard, you're going to be arrested. The neighbors are going to demand that law enforcement take care of you immediately. But you torch a car in downtown or inner city LA or Minneapolis, that's suddenly a legitimate protest that law enforcement would only end up unnecessarily escalating. And Schellenberger nails it. This two-tiered enforcement is not progressive, it's segregation. It's good old-fashioned segregation by another name. And it's in this framework that hardworking families, we're talking blue-collar families that play by the rules and pay their taxes and obey the law, they are the ones who are ultimately getting hurt by this double standard of justice being enforced on them by the modern-day Democrat Party. And God bless them, the working class is turning against them. Latinos are turning against the Democrats. Black men are turning against the Democrats. Asians are turning against the Democrats. Again, like I said, California is turning right. Jersey is turning right. The Rio Grande is turning right. We could not have possibly scripted a more clueless, self-destructive opposition. And now it is time for Trump and the Republicans to dominate politics for a generation. Over to you guys. Over to you. I know we got tons to talk about. I'm ranting. I'm sorry. There's so much to say, but I want to hear from you tonight as we chat away. Micah, do you want to give us some instructions on how we get? You were sneaking in there like a little mouse or something, coming in and out.
Yeah, I'm having some technical difficulties with the camera, but hopefully the audio is clear. Hopefully the video is clear.
It's all clear, man. Sounded
Awesome.
good. Sounded good.
Yeah, tried to sneak in. I was trying to test some stuff. It was throwing me off. It's fine.
Real protester. I thought you were about to burn a car or something.
Yeah, trying to get my FaceTime. Man, it's just been, I mean, even just listening to you talk right now, it's amazing to think of Gavin Newsom even attempting to run for president, which he might still try, but with all the bashing he's been getting on Twitter, I mean, I don't know if you saw this interaction with James Woods, who we had the pleasure of meeting in Vegas
in
last
Vegas,
week.
yeah.
I was able to get a picture with him. I approached him as like a Hercules fan, as he's the voice for Hades. But I mean, this dude is taking down Gavin Newsom. It was amazing. So we had this chain where James Woods posted a picture, said, if I hear one more leftist shill in mainstream media utter the words peaceful protest, I'll throw up. Gavin Newsom says, this video is from 2020. And then everyone's like, yeah, you did this in 2022. This is not an own. This is a terrible look for you. That 4 years ago, we had the exact same thing going on in California.
Yeah.
So it was amazing. I was just scrolling through X today. Just absolutely, this probably came at the worst possible time for Democrats after they got their first, quote unquote win with Elon and Trump. Just what was that, like 2 months ago? That feels like forever ago.
Yeah,
it's amazing. So we got a bunch of questions from you guys to get through, and if you would like to ask Dr. Steve any question, we have our uncensored Q&A where you will join our private live stream and you will send in your questions. And the price on this, guys, first of all, the value is absolutely amazing. You get to ask as many questions as you like. You don't have to send in a super chat, and you're not giving YouTube any money because YouTube did demonetize this channel. So why would you want to give them money? But you can support the channel fully by clicking on that QR or scanning that QR code, clicking on the link below, and you can join the private live stream where you can ask as many questions as you'd like to Dr. Steve. We also have a call-in section that we'll be showing one of our callers later in the show. So for only 33 cents a day, and that's $10 a month, but 33 cents a day, you get to ask as many questions as you like. We have Q&As every Monday night and every Friday morning. So click on that link below or scan that QR code, and we're going to have some test questions from our loyal trolley troublemakers, as they have deemed themselves to be. It's their given name now. We did not choose that. They chose that for themselves. But that is our Courageous Patriots Club, or the Turley Troublemaker Lounge, I guess. So we have a question from one of those troublemakers, Richard Maynard. Dr. Steve, do you think the deployment of troops to LA might trigger a 1970 Kent State protest situation?
So that is a concern as to the way that they've been structuring the hierarchy, the troop hierarchy, as it were. Is you've got ICE who are doing the raids, then you have the National Guard who are protecting ICE, and then you have Los Angeles law enforcement basically standing in between the crowds, the protesters, the rioters, and National Guard. Now, because the violence got out of hand, now apparently 500 to 700 Marines are coming to make sure to be able to keep the peace. So the concern is that, because National Guard is carrying real guns, they're not carrying, they're not carrying the non-lethal rubber bullets. Those are lethal bullets. And same with Marines. Marines don't carry paint guns. So the fundamental difference, however, is that Kent State, if you recall, and even to a certain extent, George Floyd, appeared to be righteous causes. One was Vietnam, and the other one was a black man who appeared to have been basically murdered by an overzealous cop. So at least you could sell the nation that your cause was just, even if it, regardless of whether it was or not. Dude, this is a non-starter. These are people who are trying to double down on the moral high ground of defending people who are here illegally and then who fly the flags of the nations they left and then declare it cruel to have them sent back to the very nations they're celebrating in protest. So it's absurd. It's insane. And all the polls show nobody's with them on this. This is the very definition of an 80-20 issue. So I would say that is a clear difference. Something could happen. There could be, God forbid, there could be some casualties. among the protesters and rioters, things could get really hot and violent. There certainly were a number of deaths during the BLM riots. Obviously, we had the Ashley Babbitt horrific tragedy on J6. So yeah, things can happen, no question. But is this going to have the kind of mass blowback against law enforcement the way Kent State did, or the way, at least at the beginning, the BLM riots did? No way, because the cause is not even remotely just.
Great question, Richard. If you guys do have super chats on YouTube and you don't want, we are accepting super chats, but we would love if you would click on that link below and join us and become a member of our Courageous Patriots Club, become a Turley Troublemaker, and ask as many questions as you'd like. Like Richard is a member of the club and a troublemaker, and a very active one, and participating, giving us great questions like that. We've got a great one from Troublemaker Core ROT5, all out of order. He changes his name every time, but this is ROT Core. I wonder what Jake Carville is going to have to say about the past week. Got any guesses, Dr. Steve?
I brought James. I think it was James Carville. Louisiana. Wow. The Raging Cajun. Well, it is interesting because he did say in 2024 that if the Democrats lose in November, you could blame it on Israel. And what he was referring to is the civil war that erupted between pro-Palestinian progressives and pro-Israeli liberals on our college campuses across the country, something very comparable to what happened in '68 before the last Democrat Chicago convention. And he just thought it was splitting the party, and it was a lose-lose, no-win situation. I would assume if he's even remotely with it, I mean, he's getting up there and seems to be losing it half the time. If he's even remotely with it, he would say the same thing here. Now, keep in mind, he has made comments before that this was a righteous issue, like trying to bring Garcia back home and freeing him, not necessarily trying him, but freeing him so they could go back to being the Maryland man he was before he was so wrongfully deported. I mean, he believed in that. He thought this was a righteous cause for the Democrats to double down on. But again, the polling is just, every objective metric shows this is a total loser for the Democrats. This is the very definition of an 80-20 issue. And again, they're losing the Rio Grande, they're losing California, they're losing New Jersey. They're losing voters. They're losing Latinos. Latinos are some of the most pro border security votes, as well as blacks, particularly black men, not so much black women, but black men, especially black men. I believe it was under 50, are very, very prone to being extremely pro border security. Because again, they're inordinately affected in terms of entry-level position jobs. And when illegal migrants are taking all your jobs for, making half what you are required to make by minimum wage laws, making half of that or not even a third of that with under the table wages. I mean, it drives wages down. And it increases unemployment at entry level job positions. So there's a lot of cross voting demographic opposition to illegal migrants. No major demographic is defending it. So yeah, if he's smart, he'll tell the Democrats, guys, do what you possibly. I mean, again, the fundamental question is, how many more illegals do you want in the country? How many more? I mean, I guess they make the argument, our nation's stronger for, okay, so what, another 12 million? Or you have another 12 million illegals? Just like with Biden over 4 years, 3 million a year. Is that what you want? 8,000 a day, 250,000 a month. That's what you want. So, make them fess up.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. And, it is just crazy to go back to what I said right before that question about Elon and Trump having this little feud, and all the Democrats kind of taking a victory lap. And then the ultimate, all eyes of the nation go from this spat between Elon and Trump to these super predictable LA riots, and the Democrats cannot help but fall over themselves to defend every 20%, every 10% issue, rather than just acknowledge that they are on the wrong side of this. It is absolutely incredible. So James Carville he would have no answer. I'm sure he'll say he's going to keep his head down because that was his idea, to just keep your head down. They can't. It's like hearing a whistle on the other side of no man's land and sticking your head out like, oh, I got to see what that is. What's going on? It's just every time shooting fish in a barrel right now. We're gonna have one more question, and I thought this was pretty relevant to something I saw on X today. But it's from MK. Who do you think would make a good Veep electorally for Vance in 2028?
Electorally, that's it. Well, I mean, because a lot of people are already, the rumblings are Vance Rubio. But now Florida is a deep, solid red state. We're talking by plus 14 at this point. Remember, it was still a purple state in 2020. So it is stunning how it has shifted. No question. COVID turned it red. I'd have to think it would have to be a solid MAGA person, and Rubio is definitely proving his bona fides on that. JD's incredibly solid. A Trump heir, like a Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump. There was a time, there's a lot of talk of Ivanka, but she's since receded from politics. They're not really bringing anything to the table electorally. I mean, JD is awesome in and of himself, being from Ohio, and he's Appalachia through and through. Pennsylvania's 80% Appalachia. So you put JD there, that is going to be almost a guaranteed Ohio. Well, he's getting Ohio no matter what, but almost guaranteed Pennsylvania. And just the trends in Pennsylvania's the new Ohio. It's moving red. And where Pennsylvania goes, Wisconsin, Michigan almost always follow. Every once in a while, there's a little bit of a split. But if Democrats lose Pennsylvania, it's over. We don't even need Wisconsin and Michigan. So JD definitely. JD electoral. Whose vice president would be to complement that? I have to think that one through.
Well, I saw this great tweet today, or post on X. Oh, not this one. Where did it go? There it is. Be right back. And this is kind of what you were saying earlier. Be right back. Going to sneak into Mexico illegally, get welfare benefits and free healthcare, wave an American flag, burn the Mexican flag, throw rocks at cops, burn vehicles, and then say the Mexican president is a fascist for trying to stop.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah. It just literally makes. I mean, these are the same people who will tell you that biological males competing in women's sports is fair. These are the same people who told you for 4 years that Joe Biden was physically and cognitively fit to be president. These same people who tell you that these are just protesters and they're just exercising their right to protest. No, they are illegal migrants who are mocking and vilifying the very nation that they refuse to leave.
And then on the JD Vance topic is just sums it up, and we'll transition over to our uncensored live stream after this. But we're back to you're a racist and a fascist unless you support violent rioters burning down American cities. And I wish Democrats the best of luck through the first Vance term.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
All right. Well, we have a call-in section. Then we're going to head over to our uncensored live stream. So please use this call-in section as an opportunity to scan that QR code or click the link below and join us for another hour of answering your questions, as many as you'd like. We already have a bank of them to get through from our previous members that have joined us tonight, as they do every Monday night. So please join us. Ask as many questions as you'd like. We'll try to get through as many as we can before we sign off at 8:30. So let's get into this call. It's from one of our beloved members who has been asking a lot of questions in the chat, but we decided they left a call for us. So we're going to play that instead of answering some of their texts.
Dr. Steve, it's Rock Dog. I have a question for you. Since Karen, just we'll call her Karen, the wannabe mayor of LA, and gruesome new scum have basically supported the riots, can't they be removed from office by the Justice Department for inciting violence and failure to do their job that they were elected to do? How about Maxi Pad Waters trying to break into the facility and getting the door slammed in her face? She's tried to incite riots. She's on video back in 2018 in D.C. telling people to get in the face of anybody who works for the administration, which has caused violence. I think as a crackdown, President Trump needs to start arresting these Democrat plantation politicians for inciting violence. And here we go, their buzzword, an insurrection by inciting foreigners who they allowed to illegally cross our borders to violence for their own political gain, period. That's what I think. I'd like to hear what you think about it. Thanks.
Oh, love it, Rock Dog. That's awesome, man. Yeah, I mean, and then to add insult to injury, John Brennan, now former CIA director, was on MSNBC calling on Marines and the military in general to disobey direct orders from President Trump, which, as I understand it, is clearly an insurrection and treasonous. So, yeah, they're playing with fire, and I would, at some point, I think we're getting very close to openly advocating. When I say very close, I mean I think it's going to hit critical mass that Republicans will start, the base will start openly advocating for their leaders to declare the Democrat Party a terrorist organization. If they can do this with, the MS-13 gang members, they can do this with, if they can declare an invasion, I think they can begin to declare them a bona fide insurrection against the United States of America, having sided with what's becoming quickly an enemy in Mexico, with their president trying to incite riots inside our country. Siding with the illegal migrants, siding with gangbangers, siding with violent criminal illegals, siding with trans in women's sports, siding with siphoning our jobs overseas, siding with DEI, siding with all of these. It's a total assault on Western civilization. It's a total assault on America and distinctively American values. And I do think it has gotten to the point where we can viably start to say, you know what, we're done. We're done with you. We're done explaining, we're done defending, we're done arguing. I talked about this in my first video today. 3 million illegal migrants a year for 4 years was the Democrats' shot across the bow. It was their offensive. It was their invasion that they launched into our nation of permanently altering our country into a post-America Democrat image. We have to do the same. We have to assault the Democrat vision of post-America so brutally that no one in their right mind would openly admit to anything that they support today. So I'm with whatever it takes. I'm with it. I'm 100% for it. But we do have to, we are at a point where I think the Democrat Party as a whole has to be held accountable for the horror that they have brought into our borders and the horror that they have become. And whatever that requires, I think we should be all for it.
Absolutely. Thank you for the call in, Rock Dog. That was awesome. It's always great to hear our members' voices. And it's just another way that we love to connect with our club members. And so if you would like to become a member of the club, just scan that QR code or click the link below, and we will answer as many questions as we can tonight. But then you get, 7 more every month, 8 Q&As a month. That's 2 a week, Monday nights, Friday mornings. And we answer as many questions as we can. So please join us over there. We'd love to see you for only 33 cents a day or $10 a month. We would love to see you over there. So let's transition over there without another moment wasted. And
Come on
we'll
over,
see
Dev.
all our troublemakers over there.
Yeah.
Border star and former acting director of ICE, Tom Homan, joins me. Good evening, sir. And I want to just ask a question following up on what John Huddy said. Agitators from the outside can create a very volatile situation. If the sun goes down, sometimes it gets even worse. Do you have any intel to suggest that that crowd is going to get rowdier than it is right now and that there's any violence coming tonight?
We have no solid information, but I'm expecting to. As nightfall comes, I'm sure we have more people coming out and create chaos in the darkness of the night. That's what they allow them to do. But we're prepared. I mean, thank God President Trump sent the National Guard here. They're a force multiplier. The National Guard was sent here to protect property, especially government property that's been damaged, and protect our officers and protect the general public. It was a great move by President Trump sending the National Guard here.
Well, we saw, I think it was a federal building in Portland that was set on fire a while back. So I know that probably people are pretty sensitive to, what can be done to federal buildings, a couple years ago. So we'll be watching that, and hopefully we don't get to that tonight. Obviously, there's you and the governor of California are going a little bit back and forth. President Trump said that if he were you, he would arrest the governor. And the governor says, have at it, come arrest me. I don't know what you'd arrest him for, but do you have any sort of thought on this back and forth that you're having with the governor?
No, I never said I was going to arrest the governor. The interview to NBC News, what I said was, the protesters, if anybody crosses the line, they can protest. They have the First Amendment rights. But if they cross that line and impede federal law enforcement officers, if they assault federal law enforcement officers, if they knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien, that's a felony, we would prosecute. The reporter asked me, does the same go for Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom? I said it goes for anybody, including them. If they cross the line and commit a crime, they should be prosecuted like anybody else. They've been saying for 4 years, no one's above the law, either are they.
What sort of, not started this, but one of the things is that the ICE raids to try to find people who are illegally in this country seems to have been in part what started this back on Friday. Do you have any expectations to do raids in the Los Angeles area in the next 3 days to look for people here illegally in this country?
Yeah, we're doing it today. We'll do it tomorrow. We're going to do it every day. We're going to do our job. ICE agents are out there across L.A. and across neighboring communities. We're operating across every city in this country. And we're going to be doing it every day, as we promised. We've increased the resources on the streets. We've increased the targeting. We are looking for, people here in the country legally that we're going to prioritize public safety threats and national security threats. But we're out there doing the job, and we're going to keep doing the job. And as I said many times, sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want. We're going to flood the zone. If we can't arrest a criminal alien in the safety and security of the jail, and they're going to release them in the community, that means we got to send whole teams to look for these people because of officer safety concerns. So we got to increase resources to do that. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're out there again today. We got over 100 teams in the LA area out looking for illegal and public safety threats.
You've obviously got the National Guard that the president has federalized. You've got the Marines. You've got ICE. What about local law enforcement? Are they cooperating and helping you or not?
They are now. I mean, they were slow to respond for the first couple of nights, but right now they have a job to do. They got to maintain public safety. They got to control not crowd control. The protesters can protest, but then you got those protesters who quickly become criminals because they want to throw rocks at officers. They want to throw Molotov cocktails. They want to assault our officers. in Los Angeles PD needs to step on. They have. They did a great job last night. Their job is public safety. Our job is enforce immigration law. And like I said, the National Guard to protect property and our officer safety, which is another. We talk about resources. Was another reason we need a big, beautiful bill. We need to pass it. That gives ICE more resources, gives us more beds, gives us more transportation, so we can go arrest these public safety threats more efficiently and quicker. We need that funding passed. It's also going to add to the border wall. We got a great border. We got a more secure border in the lifetime of this nation. However, we got to finish. We got to make those advancements permanent. We need more border wall. We need technology to that wall. We need technology at the port of entries. Congress needs to step up and fund us. ICE is vastly understaffed. That's why we have help from all these other agencies out there. We got over 20 million illegal aliens in the United States at a minimum. We got less than 5,000 deportation officers. So Congress, you need to pass that big, beautiful bill so we get this work done more efficiently.
Is the crowd, does it seem to be bigger than yesterday at this time or smaller? Or can't you tell?
It's a little smaller, but again, last night it was an all-time high, and we'll just wait and see what happens tonight. But it's starting to grow right now. I mean, this morning it was pretty calm, but right now we see starting to grow. People are starting to come in, so we'll see what they do. But again, we're well prepared, and I salute President Trump for the National Guard. I salute him for bringing Marines. We got to bring safety to this town. And what angers me the most, Greta, people aren't looking at the facts. ICE has arrested significant public safety threats the last few days in L.A. We arrested a murderer, a Vietnamese national who murdered teenagers at a graduation party. We arrested several sexual predators, child sexual predators. We arrested people convicted of armed robbery. We arrested people for domestic violence and all sorts of public safety threats. ICE made L.A., Los Angeles, a lot safer in the last couple of days. Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass should be thanking ICE for taking these public safety threats off the streets.
I understand about 55,000 detention beds, and then I don't know where you are, like about 52,000. I don't know where you are now, but you talk about the big, beautiful bill. Even if it does get passed by 4th of July, you're not going to be able to get a lot of beds very quickly. What are you doing with the people you're arresting, because you're coming up against your saturation point?
Well, we're removing people as quickly as we can, so we're making space. But you know what? They passed that budget. We have tens of thousands of beds we can turn on within 30 days. We got thousands of beds we can turn on in a week. We just need the money to do it. We got a lot of great companies out there, a lot of good contractors, and we can also build soft-sided facilities. We got to continue building out Gitmo. We got to continue building out all these other areas where we can add beds. So there's a lot of contracts out there. We can increase beds almost immediately, but we need funding to do it. That's why Congress needs to act quickly. Look, this is a national security issue. We are dealing with 4 years of open borders. We're dealing with 4 years of criminals crossing this border, national security threats entering this country. Fund us to make this country safe again. That's what American people voted for. They gave President a mandate. And I think when they give the president this mandate, they gave every member of Congress the same mandate. Let's secure that border and keep it permanent. We need money to do that. And let's remove these public safety threats just as quick as possible.
Border Czar Tom Homan, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
People think news just happens. It doesn't. It happens because there's someone there to capture the moment, to explain it and share it. That's my job. I go where news breaks and give you the facts. Join me for The Record on Newsmax.
All right, so come here illegally, break our laws, spit in the face of the very system that actual Americans work to have their money confiscated to support. No worries. Apparently that's fine by LA standards. And God forbid an adult actually wants to enforce our laws. Then it's the cops' fault and the federal government's fault for sowing chaos, which in LA is apparently fine to throw bricks at cops for that. That's basically what the mayor said.
What we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos that is provoked by the administration. When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic. And deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation.
How about no, Scott? I mean, that's a dangerous, not a word about the reason that those people, the cops, the federal troops, why they're there in the first place, Karen, because you didn't enforce any of the laws. Forget immigration laws. And the reason these cops are having to use armored cars to drive down the street is because of this. Because your city, it's apparently fine, Karen. It's a dumpster fire of unaccountability with hooligans hucking bricks at cop cars. Which, by the way, the last time someone launched a brick over a bridge, not only were they tried as an adult outside of California, but they were hit with second-degree murder charges. While that goes on, you've got a city council member encouraging escalation from there.
And they know how quickly we mobilize. That's why they're changing tactics. Because community defense works and our resistance has slowed them down before. And if they're escalating their tactics, then so are we. When they show up, we gotta show up even stronger.
Wow, that sounds an awful lot worse than what did Trump say? Oh, right.
That everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
Well, by the left standards, that apparently was inciting an insurrection and a riot. He was impeached, then tried to remove him from ballots. They spent the next 4 years in and out of court. Everybody around him was indicted. And 1,600 people were charged in association from that day? Because the left said, oh, Trump knew what he was doing and he was actually inciting a riot. Okay, Pam Bondi, apply that legal standard to every single person at these LA riots. Trump noted this.
What does your intel tell you about these people causing all the problems in LA? Are they people ICE is trying to deport, or are they professional agitators?
The people that are causing the problem are professional agitators. They're insurrectionists. They're bad people. They should be in jail.
Yeah, they should be in jail. This all started because ICE raided a worker station at the Home Depot that was harboring and assisting illegals, many with criminal records. Psst. That's a crime.
We didn't cause this. I mean, this reaction is not normal. We are enforcing the law as written.
Yeah. And you would think someone in Congress would know that it's actually the president's job to do this. Here, look, don't take my word for it. He, the president, shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed. But nope, not Mr. I'm writing a book about my 24-hour filibuster.
But remember, a lot of these peaceful protests are being generated because the president of the United States is sowing chaos and confusion by arresting people who are showing up for their immigration hearings, who are trying to abide by the law. He's arresting them.
Dude, the city is literally burning. Yeah, this is not even close to peaceful. And Gavin Newsom, he's the worst. I guess his run to the center in hopes of a presidential bid is pretty much over at this point. He seems more concerned about the criminals than law and order.
Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me.
Okay, Tom, oblige this man. I mean, really? This is. You're saying, Gavin, that this is for your community? Is this community right here? Armando Ordaz, one of the guys that was picked up, convicted of sexual battery, receiving stolen property and theft. Or Chong Chang Fang, convicted of second-degree murder. Well, how about Rolando Enriquez, convicted of sexual penetration with a foreign object? Who knows what that was? Assault with intent to rape and burglary. I mean, great community to defend there, Gavin. You're on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue again. And the same guy calling for federal law enforcement officers a bunch of thugs for arresting people. Remember when Gavin Newsom sent federal agents to interview children without their parents, children at elementary schools to rat out teachers who didn't follow his mask edict? Thanks, Gavin. You guys absolutely applauded when governors like Tim Walz, you guys are criticizing the National Guard. Tim Walz activated the National Guard in his home state to shoot people in the face with paintball guns who were sitting on their own porch on their own property during COVID. You'd rather criticize the people you put on the front lines to defend the community than the illegals that broke the laws to get here and continue to do so when they did. many of whom already had committed crimes and almost all of which were picked up with already deportation orders. These cops, these guardsmen, and now reportedly the 500 additional Marines that Pete Hegseth apparently activated and whoever else end up going there, they have to put their helmets and bulletproof vests on to go to work on streets of American cities. Because you, Gavin Newsom, Karen Bass, and basically every other Democrat out there have failed to enforce even the most basic laws. Anybody surprised by this? Like, who saw this coming in California, right? You've sat idly by while stores get I mean, hell, you guys basically made it legal to steal anything under $1,000 in value. And you're somehow mad? Why? Because burglars, rapists, and murderers are actually getting rounded up by the federal government to get them the hell out of our communities? That's a good thing. I feel for these officers. And the other thing, too, as a military dude, like, what point do these cops have to consider, like, hey, it's time to use lethal force? Simple question that I would pose to any one of the Democrats in opposition of these ICE raids, any of the people that are saying these protests are mostly peaceful. Here's a question, Gavin. If someone was about to huck a brick at your husband, your wife, your father, your mother, your son, your daughter, would you draw your weapon? I mean, I definitely would, without hesitation. So why are our law enforcement officers being forced to stand under overpasses like that while they're being shot with paintballs and having Molotov cocktails thrown at them and bricks dropped on their head? What happens when one of these officers gets killed? What are you going to, seriously, what are you going to say to the family? Let's game this out. Sorry, we told them to act like sitting ducks? At what point do you tell officers to shoot someone that might kill you? Trump should just come right out and say, I'll pardon any law enforcement officer charged with any crime for responding to these riots. You want this to stop? The good guys got to win here. You can't let people burn cars and loot stores, waving Mexican flags, rioting in the street, blocking traffic, and lobbing rocks at cops. Start neutralizing threats before a cop gets killed.
He loves the Constitution. He fights for what's right. He hates the bad guys. He's a freedom warrior. He's your freedom warrior. Watch Carl Higbie every weekday on Newsmax.
David, what's going on? We're hearing it from the outside. What you're there. What's actually happening?
Ali, this is a very tense situation. It's been tense all day long. These protests, from what I've seen, have for the most part been peaceful, but they have been confrontational. There's a diverse coalition of groups, local grassroots groups that have come together in reaction to the large-scale immigration enforcement ICE raids that were happening in the Los Angeles area.
Protesters and law enforcement officials squaring off after days of raids, riots, and demonstrations. In nearby Compton, chaos. Protests there dissolving into lawlessness. Demonstrators upending roadblocks, setting off fireworks, while a small group of looters broke into a gas station.
Tensions remain high in Los Angeles after thousands took to the streets on Sunday to protest immigration sweeps happening throughout the region and the country. Downtown, protesters set vehicles on fire, threw rocks at squad cars, and blocked the busy 101 freeway.
You can see the destruction that's been caused here. You've got several vehicles that are on fire. We're told that these are Waymo cars. You have the National Guard here, LAPD. They put out tear gas, flashbangs that you hear right now to disperse the crowd. It hasn't been working.
All I want to hear from Karen Bass is thank you and I'm sorry. But instead, this is what we're hearing from the LA mayor, who already has utterly failed her city as she sat there watching it burn from Africa. But now she says she senses a political opportunity to be opposed to Trump, even though he's trying to keep people safe. And here's what she said in SOT 12.
We are going to fight for all Angelenos, regardless of when they got here, whether they have papers or not. We are a city of immigrants, and this impacts hundreds of thousands of Angelenos.
We're going to fight for all Angelinos. How is
whether they have papers?
It's like people are getting killed. Their children are getting molested.
No, it's just as if this is some sort of clerical error, Megan. Whether they have papers or not. Yeah, that's right. It's just some administrative error. We lost your form in the mail. No. They're illegal,
the DMV.
Karen Bass. They're in violation. Yes, exactly. They're in violation of 8 U.S.C. 1312 in addition to many other federal laws. But here's what I find most fascinating, is that Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom, you could tell that they're being held hostage by a force. We don't quite know what this force is, but it is the power of intersectionality. If you look at some of these riots, yes, we have kind of the cartel, the La Raza types. They want open borders. They want occupation. They want destruction. But you've also started to see another type of force and political dynamic pop up in these protests, which is you are starting to see the Palestinian Gaza headwear start to pop open, right? As if that's what this is all about, right? Somehow this is about Gaza. They'll make it about Gaza. And then thirdly, you start to see the white liberal. All of a sudden, you're starting to see a bunch of white liberals show up because they know they need purpose in their life. They don't go to church. They're not getting married. They don't have kids. So they need something to keep them going. And boy, they're bringing the band back together after the Summer of Love in 2020. So did someone say that we're burning a Wendy's tonight? Count me in. And all of a sudden, they start mobilizing. And that trifecta of a political force obviously is bigger than we have realized, because any leader who cares about their people would stand up to this group of bandits and this mob that is engulfing Los Angeles yet again. Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, they feel as if they have an obligation to the lawless. They have an obligation to this insurgency. And it is very revealing that the base of the Democrat Party, not some sort of fringe element, but the base, the fundamental ingredient of the Democrat Party is street violence. I wish it wasn't that case, Megan, because she should be saying, we want LAPD, we're going to go after these riots, thank you for sending in the National Guard. Instead, she's acting like it's a paperwork error. Gavin Newsom is suing President Trump. Again, he should be saying, thank you, President Trump, for sending the Marines and sending the federal government. Instead, we are seeing two high-profile political leaders pander to the most sinister and dark elements of the Democrat Party. I want to make sure I get this in so I don't forget it. Under no circumstances, I'm calling the shot right now, should Los Angeles be allowed to host the 2028 Olympics. Period. Hard stop. We should pull it. It should go to some other American city, go to Dallas, go to Miami, go anywhere but LA. But if you cannot put out fires while you intentionally ignore them and you elevate DEI, fire practices over the well-being of your citizens, and if you basically cheer on the incineration of your city, that is a mockery. It should not be put on the world's display under any circumstances whatsoever.
Yes. I mean, we're looking at a very powerful set of pictures here of Los Angeles burning and the Mexican flag everywhere. I mean, it's really crazy how emboldened they are to fly their Mexican flag. What are they doing here? Why are they here? Because they want to take advantage of our dollars, our economy, and our healthcare and other public benefits that they get, that we're giving them. So it's like they're on the public dole, most of them, and we're fine with that apparently, or at least Californians seem to be, but they hate us. They actually miss Mexico. Totally. We'll go home. It's like 2 hours by car at most. You're good. It's so easy for you to go back home to the people you seem to love so much. And so here's another sample, just because I love the sound that shows you how people are feeling. This is California Representative Norma Torres, who it's quick, but she's got thoughts on ICE coming in to try to clean up her city. SOT 11.
ICE get the fuck out of LA so that order can be restored.
Okay, get the F out, right? Elected representative of the people, right? This is what they want. So this is how all the left is going to paint this, from Karen Bass to Gavin Newsom to this nutcase Norma Torres and beyond, because we're already seeing federal officials like senators weigh in on this, as it's President Trump who's over the top with his knee-jerk authoritarian response. The New York Times today, with a similar sort of take, hold on, I want to find it. They wrote as follows. Trump invoked this rarely used provision of the U.S. Code. No one can argue it's not legal because it's very clearly legal what he's doing. They say He can do it if there's a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States, which is the federal government, which is what Trump's saying we're seeing here. No such rebellions underway, says the Times. As the governor's spokesman and others have noted, Americans in cities routinely cause more property damage after their sports teams win or lose. Trump's idea of law and order is strong-handed, disproportionate intervention that adds chaos, anxiety, and risk to already tense situations. That's going to be the left-wing line on it. We've heard a couple people make that point about, looks like an Eagles game, you know, the aftermath of an Eagles game. My husband's an Eagles fan. We always laugh at and also roll our eyes at the over-the-top behavior after the Eagles games. I don't remember anyone trying to kill police officers and law enforcement as they just drove their cars by, like car after car, throwing dangerous materials over the overpass at them directly with full force as they pass, or commercial-grade fireworks at their bodies. I don't recall that.
No, not at all. And this is, of course, they're trying to minimize it. And it's that old celebration parallax, right, that Michael Anton instructed us, who's phenomenal. It's not happening, but it's good that it is. So it's not happening that they're burning down the city, but it's good that it is, because it's about time that someone fights back against Trump. You're like, wait a second, I thought you just said it wasn't happening. They're going to try to make this spread to cities across. No, exactly. They're going to try to make this spread to cities across the country. And this is a reaction to a couple things. Of course, the beginning of mass deportations. And you better believe we're only going to ratchet up more. We're going to go into more neighborhoods. We're going to find more criminal gangbangers. We're going to find more cartel members, because it looks like we're barely touching the surface. Based on what we saw yesterday, we are barely touching the surface. But number two, and I think this is very important, Claudia Steinbaum, the president of Mexico.
Sheinbaum.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she said the big, beautiful bill needs massive, widespread response that we're going to activate in America. Interesting. It's funny that a president of a foreign nation is able to activate sleeper cells in our country, because in the big, beautiful bill is a tax on remittances. Understand that remittances are tens of billions of dollars a year, which is people that come to the United States illegally. They'll work and steal jobs from native-born Americans, send back money from America to Mexico, basically in a parasitic type relationship. We're going to extract money from America and send it to Mexico. And they know that this is a major part of the Mexican economy. And finally, the big, beautiful bill is going to tax that. Sorry, if you're here illegally and you're going to send money back to Mexico, we're not going to put up with that. But look, why are they here, Megyn? Why is it that they're waving the Mexican flag? It's not because they love America. They care about our values. They don't believe in e pluribus unum or liberty. They don't know Thomas Jefferson from George Washington. They're here for one reason: because we're rich. That's it. It's because we're rich and we're suckers. That's it. We have a wealthy nation that was, and we are suckers that just keep on writing checks. And again, we're a generous nation. We're a Christian nation. We should continue to be those things. But nowhere does it say in the scriptures, should you allow yourself to be repeatedly taken advantage of while you are mocked, and while they are taunting you for taking money from you and taking treasure, while your own people are suffering in great measure and great number. And so this really is a early moment with very powerful aesthetics and visuals and optics that shows the two camps in this country. One wants law, order, and a prioritization of American citizens first. The other is an open border, criminal first type agenda that prioritizes arson and the disordered deconstruction of the United States of America.
And you finally have a president who's going to fight back against this. Trump is saying, this is not going to happen. We're not letting this go. Like, this is not going to be another BLM 2020 situation.
Correct.
We are going to make sure that we take a handle on these things, and you're not going to be permitted to come into this country and cause damage to our law enforcement, cause damage to our property, and get away with it. Here, you've said twice now that this is going to spread, and that's what the Democrats want. And we actually have proof of that. Here's Democratic Senator Chris Murphy yesterday from, on, or maybe is it today? It's today on Morning Joe this morning. Take a listen.
I saw this. Yeah.
My first message is to keep it peaceful. I mean, obviously, this is a moment where we have to be on the streets all over the country to protest what's happening to our immigrant community, but more broadly to protest what's happening to our democracy. This is the most corrupt administration in the history of the country, and we are going to rise to this moment by being out there on the streets. There's nothing in what he is doing that is about peace or about restoring order, and he's trying to turn a protest that is pretty small into something that involves an even bigger confrontation, so that he might actually be able to invoke the Insurrection Act.
So he wants more. They get away. They say, we want it to be peaceful, but he knows very well how it will go if we get more.
Yeah, of course. And that's why I fully support President Trump meeting it at the intensity that it's at. I think we should be unafraid to sign the 1807 Insurrection Act if this continues. We cannot allow what happened in 2020, where we said, well, local state officials, nope, not going to happen. We are going to meet force with force. You're going after police officers. We'll bring in the National Guard. We'll bring in the Marines. If you remember the May of 1992 Rodney King riots, they were engulfing Los Angeles. H.W. Bush signs the Insurrection Act. Within like half an hour, all of those thugs and all of those bandits went home and scattered because they were met with the one thing they understand. The only thing that what you are seeing on the streets right now, they understand, it's not reason, it's not persuasion, it's not acquiescence, it's not surrender, it is force. That's it. They need to see a stronger hand than that they have. And unfortunately, there is an underbelly of America that wants to see the world burn. Like Joker said in The Dark Knight, some people just want to watch the world burn. That is the Democrat Party. They've never had gratitude for America. They've never loved our history. They've never loved our culture, our institutions. And I'm not saying every Democrat in the country believes this. I'm not even saying every Democrat politician does. I am saying this, though, that ideology is holding the entire Democrat Party hostage. As you can see, it is dominant. And in LA, once one of the greatest cities in America, is a captured and a fallen place. I'm confident that we can liberate it because I actually believe deep down the vast majority of America is so on board with what President Trump is doing. This is one of the reasons why he won a popular vote majority. This is why he won electoral vote landslide. One of the major fundamental reasons is that President Trump was standing up against these elements of darkness. People want deportations. They want these criminals and these thugs out of the country. And again, if all the people that we were deporting were just nuns at the local Catholic church, then we wouldn't be seeing what we're seeing in the streets. Instead, it shows that there's a widespread, well-connected, and fierce network of criminals that we must remove from this country.
This administration is working very hard to try and fix this country. But while they're focused on fixing the country, they can't fix your personal finances. That's really up to you. And that's why thousands of Americans are turning to Birch Gold. In the past 12 months, the value of gold has risen by 30%. Think about that. How's your stock market investment doing? Has it gone up 30%? Have you made 30% on your money? And demand is strong and it's growing. While reports are that the BRICS nations are actively working to challenge the US dollar as the world's reserve currency, that's not great. In other uncertain times, gold has offered peace of mind, and in these uncertain times, it does the same. Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy to convert your existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA backed by physical gold. Or if you prefer, you can buy gold to store in your own home safe. Just text MK to the number 989898, and Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, only useful information. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, take control of protecting your savings today. Text MK to the number 989898. Thanks so much for watching. If you like what you just saw, hit the subscribe button for more clips and full episodes.
Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, has the most recent information on the ICE developments and the riots in LA.
Drinking with my girls, hey, drinking with my boys, hey, bones in the air, not click, selfie, bones in the air, not click, selfie, bones in the air, not click, selfie.
Welcome to Doug in Exile. This is where the happy patriots are. Part of why we're happy is knowing that, like, the adults are in charge.
People that are causing the problem are professional agitators, they're insurrectionists.
Do you think that President Trump should invoke the Insurrection Act?
And if they still aren't quelling the violence, then yes.
is the short answer, just as it was done in LA back in 1992.
Here's Tom Homan on Fox News.
What we discussed was, for those protesters that cross the line, I've said it many times, you can protest, you get your First Amendment rights. When you cross that line, you put hands on an ICE officer, or you destroy property, or I say that you're impede law enforcement, or you're knowingly harboring, concealing illegal alien, that's a crime. And the Trump administration is not going to tolerate it. You cross that line, we're going to seek prosecution in the Department of Justice. Then the reporter asked me, well, could Governor Newsom or Mayor Bass be arrested? I said, well, no one's above the law. If they cross the line and commit a crime, absolutely they can.
No one's above the law. They're quoting Letitia James. Democrats, remember, this is your quote. No one's above the law. Even a citizen like Gavin Newsom or Karen Bass. Be careful if you incite a riot.
There was no discussion about arresting Newsom. And so, what he's done, he's failed that state. He waited 2 days of that city burning and people getting hurt, officers being assaulted before he made any declaration of an unlawful assembly. He's late to the game. President Trump isn't late to the game. Men and women of ICE are not late to the game. And let's make this clear. I keep hearing this term ICE raids, ICE raids. What happened with how this riot started is that ICE was serving a series of criminal warrants at a business being investigated for money laundering, customs fraud, and serious violations on sending money to criminal cartels that in Colombia and Mexico that fund cartel activities in the United States. It's a part of an overall conspiracy that ICE is investigating.
So just to be clear, they're going to tell you these riots happened in response to ICE raids on Friday. And that's not true. It's these riots happened in response to ICE raids on Friday that were a proper, legal, correct, moral American response to illegal activity, human trafficking, money laundering. If they really don't want the riots, go to the illegals that pulled all the crimes that forced ICE agents to come and make the bust.
We were arresting bad people. We were enforcing laws and following up on a serious criminal investigation on cartel financing. So that's exactly what ICE did. And ICE took a lot of bad people off the street that day. We arrested a sexual predator, arrested gang members, arrested somebody that had an armed robbery conviction. So we made LA safer. The men and women at ICE, the men and women at the Border Patrol made LA safer that day, but you're not hearing any of this. All you hear is a rhetoric about ICE being racist and ICE being Nazis and terrorists, and Governor Newsom feeds that. Just like Hakeem Jeffrey feeds it, that he's going to unmask ICE agents. And the members of Congress who keep feeding this rhetoric, they're the ones that are causing this riot.
Donald Trump calling out the National Guard unconstitutionally, illegally, without the governor's authorized approval.
I just want to state for the record that what did happen in 1992 was so different from what we're seeing now. I mean, that was a real riot that went all across the city of Los Angeles after a verdict in the Rodney King case. This is a situation where the LA County Police,
Dana,
it's not good, but they're saying that they have it under control, and the president is sending national troops,
Dana,
federal troops, in a way that
we can look at this and we can
obviously
see that it is not under control. It's not under control. You and I both can see that. It's not under control. And a riot is a riot. They're throwing all types of objects at law enforcement, and the president is absolutely right.
Holy cow, they're throwing bricks at the police.
Because they don't listen to the truth about what the men and women at ICE are doing. We're keeping our promise to American people to make these streets safe again. And that's exactly what we're going to do, and we're not going to stop doing it.
Tom, who gave the stand-down order from the LAPD? When your federal agents were being surrounded, and you know the call, you were a local cop before you were a federal agent. When a cop says officer assist across the radio that they're surrounded, everyone in the surrounding area is supposed to respond. So who told the LA cops not to respond?
Well, the LA police chief, he works for the mayor of Los Angeles. That's Karen Bass. And they were delayed. They were very delayed in responding to the call for assistance. And they had over 1,000 protesters at the federal building and they breached it several times. Luckily, they were able to push them back. And that put the officers at great risk. It put the detainees that we had in custody at great risk. So again, this is just a false narrative being pushed by the left and being pushed by even members of Congress about the men and women of ICE being Nazis and terrorists.
The demarcations are clear, guys. This is a political protest. This is a political movement. And we never put an X next to a Democrat. Never. This is all just politics playing out in your street between two parties.
We don't agree with the term illegal. We're undocumented. We've been here for thousands of years. Before you guys showed up, screw up everything. We think we should organize together with the U.S. working class and fight together and create a better system. We're anti-capitalist. We think socialism does work, real socialism.
And you hear it said over and over in this segment. The Republicans got ahead of this problem. The Democrats are late in responding. If you want an adult in charge, you have to have Republicans respond.
And that we're out arresting innocent women and children. Everybody we arrested, everybody we're looking for, they got final order removal. They've had a due process. That's what they keep shouting about. They demand due process. They had a due process. A judge, a federal judge, has ordered them removed. Our job is to execute that order, right? So you got Congress who made the laws that we're following. You have a judge that orders them removed. So we're executing removal orders. ICE is doing the job that American people want them to do. We're making America safe again, one illegal immigrant criminal at a time, and that's what we're doing in L.A. Before I got that, let me just mention this. God bless President Trump for sending the National Guard. The National Guard is here to protect property, protect life, protect our officers, and protect civilians. You've seen the video. This city's burning. It's out of control because of the weak leadership of Democrats here in the state.
The crime has he committed? I think his primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job. What he's done to that state is like what Biden did to this country. That's pretty bad. It's a wrong philosophy. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants, many of them prisoners. They're taking up your health care. They're taking up your space in schools. They're taking up your hospital. And in many cases, they're criminals.
And frankly, in the United States Congress. So I salute President Trump for sending National Guard to protect life and property.
We have breaking news now from the Pentagon. CNN can now report that roughly 500 Marines are being mobilized in response to the protests in Los Angeles.
And this is a significant escalation from President Trump, who had activated National Guard troops over the weekend without Governor Gavin Newsom's consent. In this new move, active duty military members are being deployed as a show of force against U.S. citizens.
And it appears now that these Marines, according to our sources, they have been mobilized. These 500 Marines, a full Marine battalion based out of 29 Palms, California, which is just outside San Bernardino, about an hour away from Los Angeles. They have been mobilized and they are gearing up to go and help ICE agents as well as other federal officials deal with these protests in Los Angeles. Importantly, they're going to be bolstering as well the National Guard, guardsmen and women who have been activated in Los Angeles by President Trump. But as you said, it is a significant escalation of the president's use of the military as a show of force against these protesters. It's really not clear, the last time Marines were deployed to help essentially with riot control, though it's unclear at this point just what their actual tasking will be. Typically, if they are deployed to these situations, it is expected that they will operate in much the same way that the National Guard does, doing things like perimeter security, maybe some crowd control. But the rules of engagement here, we are told, are still being finalized, and Defense Department lawyers are also looking at the kinds of rules of engagement these Marines will have as they encounter protesters possibly on the streets of Los Angeles. But again, this coming at a very, very tense moment with the governor of California suing the Trump administration over, of course, the deployment of the National Guard by President Trump against his will there in California.
Anti-ICE rioters in L.A. blocking the highway and setting fire to the city in protest of Trump's administration's illegal immigration crackdown.
What is the bar for sending Marines?
What I think it is, if we see danger to our country and to our citizens, we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order.
Accuracy relief on the people, sir. Secretary,
we got to see what we need. We'll send whatever we need to make sure there's law and order.
Now, California Governor Gavin Newsom wrote in protest to the president and also posted on X saying, quote, "I have formally requested the Trump administration rescind their unlawful deployment of troops in Los Angeles County and return them to my command." I think the answer we can safely say to that is going to be a flat no from President Trump. He, in fact, has indicated he is willing to keep the National Guard here and bolster their ranks for up to 60 days if he feels it is necessary. I can also tell you guys there is another protest plan to gather in Grand Park, just a couple of blocks from where I am right now, at 11 a.m. local time today. That's 2 p.m. Eastern time. So those protesters are not letting up either.
This is the tough thing about protests, guys, is for them to cluster enough people to make a presence, they have to get the word out. So they have to announce where they're going to meet. And our government, Kash Patel, Pete Hegseth, are going to be all over that information, looking for who is funding this, who is organizing it. Anytime that they say, look, we're going to be over at this park today at 11 a.m. in LA, we'll have our police forces all over that just to see and make sure and find out what kind of messaging they're doing.
We are going to show you 2 live shots of these planned protests. One screen left, Los Angeles, 11:30 in the morning there. That is now underway. Looks all of this as we see crowds building in Atlanta, 2:30 local time there. You can see megaphones and signs up as we are early in the afternoon.
Since you are refused to leave the premises, you are now subject to arrest. If you do not accompany the arresting officer voluntarily, you are now subject to arrest. If you do not accompany the arresting officer voluntarily to the prisoner transport. You bitch! You! Yeah, back up. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy.
This is the thing with the new cultures today. Nothing is hidden. Nothing. Everything is public. Everything comes out. Same way that, like on the right, we couldn't have a secret meeting. You'd have spooks all over the conversation.
Jonathan, any sense of how many of these protesters are illegals? Do you get the sense that this is illegals trying to stay here, or do you think it's just people creating anarchy?
I think you have a complete mixture of all of those things. Frankly, Brian, I think a lot of illegal immigrants would not be showing up to these protests simply because of the danger they would face of arrest. I think what you have are a lot of supporters of those illegal immigrants.
Known as Democrats. Not one Republican is out marching in the streets supporting this thing. And it's not illegals throwing bricks. Those are honky, American, entitled Democrats, mostly whites if you look at their skin color. These are the communist, Marxist, Democrat students at university. They're LA people, so they're people of wealth. They're the ones that are doing most of the rock throwing, most of the mask wearing, most of this stuff. This is a political movement. This is a political, violent, leftist politics. Just remember what they tried to pin on MAGA on January 6th. This is the same thing as Black Lives Matter. Who is more violent? I don't remember seeing any burned cars on January 6th. You see tons of them in this event. So this is a political movement. It's important. The illegal immigrants are afraid to come out and protest this way. They don't want to get deported with a crime on them. So overall, it's
a lot of
illegals,
immigration activists. And then, as the LAPD chief Jim McDonnell himself said, you have a lot of people who have very little to do with the cause of immigration, but are here simply because this is, in the words of the LAPD chief, what they do. They turn up for these protests and riots. They turned up for the George Floyd protests and riots. They've turned up for the anti-Wall Street protests and riots. And according
This is the same thing with Occupy Wall Street. This is the dial-a riot, people. They show up because they want public violence, intimidation. They should be labeled as a terrorist group. It's funded by George Soros. It's also funded by the Democrat Party and your tax dollars going to NGOs, non-government organizations. We did that in the last video. $34 million went to those. So this is funded anarchy in our own country. And many of these even have no position on illegals. Now, Marxism needs to divide the people to be able to conquer. They have to get us involved in some kind of a social civil war. And that's always their agenda. They can't do it through votes. They can't do it through patriots. They can't do it enough. So this is all just messaging, guys. This is a political movement. Bottom line.
According to the police chief, they see a lot of the same faces turning up, organizing here. And according to the police chief, they are the ones engaging in most of the violence over the last few days, Brian.
Well, yeah, because there was never any consequences. Thanks, Jonathan.
The only consequence they had was Kamala Harris paying for their bail with Black Lives Matter, getting them out, making sure they weren't prosecuted. They've always turned a blind eye to the left. And then when the right has its protest on January 6th, oh man, it is instant arrests, some of them life sentences, no due process, no visiting them in prison for years.
In 2020, they never got arrested. There was no criminal prosecution.
They were applauded.
Exactly. So you got the same people showing up to every movement with the keffiyehs, yet again, the same people that market in the middle of the street. You got the COVID masks that are on as well. And they say they're afraid of the police, remember, but they're throwing bricks at them. They're setting stuff on fire. This doesn't look like people that are afraid of the police. These are people that feel empowered. This is why the president has to crack down and deal with it. Gavin Newsom has had years to deal with these people, and they've been free to do whatever they want. And now the hammer is being dropped.
Well, it's the Democrats that have demonized ICE agents, called them fascists. And so the individuals hear that, they go out and protest. It doesn't make sense. You would think that the governor would want federal agents or troops, National Guard, to be sent in to help his police officers, because the LA police chief said we're overwhelmed. They're using cinder blocks and hammers. They're throwing these at our cars and at our police officers. That we've even had liquid, who knows what, thrown at our officers. They shut down the 101 freeway. You can't do that.
Meanwhile, it's become mini Mexico. That's why the flags, these people are proud of it. They don't understand that it's hurting their cause, but they're not thinking about that.
And now Gavin Newsom wants to sue Donald Trump.
Right.
That's supposed to come down today.
This is an incredible political moment. This is going to play right into Trump's hands and the Republican Party. Any election going forward, the Democrats are going to get smeared for life. Their only hope of regaining power is through a radical uprising like this. This is an act of desperation. They're desperate. It's not going to work because America, we're too much of a civilization of rule of law. So, and I think you're going to see a mass influx to the Republican Party by Californians. If this is what they have to vote for, most normies, the majority of people, even Democrats, are going to switch over. They're going, this isn't what I'm signing up for. You get your car burned down, you get your school closed down, your son-in-law is a police officer, your home is no longer safe and your property values drop. This is going to be a disaster for the Democrats, and that makes me really happy.
And he's trying to stop, he's trying to stop the whole presence of the National Guard.
So violent anti-ICE protests raging across L.A., burning U.S. flags, setting cars on fire, and throwing rocks at the police to protest the arrest of illegal migrants, including child abuse and murder suspects. But California Democrats like Kamala Harris, Mayor Karen Bass, and Governor Newsom are blaming the Trump administration for the chaos. Border Czar Tom Homan joins us now. So, Tom, you've been leading these operations. And so instead of criticizing the people that are attacking our agents, you got Gavin Newsom, who has called for you to arrest him, and you got Maxine Waters, who is going after the National Guard. Watch this.
He's a tough guy. Why doesn't he do that? He knows where to find me. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy, you know? I don't give a damn, but I care about my community. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me.
That's a threat to Tom Homan. He's going, arrest me. And Homan's going to go, yeah, I'll arrest you.
What are you going to do? You going to shoot some kid? He's afraid of getting run? You going to shoot an elected official? If you shoot me, you better shoot straight. I don't know why you're in my city. You did. The governor was not contacted.
Well, that's Tom Homan with the truth coming out. I just wanted to hear his point of view first. I want to hear from the guy, the boss, and what his agenda is. He's very clear on what the MAGA response is: law and order, protect civilians and safety. And the left side, the violent side, how people in LA can vote for this, they have to change. Don't forget to subscribe if you want to see more of this kind of news. I'm Doug in exile.
Hey everybody, Nick Kingadas here for MRC TV. Welcome to another edition of Things That Need to Be.
This is an emergency alert message. This is not a test.
Get down! Get down!
I'm sure you've all seen by now, but once again, we were right, and the establishment propaganda media were wrong. What do I mean? Well, what would you call it when people begin lighting fires, looting stores, and assaulting law enforcement while waving foreign flags? Yeah, I'd call that an invasion as well. And we, meaning you and I, had the stones to call it that while it was intentionally happening at the behest of former President Joe Biden's regime. For anyone who doesn't remember,
I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum.
Speaking of the media, it doesn't take a rocket scientist, but can we guess how they all framed this nationally and locally?
Protest. Peaceful protest.
Demonstrations. Protests.
Protest. Protest.
Protest. Protest.
You don't hate these people enough. And I'm talking about the legacy media. That's all I have for you today, folks. Don't forget to follow us on Rumble, like and subscribe on YouTube as well, like us on Facebook, check out more of our work at mrctv.org, and if you want to support our content and the conservative movement, head on over to mrc.org/donate to help us out, since we're a nonprofit and couldn't do what we do without all of you. For MRC TV, I'm Nick Kingadas.
Tell us about the Remove Act, and I love this idea. Tell us about what it really in effect does.
Yeah.
Go for it.
What it does is give ICE and DHS another tool in their toolbox when it comes to removing these criminal illegal aliens. Right now, you can take 90 days to remove somebody, and we're moving that to 15 days. That way, the courts are going to have to take an action, and these removals are going to have to take place in expedited fashion. This is something that will help to get these criminal illegal aliens out of our communities. And in addition, it's going to save your local jail or prison some money, because they won't be housing them for 3 months. They'll be housing them for 2 weeks.
So we're going to save a lot of money. We're also going to empower law enforcement to have these removals expedited. It's great for everyone. Senator, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, with what's going on in Los Angeles, I'm guessing California, Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom won't be on board. They won't like this new bill. I'm about guessing. What's your message to those folks who are protecting the illegals who are here illegally in the country?
Yes, and here's what I've got to say about that. And I would put our mayor of Nashville, Freddie O'Connell, in this because he's been obstructing these investigations in Nashville and doxing our law enforcement officers here. But whether it's McConnell or Bass or the mayor of Chicago or Boston, any of these, here is what we know. That they are putting their citizens in danger because they are opposing the removal of these criminal illegal aliens. They are siding and protecting criminals rather than siding with and protecting their law-abiding citizens. People are sick of this. They are sick of crime in their communities. They're sick of having these gangs in their communities. What they want is law and order. And now you've got these big blue city mayors who are coming out and they're siding with the criminals. And people are saying, hey, wait a minute. No, this isn't what we want. I've got to tell you, Eric, removing criminal illegal aliens, that is a 90% issue. People do not want crime in their communities. They do not want gangs in their communities. I have not talked to one single person, Republican, Democrat, Independent, Green Party, no one who has said, I want more Tren de Aragua or MS-13 in my community. They're not there. So people want law and order. These mayors, these governors that are choosing criminals over law-abiding citizens should stop and think about the message that they are sending.
So help us here. Because this is a great idea, and Stephen Miller agrees with this bill. He's on board. Yeah. Here's the issue, though. The way the system works right now, they're apprehended. These illegals come across the border, they're apprehended, and they're given a ticket to appear in court, right? And sometimes it's 5 years from now, sometimes it's 7 years from now, and then they're free to go about their business. And this is what you're trying to stop. You want to get them out right away so that they can't spend years here. But to do that, Senator, aren't we going to need a whole heck of a lot more? Because they're going to all claim asylum, right? They're all going to say, I'm here because I was threatened in my country. Aren't we going to need a lot more judges and people doing the bureaucracy of removing these folks?
What we will see is some people will be repositioned to address this, and these courts are going to have to move forward quickly. You can't just let these languish. We are going to see the tempo pick up on this because people want these individuals removed.
Agree.
Well, late last night, apparently a YouTube beef boiled over between two relatively small YouTubers, but it speaks to a lot of this kind of always online culture where people feel like they have to respond to internet beefs. When I was younger and just kind of, growing my audience, I definitely did a lot of this. I did a lot of, trolling. I did a lot of live stream, arguments and pwn videos and stuff like that. Here we have two different YouTubers who apparently just review food or they're like Vegas streamers. And one of them goes by Finny Da Legend, and the other, whose YouTube channel is now deleted, goes by Sin City Manny. And yesterday, in front of the Bellagio, apparently Sin City Manny decided, hey, it's a cool idea for me to hop on this other dude's live stream and live in front of I don't know how many viewers, take his life and his wife's life in broad daylight, live streamed on the internet. He's driving around. Here's a video of him driving around looking for this guy. He's going to obviously try to say that this is self-defense, but it's not. Here's a video yesterday of him.
Jerome, I'm out here searching for my baby. The fuck? I went through every fucking casino there is.
Mm-hmm.
I heard there's one of my biggest fans here in fucking town. I'm dying to see him. I'm fucking dying to see him. What are we doing? Fuel bar tonight? Is that what we're doing? I'll fucking be there. I'll fucking be there.
He's driving around all day looking for him.
You come to my city and think I'm not gonna show up? You fucking think I'm not gonna show up? I should have been the first one to be told, right?
Understand that this is a YouTuber with, like, these are both incredibly small YouTubers, and they're taking this ish like so incredibly serious. He's live streamed, you know. Mm-hmm.
We're doing fuel bar tonight. I'm fucking there, homie.
Yeah, yeah, real
What's
tough.
the fuel bar without the fuel? We're doing the fuel bar tonight. Fucking go. Or wherever
Just
you
wait
go,
for
I
it.
will be there.
Yeah.
Oh man, come on. I have to say hi to my biggest fan. You know?
Now, apparently, this guy, Finney, had been farming him for views. When I looked through some of his history, you see SCF deletes a video groping a woman. They had some sort of, you know, some sort of internet beef, apparently. SCF deletes stream using the N-word and lies about it. This is like internet blood sports at the all-time cringe levels. Well, last night, let's see here if I have this. I'm gonna, well, here. Here's a live stream. I don't know if there's audio here. Here's Finney right here. Okay. Hanging out. I'm assuming his other tough guy is coming up here any second. Yep. Okay, right there. So he comes up. He's wearing a hat and sunglasses. His wife says, "Hey, you're not going to do anything," or like chill out or whatever. There he is. And then you just see, I'm not, you know, going to show the crime, but then he just fires a bunch of rounds into both him and his wife. This is over an internet beef on site, no questions asked. That's what he said. Now there's some initial reports that he's on the run still. So I actually don't, they said he was detained, but I don't think so. I think he's still on the run. This was at 6 a.m. this morning. Manhunt underway after 2 people lost their lives over stupid internet beef. A manhunt is underway for after 2 people lost their lives in Las Vegas last night near the Bellagio fountains. Sheriffs ran to the incident, were responding to it. Walsh said LVMPD believes they have identified the suspect. Well, yeah, of course, it's on camera. And in Sunday night's incident was an isolated incident, knowing that the suspect and victim had previously engaged in some sort of conflict using a variety of social media platforms. At this point, every effort is being made by members of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to locate, apprehend, and arrest the suspect who is responsible for this crime. Well, we know who it is. I mean, YouTube has already deleted his channel. This Finney individual, I don't know. I mean, he's dead now. If you look at his wife too, like, it's crazy. You can see people coming to his channel saying, "I'm in shock. I watched it happen live on the stream. I love them. They were great people, fun and funny. They will greatly be missed." These YouTube cults, especially with these people online, love to hype up these online beefs. Now look where they are. Yeah, I mean, clearly this Finney individual also participated in kind of amping up the beef. He definitely farmed him for some lolcow content or for some content. You know, stop playing word. I know something, his lady is down. Oh, I see it on here. You know, all due respect, I told you, bro, you were bumping your gums about the wrong individual, making videos about the wrong individual. Now look where you lay. I used to sit here and watch you make all these videos about the homie Manny like it was all fun and games. I mean, there's people in his comments celebrating it. You know? This is weird culture, like gang culture stuff. I mean, there's a lot of people in these comments who are saying, you know, we told you so. You're not allowed to make fun of people on the internet. You're not allowed to talk. That's crazy. There's absolutely no excuse for this. You know, a coward with a weapon, too afraid to use his fists. True. You know, crazy because he got so upset and wanted off. Those people not realizing he had offered himself as well. Craziest thing is y'all both don't even have a heavy following. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is nothing. I bet Manny, the loser, in jail, regretting everything. It's always after you do what you think you want, then when you realize you really didn't want to do it. Manny always says women are so emotional, but it's the opposite. Most men don't think past the common sense radar, and it shows every day. You know, I don't even understand. Dude had a video calling out his name, talking about how he could get him if he wanted to. Now look, got smoked. So they escalated this YouTube beef to, you know, nothing. I mean, this is, I don't know, hood logic, gang culture. I don't know what else to say, but dude had 3,000 subscribers. Are you out here, you know, you out here escalating these beefs, and then like this guy really has no reach, and you took his life over it.
On Gomo, but other girl got the height advantage.
I mean, this is just, I don't understand, like, why on earth these clowns on either side would take. Now, look, he's allowed to roast him on the internet all he wants, and I'm not going to hear any of that, any of those, you know, smoke alarm chirping logic people telling me, oh, well, this is how it goes. You can't just insult somebody. There are consequences. Nah, that's not how civilized people roll. And, you know, if you want to tell me that, you know, the guy rolled up on him and checked him, maybe they got into a fist fight, maybe I'll listen, even though really civilized people don't put hands on anybody over words. But now 2 people are dead and the 3rd person is in prison. You have chilling moment. Las Vegas cop ends the live stream after a YouTuber films his own passing. The last image on the live stream was captured in the moment after the incident. In the video, you know, it could be heard as a woman believed to be the streamer's wife screams, "Are you effing kidding me?" The incident was live streamed by a popular live streamer who went by the name Finny the Legend. Initial reports suggest he was one of the victims alongside his wife. By the way, why did you go after his wife, dude? Under Sheriff Walsh said during a press conference on Tuesday, immediately ran towards the incident when they received calls to the scene this morning and arrived to find 2 victims. Officers immediately ran. He also said they believe the suspect, you know, had some online beef, which we know. A manhunt continues. At this point, you know, people who were near the scene felt shocked after the incident. One commented saying, "We were a block away. It shook me in a way I've never felt." It's so stupid. Like, you get one life, you know? You get one life, and you're gonna let some moron in the internet. Like, they say that about women, right? Women are so emotional. I see a lot of men acting like this, ruining not just their life, but other people's lives by acting emotionally and irrationally to words on the internet. Whether it's, you know, saying something stupid to get themselves banned, or it's doing something to this degree, where now you're going to get life in prison, and 2 people are over 2,000 subscribers. Not that if they had 100 or 1,000,000, it would have been any different, but it's hard to imagine getting this gassed up over a tiny YouTube channel. Like, what the hell? This other individual, Manny, I think had 10,000 subscribers at the time. Again, a relative nobody. And, like, what is he doing? He had 14,000 subscribers. Now he's going to spend his entire life in prison. By the way, after the shooting, he gained 200 followers. Because that's the internet. What a messed up situation. Life is, you know, words are just not that important. You're always going to have haters in life. And I just can't imagine ruining my life over it. It's so crazy. What an idiot. I hope you're informed by this video. take it as a cautionary tale to take a breath sometimes. We'll talk to you again real soon.
He stands fighting towards his ball.
Yesterday, I said to sweet little Lisa, I said, what should I talk about on the show tomorrow? What are the big things you think I should do? She goes, well, all that I see is people talk about Simone Biles. And I kid you, I'd heard the name before. I thought she was talking about the kid from The Cosby Show. I thought in my mind, is that, maybe that's racist? I don't know what it is. I said, Simone, like Raven Simone? What, was she the actress? I said, no. Simone Biles is an athlete of some sort. And she's in a fight with Riley Gaines, who I do know. And the Simone Biles, I guess, is going after Riley because Riley objected to a man entering into women's sports in some high school competition. And Simone Biles comes out and says, why don't you pick on someone your own size, which ironically would be a man. She's saying Riley. Riley's a very beautiful young woman, but I don't know, she's saying she's tall or something. I don't know what it is. The whole thing is so ridiculous. But Simone Biles is taking the pro-trans side. Riley remains consistent in protecting women in women's sports, which, as I pointed out, I find admirable, not because I care about women's sports. I don't think anyone really cares about women's sports. It's admirable because Riley's side in keeping men out of women's sports is the side of justice and common sense and reality and human nature. That's what I like about it. But do not mistake. Some people are going to point out, well, you conservatives, all of a sudden, you're pretending you like women's sports. No, I don't. I don't care about any women's sports whatsoever. Never interested me. I care about justice. And Simone Biles, ironically enough, used to make jokes about this. There was some old tweet that came up from years ago where she said, if men had to compete, they'd win all the medals or something. She's half joking when she's telling the truth there. So what's going on? First of all, there's no doubt that Simone Biles is a woman because this was a very catty comment. Bully them. You look like a man. That's really, okay. Very, very cat fight-like behavior. But also, why this matters politically. This is like liberalism. Simone Biles is like liberalism. Simone Biles, she's a gymnast, right? I think she's a gymnast. So she's in this one sport, one of the few where women are better than men. Not as physically strong as men, but they're a little more graceful. No one watches men's gymnastics, really. It's all women's gymnastics. And so she's in this sport where she doesn't really have to worry about losing her medals to men. And she's already got hers, right? She's been in multiple Olympics or something, I guess. I don't know. So she's established as an athlete. She doesn't need to worry about it. And so it's very easy for her to take the politically fashionable side of the pro-trans side. Just like liberalism. Liberalism, which rests upon a foundation of human nature and borders and nations and the military and Christianity. And when it feels confident and protected by all those things, starts attacking them, starts attacking the very foundations on which it rests, starts attacking the walls that protect it. In some cases, the literal walls which protect it, the walls of a nation. Simone Biles here has never had to compete against a man, will never have to compete against a man. So she's willing to attack reality and win plaudits from the crowd when she feels she's insulated. It seems to me that one of the lessons that we've learned in recent decades is we are not protected. None of us is protected from the consequences of ignoring reality. My great priest friend, Father George Rattler, who I quote on the show frequently, has this line where he says, a prophet doesn't predict the future as much as he tells the truth. And he seems to predict the future only in as much as that is a warning about the consequences of denying the truth. None of us is protected from denying reality for too long. Cities burn down. Things go squirrely real fast. Simone Biles still thinks she can play games. I don't think so. Riley's right here. Simone is wrong. And increasingly, Riley's view is going to be the popular one. What did you think about that clip? Seriously, you could be honest with me. If you liked it, I would suggest you ring the bell and subscribe to my YouTube channel. See you next time.
So then some news stations were starting to actually report what was for real happening, which was absolute mayhem. Here's an example.
Law enforcement, obviously unacceptable. And you can see how quickly the Trump, okay, so they're throwing somebody just threw a bottle at law enforcement. They're throwing bottles at law enforcement. Okay, we're going to move back. We're going to move back. We're going to move back. We're going to stay at a safe distance.
So peaceful. Like
so
super
peaceful, right?
Super peaceful, you guys. I mean, I feel like I'm at peace. I can really breathe. It's like serenity. It's almost like being at the beach. Taking
Don't
it
you
all
just want to take a yoga mat out there and
do.
just
I
have
want
a
to
seat?
just like cop a squat and just sit there and start meditating and crap. I do, right in the middle of all that. It's so peaceful.
So peaceful.
Right.
So obviously, Fox News was reporting what was going on. And then we had clowns like this idiot on MSNBC continuing to insist primarily that this is all just super peaceful.
Right, of course.
That I spoke to, that I was interacting with, these are peaceful people that want to get their message across. They brought signs.
I can't.
With families in some places.
Just
and others are obviously more agitant, have the mask on. And reportedly, I didn't see this, but reportedly throwing things back at authorities that are trying to do their job as well.
Yes.
Like, I didn't see it. What I saw was all peaceful. Right next to what is being shown next to your face.
It's
is
like
bombs and smoke and fire.
The summer of George Floyd all over again. Where like shit's on fire and CNN's like, it's peaceful. It's peaceful.
Fine.
And then after that, it was, listen, Joe Biden doesn't have dementia. He's not shitting his pants. He's not. It's fine, you guys. They lie. They
don't
lie.
believe what you see with your own eyes.
Don't believe the fire's behind you. It's not happening. It's all peaceful.
And I think it's not a great look for Democrats that there are so many Mexican flags being flown around.
My God.
Which is something that Mark Wayne Mullen pointed out to Dana Bash, who of course insists that this is all fine.
Out there protesting, carrying a foreign flag. That is absolutely insane. I mean, they're not just peaceful protesters. These are illegals. These are exactly why the president is trying to secure our border.
All right. Well, carrying a flag is not illegal, as you know.
Oh my God.
I just want to be clear.
Okay, Dana.
I just want to foreign flag while you're attacking law enforcement. It's pretty bad.
That's a different question. But
these aren't refugees, y'all. These are not refugees. These are military-aged men coming into our country wanting to raise their flag from another country. That's an invasion. There's no way else to say it. It's an invasion. Do you go to other countries and do that? You don't see that happening in other countries. We allow that to happen here somehow. It's not okay.
I saw a couple videos too of someone who appeared to be Hispanic burning an American flag and saying, F this country, my country is Mexico. And I'm like,
well, then go.
Did you know that you can just go back? You don't have to be. Nobody wants you here.
Right. And what really pisses me off is that there are good, like I live in Texas. It's like a third of the people around here are Mexican or of Mexican descent. Okay. That's what drives me. There are good people who are Mexican American, and those people are looking at these jackholes going, can y'all quit ruining it for us? Can y'all quit being such jerks? Because there are good Mexican Americans who voted for Trump, who are MAGA, who hate this garbage.
Yeah. I mean, it just is a really bad look all the way around. I don't know why the left thinks this is helpful to their cause, but this is, I guess, keep doing it. You know what I mean? Like, I hope no one gets hurt and I hope no one's businesses gets destroyed. But like, if they want to continue to protest and show their asses the way they are, I guess.
Yeah. And listen, it goes back to, they're going to fight for people who break the law.
Right.
And
always.
They're always going to fight for the people who break the law and people who are basically illegal and non-citizens over the people who pay the bills and the people who are actual Americans. They're going to always do that. So pick what side you want to be on. I'm on the side of people who are pro-America and pro-Americans.
Same.
It's easy.
And speaking of the people that show their asses, you know who else will show you their ass? Dogs.
Yeah.
Dogs will do that. And they will do it sometimes. They don't mean to, but like sometimes they do a lot of licking and they do a lot of picking and scratching because they've got some sort of something that they've gotten from a yeast infection of some sort or just allergies that they might have to something that's outdoors. And you guys, we've got the antidote right here. It's Coat Defense. This is the preventative powder. This is for dogs. You can use it on cats too. It's very, very gentle. And so is their shampoo, which was originally created for humans that didn't want all the harsh chemicals in their shampoo, like the sodium lauryl sulfate, the petroleum, all the bad stuff. They took all that out. So it's just this nice, gentle shampoo that's great for your dog's skin because it lets their natural oils still stay while also getting their fur clean. So it's really, really nice. The combination is absolutely the best, and it will keep your dog out of the vet's office for stuff that you're going to take them to because they're itching and they seem allergic to something, and then you're going to get prescribed Apoquel and all kinds of other prescription stuff. You don't need it. You just need Coat Defense first. Try it first, and you will be surprised how much you stay away from the vet's office for those typical rashes and other dog skin conditions. You can get 15% off your order at coatdefense.com with code, of course, CHICKS. Do it. Coatdefense.com. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about what's going on in LA specifically. Gutfeld had a really great comment about all of this, as he always does. And he said, trying to find a country to establish a sanctuary city where I can burn shit while waving my native country's flag while violently demanding that they don't send me back to the native country of the flag I'm waving. Is there a country I can terrorize and then demand sympathy when they want me to leave?
Yeah, exactly. Name any other country. Name any other country where you can do that, where you can just go as an American. First of all, they're not going to let you in because they vet. Other countries actually vet people coming in. European countries, every other country does that. So it's going to be hard for you to live there and then take shit for free, live off the American taxpayer, which is what a lot of these people are doing. And then on top of that, go in there and complain about it.
Right.
And wave the American flag. You really think that other countries are going to allow that? And then Democrats are like, this is fine. Totally. This is fine. Oh my God.
All right. If you're a Californian, the current LA riots are an example of your tax dollars at work. Here's why I can say that with real confidence. Let's start here. The Coalition for Human Immigrant Rights, CHIRLA, CHIRLA, one of the key players in fomenting the violent response to immigration enforcement actions over the weekend. Last hour, if you missed any of today's podcast, make sure you go back and listen. Last hour, I went through who these people were that we rounded up. They were violent extremist, rapist, burglars, people that have beaten up their wives, doing cruel things to children, you name it. That's who this is all really about, okay? This is not about scooping up people in the middle of the night. So who's CHIRLA? Well, it's an LA-based nonprofit. They take radical positions on immigration. For example, it led the 2018 campaign to abolish ICE. It currently leads the Los Angeles Rapid Response Network, which gathers intel about enforcement actions and deploys activists to respond to, in other words, to put our police officers and ICE federal agents in danger by exposing them in advance. They also have strong ties to the Democrat Party in California. They have supported the election of Democrat candidates throughout its lobbying arm and throughout its history. It has a really close relationship with Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. The organization also has a close relationship with organized labor in the state. Now, wait a minute. You don't mean like SEIU. I'll have Jason give me an update on SEIU, the head guy of SEIU. If you followed me back when we were on Fox and back in those days on radio, you know the role of SEIU and how bad this organization really is. They are, I believe, they are just insurrectionists through and through, communist through and through. But that's my opinion. The organization also has a close relationship with the organized labors, which in turn, they become a major financial supporter of Democratic politicians. On Friday, Churla held a rally protesting ICE's enforcement actions and the arrest of the SEIU president for obstruction. Now, the incredible part is that Churla's activities are primarily funded by you if you are a taxpayer in California. We have obtained a financial audit shows that for fiscal year ending 2023, $34 million from the state, mostly through the Department of Social Services, accounts for 72% of the total revenue. This is nearly a threefold increase over the previous year. Now, all of this information is coming from what's her name?
Laura Powell.
Laura Powell. She is the what is her handle? GOP.
She's a civil liberties attorney, in California.
Okay. They also received $450,000 in federal contract in 2023, which Mayor Bass publicly took credit for on helping secure. DHS froze funding in February, which prompted a lawsuit from Churla. So the DHS was also funding this group. DHA then canceled the contract. The lawsuit was then dismissed. This is the military, educational, industrial complex, all of this stuff. This is a nonprofit industrial complex. Eisenhower did not include the nonprofit industrial complex because we hadn't really thought of it yet back in the 50s. But that's exactly what is going on here. Now, there are other people involved. If you are in doubt at all on what is actually happening in California, I want you to listen this week, because this week and on Wednesday, our Wednesday TV show, I'm going to go through all of this, and I want you to have a friend watch it, somebody who's not completely lost but still maybe a little confused. They must understand what they're seeing is a show. This is all planned. This has nothing to do with Trump. This has nothing to do with illegals that are here that are good families. It has nothing to do with this. This is about a color revolution. Now, let me tell you about one of the guys involved in this. He's a billionaire from America, Neville Roy Singham. He is kind of a mysterious figure that made a lot of his fortune in part due to his ties with communist China. He now lives in China and has emerged now as a key funder of the radical groups inside the United States that are pushing for the violent protests. And he's got a very strict pro-Beijing kind of script. He made his wealth by selling IT software business to an investment firm partially owned by the Communist Party in China. He is a major funder of a group called the People's Forum. The People's Forum. Well, they're not hiding in plain sight there. Below are excerpts from a very long expose that Just the News published in March this year. Hang on, I'm just reading my notes from Jason, meet the pro-CCP Marxist revolutionary group behind the Mohammed Khalil protests of 3/2025. Jason, remind me who Mahmoud Khalil is. He was the guy, Columbia University, that set all that off. Give us a quick thumbnail of him.
That's it. Yeah, he was one of the central figures when they were, shutting down Columbia. There was a much larger, group, which we will go into later, that were doing this thing called Shut It Down for Palestine. Again, another tie to socialists, Marxists, for some weird, odd reason, heavy focus on Maoism in particular.
Of course.
But yeah, that's who that guy was, and that's also who the Trump administration was looking to deport.
So the People's Forum has been a driving force behind the protests condemning the detention and possible deportation of the pro-Palestinian Columbia graduate student Mahmoud Khalil. There are scores of videos posted by the forum on social media detailing the group's role in organizing, promoting, attending, and leading all of the pro-Khalil protests. They did a rally outside the courthouse. They did a sit-in at Trump Tower. Khalil's legal team has addressed the crowd at a protest organized by the forum. This is all from that American billionaire that now lives in China. The forum is led by a guy named Milano de los Santos. And I'm saying that as white as a white man can possibly say it, because that's who I am. Also, personally tweeted multiple times to promote the forum-led protest for Khalil. Major patron for the People's Forum is the communist businessman Neville Roy Singham. For months, we've been the target of a campaign that alleges our funding comes from dark money. A few years ago, we met Roy Singham, a Marxist comrade who sold his company and donated most of his wealth to nonprofits that focus on political education, culture, and internationalism. This is from the People's Forum. Singham married Jody Evans. Who is Jody Evans? Well, she's the co-founder of the radical left-wing group Code Pink. Her group touts itself as anti-war, but it's also very pro-China and very anti-Israel, strangely, pro-Islamists. The New York Times reported that Singham works in Shanghai, that his efforts are linked to the Chinese Communist Party. This is from the New York Times, that he has attended at least one CCP workshop on promoting the party globally. The New York Times also reported that he provides backing for the People's Forum. The Free Beacon has reported that key leaders for the forum serve in top position at Singham's Justice and Education Fund. The Free Beacon also reported that the network run by Singham is also behind Breakthrough Media and Dongsheng News, who both push pro-China narratives and whose content is reshared by the forum here in the United States. Free Press also reported that Singham and Evans have donated over $20 million to the People's Forum from 2017 to 2022 through a series of shell organizations and donor advisory groups, accounting for nearly all of the group's funding. The Free Beacon also reported in 2024 the People's Forum had encouraged anti-Israel activists to recreate the violent protests of the summer of 2020, just hours before the rioters stormed and occupied a building at Columbia University campus. So these are some of the people that are involved. Again, you also have the federal government involved. DHS, under Mayorkas, was also helping fund, I think it was Chirla, wasn't it?
Chirla.
Yeah. Tell me that connection.
Chirla, and I just lost it on my notes too, but Chirla was receiving not only state taxpayer funds, but they were also, under Karen Bass, received another grant from the federal government, from the Department of Homeland Security. Reports say that grant specifically was due to lobbying efforts from Karen Bass.
Karen Bass, in case you don't remember who Karen Bass is, she's not just the LA mayor, and we'll get into her later this week, but I want to just recap who Karen Bass is. She's just not an incompetent yahoo. She is somebody who is very important to the movement. Karen Bass, remember, she was the mayor when the city was burning down. She is a radical that, is just appointing people on who they sleep with, not on their qualities. And she left town knowing that the threat of fire was very high. She left town, and where did she go?
She went to Ghana.
She went to Ghana. What was she doing in Ghana?
That's a good question.
It is a good question. Why is she in Ghana? What are her connections in Ghana?
I think we'll go to that pretty soon.
Okay. There are some connections directly to communism that she seems to support. We will have it all nailed down for you. But she is a big political activist on the left. She's not a mayor, just she has deep connections to the deep left.
Yeah, she was actually a member of the Venceremos Brigade and made 7 trips to Cuba during the 1970s. It was illegal for Americans to do so at that time, but she did it. It's very interesting that she was also the vice chair of the National Endowment for Democracy, what is their specialty again?
Wait, isn't that Color Revolution?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What you're seeing happening in California, and make no mistake, it's going to come to all of our states one way or another, is a color revolution. And it is exactly what I put up in the chalkboard. How many years ago? When did I first write that, Stu? Can you figure that one out? When did I first write that the left, communist, anarchists, Islamists will all gather together, work together to overthrow the Western world?
Yeah, that was Arab Spring. It was, 2010 or something like that?
9 or 10 is when I started saying that. And everybody said that's not possible. And you are seeing it in action. It's not just that they are, it's not just the LGBTQ community is supporting the Palestinian cause, which if you go over with your rainbow flags over and you're anywhere near the Palestinian territory, they will kill you, okay? They're not going to be, you're not going into their school and teaching them about the kids being born in the wrong body. They will kill you. It's not just about the insane things like supporting. Now you're starting to see them in action. What was the triangle that we saw spray painted, Jason? We were talking about this last night.
Yeah.
In Los Angeles.
It was graffiti found at the riot site, an upside down inverted triangle, which Hamas uses, their militant wing uses to mark Israeli targets.
Now, this one was a red triangle. And remember, we're going to show you this week that the communists and the Islamists and socialists are connected. This triangle is connecting them, okay? It's leaving a mark. That, you'll see that triangle. I think it's up on the Blaze right now if you happen to be watching. But it's all marking a warning to ICE. This triangle, a red triangle, was used by the fascists, by Germans, when they rounded up people who were communists. And it was an upside down triangle that you had on your prison uniform that meant you were either a communist or a capitalist, one of the two. I don't think this is let's pick a red triangle. I'm sorry, I don't think so. This is more than just an Islamist movement. This is an Islamist communist movement. And what you're seeing happening in Los Angeles now, and it is just the beginning, warning, by 2028, this will be everywhere. What you're seeing now is a setup. They want a moment where the military or the police or anybody does something that they can use now and say, see, they're just like the Israelis. with the Palestinians. This is the same kind of atrocities and genocide that is happening. That's what they're looking for.
I've seen agitators getting in the way of some of these ICE agents who are trying to do their job.
Hey, these sort of anarchists.
What should happen to them?
They should be arrested.
Yeah.
They should be called out. We condemn that destruction of personal property.
Basically, you said that if you go out and do violence at this point, you're giving Donald Trump what he wants.
You're handing it to him. So stop. These guys, these idiots that are jumping up on cars, that are burning these Waymos, these people, that's a disgrace.
Mm-hmm.
And the impact they're having on our democracy, there's a lot at risk here. I mean, this is not just a simple act of disobedience. They should be arrested. They should be held accountable. Anyone who attacks any innocent person, including a law enforcement person that's lawfully doing their job, they're members of our community just like everybody else. They go to the same churches. They're good human beings.
Mm-hmm.
And just because we don't like Donald Trump, just because we don't like their orders, doesn't mean you have the right to hurt or harm people. And that goes for them as well.
Well, you're a little late to the party, don't you think, Gavin? Like just a tiny bit? Because, ladies and gentlemen, the situation in Los Angeles has officially gotten so out of hand that even the Democrats of all people can no longer continue to lie, gaslight, and be in denial about the situation. You can add this up to another long list of Trump and MAGA were right about everything cards, where every single time they initially come out, they call us far-right radical conspiracy theorists, and then in the later span of years, months, even in some cases like the one here today, days, they eventually come out and admit that we were right all along, but they refuse to give us any of the credit, much less learn their idiotic lessons. And that is no exception here today with the so-called fiery but mostly peaceful protests happening in LA, because of course we were being told by days, by the media, by the Democrat Party, by Gavin Newsom himself, that nothing is really happening in LA, right? They're peaceful protests. I think the exact phraseology that CNN used was like peaceful protests with quote unquote isolated pockets of violence, which is to say, yeah, some people, the occasional hooligan in the streets is throwing rocks at police cars or setting fires or rioting, but it really is under control. We were of course told that LAPD, the local police, they're handling it so well, by the way, and the idea, the mere notion that Trump would deploy the National Guard to quell the riots is a gigantic overreaction and overstep, and it's an authoritarian martial law takeover of America. The entire thing is unjustified because, after all, again, there's not really a lot of violence happening. Oh, how quickly that argument fell apart. We got to tell you about that in today's video, as well as the ridiculously shameless pivot that Gavin Newsom is now making, because after saying it was under control and there's basically no violence, and then it was very clearly seen to the world where he can no longer continue to make that argument. Now he's saying, okay, there is violence, but it's Donald Trump's fault, even though, again, Donald Trump is the guy who very early on, as the situation was already getting out of hand, tried to make a move, hopefully that would stop it, that would actually stop people to keep committing violence. You opposed that. You came out against that. And now you're saying somehow like Gavin trying to make this pivot that he's the law and order guy. It's insane, right? We all know he's this deranged, like shape-shifting sociopath, but this really may take the cake of insanity. So we'll get into it. First though, folks, do us a favor. If you enjoy the content, make sure you hit that like button down below and subscribe to the channel if you are new. You subscribing is the best way to support this coverage, and I know a lot of you have been enjoying it. So if you enjoy the content, make sure you hit that red button. And with that in mind, you already see, right? This is all they were saying all weekend, especially the moment that Trump deployed the National Guard, right? This was on just last night, actually, late last night. Gavin Newsom comes out and says, despite protests already being managed by LAPD, President Trump is escalating the situation, right? He's the one escalating the situation, not the protesters, not the rioters. And by the way, what is the implication of escalating? Meaning the situation in itself is not that bad. It's just Trump that's making it bad, right? Despite protests already being managed by LAPD, Trump is escalating by threatening to deploy over 500 active duty Marines to the streets of Los Angeles. Los Angeles, remain peaceful. Don't fall into the trap that extremists are fighting for. So, I think the most telling part of that statement, right? despite protests already being managed, right? They're being managed perfectly fine by LAPD. Well, I think even from the start, we all knew that was not true, but especially last night and yesterday in general, guys, as you saw videos and pictures like this right here, it immediately became obvious to the whole world, again, was too difficult for Gavin Newsom to deny. No, LAPD did not have the situation remotely under control. You see another instance here where Gavin Newsom is responding to the many videos of rioting. I guess one person, right, one guy on social media basically posted accidentally a video that was from 2020 and not the current riots, right? So it's from the BLM riots. And Gavin Newsom responds here by saying, this video is from 2020, which is to say what? They're taking everything out of context. Nothing's going on. And look, the right wingers have to lie about it because one guy did the social media post. Of course, people respond in the comments with showing things like this, right? As you can see, ALX points out, yeah, which year is this one from? It's like you can go and say, okay, that video of them burning cars is from 2020, but here are current videos of them burning cars. And again, this is the situation that Gavin Newsom was hilariously trying to argue. Everything is fine. It's under control, mostly peaceful.
Declared. As we see protesters holding Mexican flags, jumping up on the hood of the car. I'll just speak about yesterday. It took some time for emergency crews to get the fire out of the vehicle fire that happened yesterday. It took some time before officials could move in, clear the crowd firstly, make sure it's safe to go near the vehicle, and then douse the flames. And I gotta say, these do look like those autonomous vehicle, the Waymo cars that can pick up passengers. You can use them almost like an Uber, and they pick you up without a driver. That appears to be the two vehicles that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, don't worry, Gavin Newsom was saying. Of course, everything is under control. It was very ridiculous from the start. We knew where this is headed. I mean, you saw images like this plastered everywhere, right? Especially this one right here, right? LAPD has the whole thing under control. You have LAPD back there in the back. And where's the control? There's a fire starting. This guy's doing the donuts, right? This famous guy. Where's the control? Absolutely none of it happening. But if you wanted a straightforward case, as Anthony Cabasa and many others reported off of an LA freeway just yesterday evening, as you can see, breaking news, a Molotov cocktail was thrown out at a police car on the 101 underpass. A police officer tries to distinguish it while remaining safe underneath the underpass. Protesters have been chucking rocks and other large items at what appears to be trapped officers. So again, while Gavin Newsom was going out and trying to say, whole thing is under control, you had LAPD cowering in tunnels because the mob is literally overwhelming them as they're burning LAPD. That says Highway Patrol, right? Police vehicles. It was ridiculous from the start. Everyone knew he was freaking lying about it. So now, ladies and gentlemen, what is the pivot that Gavin Newsom is doing? Well, we'll show you that in a second. But first of all, I do also want to point out, I think maybe the straw that broke the camel's back is the LAPD chief Jim McDonnell himself going out and admitting, no, we do not have the situation under control, right? So Gavin's trying to say everything is fine. LAPD's handling it. LAPD themselves are saying, no, his own words here, right? We are overwhelmed. So juxtapose those side by side, guys. Again, Gavin Newsom, protests are being handled by LAPD. LAPD themselves are saying, and I quote, we are overwhelmed. There is no limit to what they're doing to our officers. Take a listen for yourself so we can be clear this is not a right-wing misinformation op conspiracy theory.
We saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity. And the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you broadcasted breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers. And again, as I mentioned in my statement, I can't thank our folks enough and our partner agency police officials for going out there and taking care of the community.
Right, but again, the police have it under control, as they told us. There's no reason for Donald Trump to deploy the National Guard. What an authoritarian he is. Okay, I'm going to once again reiterate here. From the start, what did I say about it? I said it is basic common sense, because unlike 2020, you do not want I'd argue, honestly, even maybe a criticism of Trump, the mobilization was too slow. It's not aggressive enough. Okay, because the situation is still out of control. But nonetheless, the point, right? The intention of it was what? And, in fairness to him, I'm not sure LA is being super cooperative, sanctuary city, all that. But the point was what? To get ahead of the problem, right? We already saw the situation getting out of hand, and, it was a slippery slope. Everyone knew exactly where it was going. And Gavin Newsom, again, tried to say everything was fine. You still see him going out and saying it right here. But I want to reiterate that again, okay? National Guard, not needed. LAPD is fine. Well, now, again, at the point where they can't deny it because LAPD themselves are saying it is not fine, what is the new pivot? Well, of course, Trump derangement syndrome. You know where they're going to go for this. So first of all, there was no violence. It was a peaceful situation, not a big deal. Occasional street hooligans, police can handle it. So suddenly now they admit that that's not the case. And you see the Gavin Newsom press office for instance, going out now and saying the Department of Defense is lying to the American people. The situation became escalated when they deployed the troops. Donald Trump has manufactured a crisis and is inflaming conditions. He clearly can't solve this, so California will, right? So before, they said there was no violence. Now they're admitting there is violence, which Donald Trump saw happening, hence why he deployed the Guard. But now they're saying, it's Donald Trump's fault that there is violence. But wait a minute, I thought everything was fine. I thought it was peaceful. Where's the crisis, right? Total pivot, total hilarious 180. And as you can see, the Department of Defense themselves actually responded here to Gavin Newsom on X, saying, the streets of LA are on fire. We didn't cause these riots, correct. Feckless leadership from the mayor to the governor caused this insanity. We will be the ones to restore law and order. Now, I think it goes without saying, it's pretty basic common sense here, but as Anthony Cabasa points out, just to clear up any confusion, yes, there is a lot of misinformation being put out by local and state government here in California. The escalation in violence, which was done on late Saturday night, guys, for the timeline there, Saturday, June 7th, you can go watch our video on it, by the way. The escalation in violence was not a result of the National Guard deployed. The violence was already here on Friday, January 6th, July 6th, June 6th, I should say. Okay, June 6th, sorry, Jay's there. June 6th, a whole day before. National Guard was the response to this, and yes, that is correct. We covered it, by the way. Okay? It's not an invented crisis out of nowhere. Like, this was a situation. By the way, maybe you want to talk about the federal government. How about the fact that anti-ICE protesters were trying to storm into federal facilities, and guess what? They needed backup, right? We saw LAPD would not help them because of sanctuary city laws and all that. So, again, not exactly a manufactured crisis here. And to the extent to which, you're saying it's getting worse. Yeah, it's getting worse, which is why they deployed the Guard in the first place. The gaslighting here is absolutely ridiculous. But of course, here is Gavin Newsom himself going out and saying Donald Trump has manufactured a crisis. Guys, manufactured a crisis. Apparently, this video from, again, Friday, June 6th, a whole over 24 hours before the deployment, this was a manufactured crisis. So take a listen here, though, as Gavin Newsom, after again saying the violence was not really happening, it's being overblown, all that, now is going out and condemning the violence, finally, which is, I would say, just a lame attempt to appear moderate before 2028 or whatever. But underlying all of that, what is he doing? Instead of taking accountability, instead of perhaps, by the way, admitting if LAPD says they're overwhelmed, hey, maybe Trump had a point in deploying the National Guard. Maybe I should stop trying to fight him on this and instead go along with it because, hey, my own police department says they're overwhelmed. Instead, what does he do? Blame the violence that his own voters are causing. His voters, guys, are causing violence apparently because of Donald Trump. Everything is his fault. Take a listen to this ridiculous interview that he had with MSNBC just over the weekend.
Causing and mayhem. What's your message to those people who are out there tonight? Not the peaceful protesters that are out there protesting for the rights of immigrants, but for the people that are doing damage to buildings, to law enforcement.
Well, they're doing more than damage to buildings and to property. They're potentially damaging the very foundation of our, republic. The democracy is in the balance. I mean, you're seeing these authoritarian tendencies now are being acted out by this administration. And we're a case in point as it relates to nationalizing, federalizing the National Guard, threatening now to put in Marines. So I hope these people would pause and just consider. Now, some of them, they want that kind of chaos. Some ways, they're adjacent to where Donald Trump is. But the peaceful protesters, we want to keep them safe. We want them to exercise their fundamental rights. We want to keep those that are enforcing the laws in a respectful and responsible way also safe. But Donald Trump needs to pull back. He needs to stand down. Donald Trump is inflaming these conditions. This is Donald Trump's problem right now, and if he can't solve it, we will.
Donald Trump needs to pull back. He is inflaming these conditions because, of course, again, as I will say for the millionth time, because I have to, your LAPD, as you can see from this video right here, is clearly handling it so well. But what I find to be kind of hilarious is that underlying Gavin Newsom's little argument there is actually two striking admissions. First of all, he is admitting that these violent protests, that, first of all, he's admitting they're violent now, so that's one thing. But secondly, the violent protests are not a good reflection of the left or the Democrat Party. Actually, in the process, they're making themselves look bad. Okay, so there's really, so that's something to note there. But also, thirdly, here, and this is most important. So, is he admitting in that clip that indeed the National Guard is being deployed and the military is being deployed in response to the escalation of the riots getting worse, right? Because, I thought he was just deploying the military for no reason. So, if that's the case, then wouldn't he just deploy the military anyway, Gavin? Oh, wait, but you actually know that things are violent. The overall point is you just don't care, right? The whole meltdown by Gavin Newsom basically comes down to this sole point, right? He, and like we saw Tim Walz, like many Democrat governors do back in the year of 2020, is the strategy of course, letting the whole city already, guys, burn to the ground, and then finally you deploy the National Guard. And so Trump is the bad guy, apparently, for taking preemptive action. But hilariously here, as he has to finally admit, yes, there is violence and all this stuff, take a listen here, as later on in this same interview, Gavin Newsom just continues to have a complete and total mental breakdown over Tom Homan and the Trump administration, and it gets, frankly, honestly, kind of comical. Take a listen right here.
Homan, the border czar, said to me yesterday he did not rule out literally arresting you, nor Mayor Bass, if you interfere in his work. He said you hadn't yet.
He's a tough guy. Why doesn't he do that? He knows where to find me. But you know what? Let your hands off 4-year-old girls that are trying to get educated. Let your hands off these poor people who are just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes, been here 10 years. The fear, the horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
Totally mentally stable individual, by the way. Definitely has all his screws on tight for sure. You know what that reminds me a lot of, and you college football fans would probably know what I'm talking about. It's the infamous Mike Gundy, okay? Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40. This is literally Gavin Newsom having his complete meltdown on camera. I just want to point that out.
Where are we at in society today? Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm not a kid. Write something about me or our coaches. Don't write about a kid that does everything right, that's heart's broken, and then say that the coaches said he was scared. That ain't true.
Yeah, so just a totally stable and mentally rational individual. But nonetheless, going on here from whatever that was, whatever that just pure performance art was supposed to be, okay, I'm not exactly sure. In serious news today, the Gavin Newsom administration is suing the Trump administration over this. They're saying, quote, I have formally requested the Trump administration rescind their unlawful deployments of troops in Los Angeles County and return them to my command. In Gavin Newsom's words, quote, we didn't have a problem until Trump got involved. Right, so just showing you what you saw on your screen earlier. But again, this was not a problem, guys. It was the moment the National Guard showed up, then people started looting and rioting and burning things. Then violence started. It definitely wasn't happening the entire time. And again, right? What was he saying just hours before that? LAPD has everything under control, as LAPD says they don't have anything under control. Nonetheless, okay, as you can see, this is a serious breach of state sovereignty. Inflaming tensions while pulling resources from where they're actually needed. Rescind the order and return control to California. And apparently rescind law and order, return, I should say, law and order to California. Because again, of course, they were doing such a good job of that, guys. It's just unbelievable. So nothing was happening, but now stuff is happening, and it's Donald Trump's fault that it's happening. Not our fault for being in denial and aiding it, abetting it, refusing to condemn it, etc., etc. And nonetheless, it's worth noting, while Gavin Newsom tries to save his own skin, many other Democrats still, okay, firstly, there wasn't violence, but also now let's just celebrate it. Take a listen.
We are labor, and we move the agenda to support working families all over the country. And if somebody gets in our way, shame on them, because we're going to run right over them, aren't we? Shame! It's time to make their voices heard. Shame on us if we don't get out there and fight like hell every single day and make our voices heard. We've got to do that because we are united. We are right. And we're going to stand up and we're going to fight like hell every single day. Are you ready to fight? Yeah. Are you ready to fight? Yeah. Are you ready to make your voices heard? Yeah. Let's do it. Thank you.
Many Democrat voters are indeed heeding the calls, right? Listening directly to the words of their party leaders, which is hence why you see scenes like this right here. But again, don't forget, guys, the whole situation is under control. It was fine. The only problem is the National Guard. Please leave, guys. All right. Well, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let me know your thoughts on all of this in the comment section down below. What do you think of the pivot by Gavin Newsom and okay, Trump is bad because nothing is happening, but also Trump is bad because something is happening. As I said before, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, because if Trump didn't deploy the National Guard and these protesters continue to burn the city as they already were, they would say, why isn't Trump deploying the National Guard? He's letting LA burn. It's just ridiculous. But all right, with that said, guys, let me know your thoughts. Be sure to leave a like on this video, subscribe if you are new, and until next time, God bless and peace.
So in the middle of probably one of the worst PR moments for Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, Kash Patel thought it was a good idea to go on Rogan. Now, Rogan isn't known for, pressing people too hard, but it was really interesting watching in real time him realizing that his hero or that his guest was compromised. Look, I'm all for giving these guys time, okay? I know that, the sacrifice that a guy like Dan Bongino made to give up a media empire for some amount of time, who knows how long, and who knows if it'll be there when he gets back. Kash Patel, putting their lives at risk. I also believe that they had the right intentions, that they believed that they were going to go and do good and, do amazing things. I really do. But unfortunately, I think they got in there and realized pretty quick that they weren't going to be able to do anything about it. They weren't going to be able to make the changes that they had hoped. And watching their eyes is, you could see it in their eyes. But these clips are absolutely brutal. Let's get to the clips. By the way, huge shout out to Sheath. Sheath is a longtime sponsor of the channel. They have all sorts of incredible new materials for their products like bamboo, moisture wicking. A ton of my viewers have switched over to Sheath underwear, and I really think you should too. They also have a massive sale going on right now for Father's Day, and I have a promo code down below. where you can get 30% off. So head on over to Sheath. They've got multi-directional ergonomic form, the isolative pouch. So if you want to separate your twig and berries, you can. You don't have to. There's all sorts of new fabrics. They have women's stuff, men's stuff. I promise it's probably not on the top list of things for you to be changing. If you're like me, you've bought the same boxers for your whole life. Seriously, give Sheath a try. Promo code in the description to save 30% off. And they have the new Airflow mesh too, by the way. Great gift for dad and also for yourself. So Too Lazy to Try put out this video, and he grabbed a couple really good clips. So I want to give him credit. I enjoy his channel a lot. So he's like, when Joe Rogan realizes his guest has been compromised.
On since we've been recording here. Elon and Trump seem to be in a bit of a spat. Joe, you want to check the tweet that Elon just put out a little bit ago?
Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. Jesus Christ.
I'm not participating in any of that conversation between Elon
Have a nice day, DJD. Someone should take his phone away.
They're going back and forth about different things. And
Jesus Christ, that's a crazy thing to say. How does he know? Does he know that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? Or does he have access to the Epstein files?
I don't know how he would, but I'm just staying out of
Wait, I thought there were none.
Trump Elon thing. That's way outside my lane.
What are they doing?
I know my lane, and that ain't it.
I just don't. I mean, I understand he owns Twitter. I think it's bad for your mental health. I think posting things public all day and arguing with people all day is
I would
bad
agree.
for you.
Well, you raise a great point. Sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
Half of what we have to respond to.
All right, so Joe Rogan just had Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, on his podcast.
I want to show
talk
this
about
clip.
Epstein, which shows like whatever, even if you have that,
Here's the
nobody's
clip.
gonna believe it, and I don't know what that's going to prove. Kash even said the video's boring. It's just him sitting there in his cell, so I don't know how that's going to prove that he wasn't murdered.
Right.
And then also Joe mentions how originally they claimed there was no footage and it was deleted, and you could tell he doesn't.
All right.
The theories can continue, but my job.
So
is to give
you
the
became
information.
aware of this footage recently.
The ones that we're looking at, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, but this is like an article from quite a while ago that was saying that the footage was mistakenly erased.
Look, I mean, it goes
Yeah.
back to the same. Ask the people that were in power then. I mean, I get it that you want to hold me to.
Look at his eyes darting around the room. He's not even looking at Joe.
Not for
He's looking
their
at the
actions.
table.
No, I'm not
Not you.
saying-
Not you.
I'm not saying that.
Not you. Just the public in general, and that's okay.
What's confusing to everybody today, first of all, it's very confusing because AI can kind of make anything.
Tell you after having looked at it, this ain't gonna be AI.
You don't think so?
You're gonna. It's just.
What do you mean it's not going to be? I thought it already existed.
Not great. It's like if it were AI, like someone wanted to come in and make it, they'd make it better.
But why would you make it better when?
No, it's better to make it worse, so you can't see every little detail. Joe knows.
You could have ambiguous footage that is, totally generated by AI. I mean, AI can generate blurry images. AI can
Sure.
generate night vision.
I'm
How
pretty
much can
confident.
you talk about what you've seen?
Not yet. Just what I've told you.
Can you say you've seen anything?
No, that's the point. That there's nothing in there. Like
He looks so nervous here. Like, this is wild.
you guys would be bored.
You talking about the video of the murder or the suicide?
Yeah, so it's hilarious that everyone knows something's up. Nobody trusts him, not even Joe. And I'm sure Kash knows that as well, but he just has no other option than to lie. And he kept complaining about how people fuel conspiracy theories that aren't true. But before he became head of the FBI,
He did it.
used to entertain all those theories.
Right.
On Joe's pod, Joe asked him if he ever questioned Epstein's suicide.
Investigated? Probably not. Murdered in segregated. So I agree with you. This doesn't look right. It doesn't look like a suicide. But is this Justice Department going to investigate it? Probably not. Murdered in segregated housing in isolation after being on suicide watch in a place in a detention center that I've physically been in myself. It would be fiction.
So correct me if I'm wrong.
Here, yeah, you're just going to press him here a little bit more.
Told what I'd read was that the guards were not paying attention or were sleeping.
Well,
right?
Yeah. In short order, you'll see it.
Is that correct?
Well, it's hard to surmise that from a video, right? Like,
Why wouldn't he? He can't confirm or deny anything. Anything. He can't confirm or deny anything.
Where they and look, do guards doze off on the night shift? Yeah. What happens is in these units, there's supposed to be 24/7 guard duty
Uh-huh.
on him directly. And from what I was able to learn in this, in the lead up to his suicide, is the guard fell asleep.
So here he says, as a fact, the guard had fallen asleep. And then he says to Joe Rogan's face, well, I don't really know. I mean, it could have been anything.
Now, I don't really buy that. And do you know what happened to these guards? Supposedly they were going to get charged, but I've never heard anything
Nope.
that happened to these prison guards. Maybe
What about the fact that, like, didn't they buy it? Weren't they Googling buying a new jet ski and stuff like that? Whatever happened to that? Was that made up too?
we should try to find him and let's talk to him.
And it's funny, Cash keeps talking about how secure the jail is and how nobody.
There's just no access points into places like this in the
Mhm.
detention center he was in, which I've been in. It's just in my experience.
Now, if you look at the episode itself or the clip itself, it has, where's the clip? Here. Kash Patel says that it is wildly disliked. Wildly. 11,000 upvotes on 518,000 views. That should be 50,000 to 100,000 likes. The 10% like ratio is pretty standard. 16,000 dislikes according to the plugin, which we know isn't super accurate. They're just insulting our intelligences at these points. No one gives an F if he offed himself or not. Where's the arrest? Who are the clients? That's a great point too. So his only argument is, believe me, bro. He goes from saying he's working really hard on this, but never has not even read the autopsy report. The dude is full of ish, you can tell in the first 30 seconds. Cash is hiding evidence and protecting the clients, period. This guy is a director of the FBI. What a clown. Exactly, like here, okay, fine, he did off himself. Now let's see the list. I mean, his idea, like, I get they might have compromise on him. Kash Patel tells Joe Rogan that there is no footage of what you want from the island, claiming that if there were people committing felonies, we would have seen it. But Pam Bondi said that there were tens of thousands of videos of it. Pam Bondi said that there were tens of thousands of videos.
The narrative has always been that there's video. But what about the video?
We know that the FBI took all sorts of security footage. We know that he had cameras everywhere.
From the island.
Yeah.
Again, we're going to give you everything we can. And people have to remember, we're not going to re-victimize women. We're not going to put that shit back out there. It's not happening because then he wins. Not doing it.
Yeah, but okay, so who's with the women? What do you mean? I thought you don't. What?
You hate me for it? Fine. Again, logical play out. If there was a video of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island and I'm in charge, don't you think you'd see it?
No. No, I don't, Cash. I don't. You've done too many of these squirrely, move around in your seat, look eyes darting around the room interviews.
Right. If you have it.
Right.
But you can't say that you have it.
No, we're giving you everything we have.
And is there video from the island?
Not of what you want.
So this narrative might not be accurate, that there's video of these guys doing this.
Exactly.
Have you guys reviewed everything that you have?
Almost. Yes, we have, and now we're figuring out how to put it out.
But is there footage?
If there was footage of anyone doing anything else,
Dude, he's lying. He looks so nervous.
we would have opened a case.
No, you wouldn't. Here's Pam Bondi on a hidden camera saying there are tens and thousands of videos, all with little kids. That's what she said on tape. And then she also announced it in a press release that morning. He's literally telling you that they have videos that they show where there are victims, but they don't show the perpetrators. Why is this so hard to understand? Okay, that's possible, but he's not saying that. He didn't say that. He didn't say that. He said, guys, I mean, come on. If I had anything to charge anyone with, I would. Didn't they have like thousands? Kash Patel said no tape exists. The evidence list, official statements, and sworn testimony of FBI officials, all shown here, say otherwise.
Video from the island.
Oh, that's sorry. So you're talking about two different
Yes.
things. So
Yeah.
So yeah. Again,
There's
gone over.
Here's all the evidence list of all the videos that they got. It's absolutely bonkers. Again, maybe they got Kash Patel and they got some sort of compromise on it, but I don't leave a like on this video if you don't believe he's telling us the truth. He keeps talking about, hey, we're going to release it. We're going over thousands of files. They haven't released anything. They said they had the tape of his cell over a week ago. Why haven't they released it? 2 weeks ago. Why haven't they released it? They haven't released anything? I don't know, man. If you don't have footage of anything, I find that really hard to believe. Everybody used to say how many he had hundreds of cameras in every house. You caught 0 crimes on that. 0. I don't know. I don't believe it. Let me know what you think in the comment section down below. Don't forget Sheaths 30% off sale. Link in the description. Still time to get it for Father's Day. And also, just for yourself, take advantage of the discount for yourself and give them a try. I guarantee you're really going to love their product. I've been promoting them for years, and I've heard nothing but good things. Talk to you again real soon.
We will continue to expand access to new media so that more people can cover the most transparent president in American history rather than just a failing legacy. And by the way, AP, it's still Gulf of America. The AP is saying this is a viewpoint discrimination. They don't like Gulf of Mexico. They're trying to lean heavily on the history of the press pool. It doesn't matter. You can't adversely possess a seat in the Oval Office no matter how long you had access. They don't want you there, you're not there. Big win over the AP today is what President Trump said. Remember the Associated Press, the same entity that refuses to call the Gulf of America. That's the name. Get it right. But they refuse to do it because they're just mad and angry. We love Mexico. And they don't want to make the change. But it is the name. And now Trump's decision to exclude them from the Oval Office and other parts of the White House has been validated by the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. But Trump celebrates it, says they refuse to state the facts or the truth on the Gulf of America, and so therefore they're fake news and they are afuera out of the Oval Office. We got Caroline Leavitt celebrating the victory over the AP. She says, "Victory, finally!" As we've said all along, the Associated Press is not guaranteed special access to cover the president in the Oval Office, aboard Air Force One, and other sensitive locations. Thousands of other journalists have never been afforded the opportunity, to cover the president in these privileged spaces. Moving forward, we will continue to expand access to new media so that more people can cover the most transparent president in American history rather than just a failing legacy. And by the way, AP, it's still Gulf of America. Oh, and now you're not going to get access. Maybe if you were real news people, you would be allowed in, but not going to happen now. Here is what the Court of Appeals said. All right, upon consideration of the emergency motion for a stay, because remember, the AP had won at the lower level, so you can't exclude them. They've had a lot of prior access and First Amendment right to the press and all made up a bunch of crap. Like, not to his private office, to his private airplane, to his private residence. So they're banned. Get out. So now Trump took it up to the Circuit Court of Appeals and they said it is now ordered that the motion for stay pending appeal be granted in part. The district court's injunction is stayed, right? So saying, AP, you get to go back in there. Here's your little badge again. It's stayed, except as it applies to the East Room. So they can still get access to the East Room, which is a more public room. Now, a concurring statement of Judge Rao, joined by Judge Katsas, and a dissenting statement of Judge Pillard are attached. So here's what they say. Saying the AP wants to be in the room where it happens. I mean, who doesn't? Yeah, so do we. Saying, but from February 2025, the White House has excluded officials from the AP, from the Oval Office, and other restricted spaces, saying officials announced that access was denied because the AP continued to call it the Gulf of Mexico. It's not called the Gulf of America. So the AP sued. They said, you violated our First Amendment. How dare you? The district court held the AP was going to win because you can't throw them out of this. They're the AP. So they say, look, we grant. No, that judge was wrong. He done goofed. The White House is going to win on the merits because these are restricted presidential spaces. They're not First Amendment fora open for private speech and discussion. They're his private government building locations. The White House therefore retains discretion to determine, including on the basis of viewpoint, they literally can kick you out of the office based on your views. That's the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Get out. Kind of like what happened with Zelensky. Which journalists will be admitted. Moreover, without a stay, the government will suffer irreparable harm. The injunction impinges on the president's independence and control over his private workspaces, obviously. Now, when they say Oval Office, they mean it for everything. Oval Office, Air Force One, Mar-a-Lago. East Room is where the press goes, so they still can have access to the East Room. Now, reporters and photographers have long been permitted access to the White House complex. They require press credentials. They've got to get hard passes. Hard pass holders may sign up via a reservation system. Now, a small subset, around 1% of hard pass holders, is sometimes invited into the Oval Office and the Cabinet Room. This is called the press pool. Has historically been selected from the White House Correspondents Association until we canceled that. The press pool has been relatively stable, mostly fixed. They travel the president around a lot. But then on February 11th, Caroline Leavitt came out and said, sorry, AP, you guys are morons. It's called Gulf of America. AP said, no, it's not. It's called Gulf of Mexico. They said, so we're going to sue you over that. We're going to call it whatever we want to. Now, the district court said AP was going to win. They said, yeah, they can call it that if they want to. You still have to give them access. The district court granted the AP's motion for the injunction and said, give the AP their access back. The White House sued, and here we are. Now, as a threshold matter, we reject the White House, saying the White House said, you don't even have jurisdiction over this, right? They basically said there's no standing. This is a political question, and you can't even hear it. They say, we disagree. This lies within judicial province, and so we can hear the case, and so, courts always do that. So, okay, not kick it out on standing, but it's fine. It's within our equitable authority to stay the lower ruling if it's against the equities. And because we are considering a stay right now, we have to ask whether Trump's going to win. We think he is, especially when this goes up. So the district court said, no, you got to give him access to the Oval Office and all the spaces. But to determine whether First Amendment protections even exist, we have to do some analysis. What is the harm? And what is the viewpoint exclusion? Okay, it's not a time. We talk about viewpoint-based distinctions and time, place, and manner-based distinctions. So if the government passes a law that says you can't protest about abortion, then that would be unconstitutional, right? That's viewpoint discrimination because, the pro-abortion people can protest, but the pro-life people can't, kind of a thing. Or by contrast, what if the government passed a law that said, okay, you just can't protest between the hours of 8 and 10 in the morning at this location, but it's neutral. So it means nobody can protest, not just the pro-lifers or whatever. So that would be more time, place, and manner-based restrictions rather than viewpoint. The AP is saying this is a viewpoint discrimination. They don't like Gulf of Mexico. Now, the press pool is just a mechanism of how they get in there. Now, they say we have a long history in the press pool. And so the proper context they have to say is about the spaces and who they're open to. Where are you trying to get access to? Government property may be one of 3 types of fora. Traditional public forum created by government designation, and the non-public forum. No one suggests the Oval Office is a traditional public forum. It's not a designated public forum. And so that means it's non-public. Non-public forums on government property is not by tradition a forum of public communication. And so the government has an interest in that property and that location. When the White House opens its facilities to the press generally, it can't exclude journalists based on viewpoint. That's not what's happening here. We never suggested that the First Amendment restrictions on the discretion of the president to grant interviews is afforded. If Trump sits down for an interview with Laura Ingraham, he doesn't have to with Rachel Maddow. She doesn't get to sue and say, my First Amendment says I have a right to access the president, and if you don't let me do that, that's discrimination. That's ridiculous. The First Amendment does not control the president's discretion with whom he speaks or to whom he provides personal access. It's time-honored and an entirely mundane aspect that the free press is supposed to be competitive. These uncontested principles provide the framework for this claim, and they're going to lose accordingly. Hardly needs to be said. Oval Office, Air Force One, or the East Room are not traditionally open to the public or to debate, but the press pool, they say, is more important. They say what this doesn't include the type of communicative activities that turn a non-public forum into a public forum, and the acts identified by the district court can't transform a restricted White House space into non-public forums. Even a non-public forum is even more protections, right? There's a higher standard. In every case in which the court has concluded a government property constitutes a traditional public forum or any other category, there's a close relationship between the forum and the protected speech. You got to see where the nexus is. This case illustrates why the AP's communicative activity activities have no nexus to the Oval Office. When a small number of press observe presidential events, they're not using the Oval Office as a means of communication. So your speech is not being discriminated against. When the White House opens it up, it's for observational news gathering. It's not for speaking with the journalists. Sometimes they'll take questions, but that's not what it's for. And we declined to adopt a rule that would turn any government space where smartphones or computers are allowed inside to be an open space. And these are properly classified as non-public. AP even is making concessions in the same way. Now, the fact that the president is communicating at these events further distances this context from forum analysis, and it's his private speech. And so in sum, you had the wrong framework at the lower level court. Their claim to access is inconsistent with the First Amendment, and the AP loses. They're trying to lean heavily on the history of the press pool. It doesn't matter. You can't adversely possess a seat in the Oval Office no matter how long you had access. They don't want you there, you're not there. And so there's a bunch of other factors they're going to analyze, but they say in sum, we grant in part the White House's motion for a stay pending appeal, which means AP, you're kicked back out. Pack your bags and your press credentials and get out. And you're welcome back. As soon as you make that little change over there, it's called Gulf of America.
All right, so we have some big updates for you on the fourth day of the chaotic situation in Los Angeles. The governor is now suing President Trump for deploying National Guard troops. CNN publishes multiple polls rebuking Democrats' narratives, and Mayor Karen Bass delivers a disastrous interview. Let's start here.
I think what's so important is it is his top issue so far, and the reason it is his top issue is because take a look at the individual nuggets in here. Why are people approving of Trump on immigration, approve of these different immigration actions? Well, Trump's administration's program to deport those here illegally. Look at this, 54% approval. How about agents searching your hometown for those that they think are here illegally? Again, positive territory here, above 50% for Donald Trump. So it's not just on the broad issue of immigration where Trump is doing well, it's on the specifics. When you dive into the issues, Trump is above 50% and his actions are above 50%, at least with those most directly connected to what's going on right now out in Los Angeles.
All right, so that was CNN once again proving that President Trump is correct, and the American people support what he is doing, especially when it comes to mass deportations. Now, I'm going to use Ground News to stick to the facts here. If you guys want to follow along, just go to ground.news/Tavory. We love this tool because it shows us what both sides of the political spectrum is saying. And why should you care? Because I'm a firm believer you make your own decision. You make up your own mind. Don't take my word for it. Now, just so you understand, Gavin Newsom is suing President Trump for activating 2,000 National Guard troops. Now, before we go any further, let's just understand what Newsom's position is here. Well, according to Ground News, Gavin Newsom is challenging the deployment by calling it unlawful, unethical, and a violation of the Constitution, urging to end it quickly, even as ICE carried out raids that resulted in the detention of dozens of immigrants. Now, before we go any further, again, Gavin Newsom believes he has a case here legally, but politically, he's dead in the water. Take a listen.
The American electorate believe that the Democrats don't have a clue on the issue of immigration. I mean, you could just take it here. Closer to trust more in immigration, Democrats versus Republicans. Got 3 different polls for you across the board. They all tell the same story. Republicans lead on the issue of immigration. You see it here, CBS +6. You see it here, CNN +6. You see it here, Ipsos, even bigger, +19. No matter what poll you look at, no matter which way you cut it, the American public is with the Republicans, the American public is with Donald Trump, and to a much greater extent than they were in term number 1. And it's not just on the broad issue of immigration, it's on the specifics as well, in which the American public is with Donald Trump and the Republicans. And that is why Donald Trump is eager to take on this fight and eager for those scenes out of Los Angeles.
All right, so the numbers are on the side of President Trump. We all know that, including Gavin Newsom and mainstream media. But that's not going to stop them from lying about what's actually happening here. Now, I'm going to show you a clip from Gavin Newsom, but first, let me show you what the media is saying here. And we're using Ground News. Again, you want to follow along, just go to ground.news/Tavory. Now, according to one outlet that leans left, the National Guard deployment in Los Angeles is illegal, says California governor. And that's the main talking point from the left. Now, the main talking point from media outlets that lean right would be this: Newsom plans to sue President Trump admin over National Guard deployment to LA, even as LAPD chief admits Cops are overwhelmed by violent anti-ICE riots. So when you compare them, you could see like they're living in two different realities, right? And that's the bottom line here, folks, which is why I continue to support Ground News, because I want you to be able to think for yourself, do your own research, and come up with your own conclusions. So if you want to use this tool for yourself, all you have to do is go to ground.news/Devori, or you could download the mobile app. Just use promo code Devori, and it's going to give you access to everything that I showed you in this video, including 40% off the Vantage plan.
How did you find out that the President of the United States was going to usurp your authority and deploy your National Guard here in California?
I got a call from a staffer. No heads up whatsoever. And again, we're here to support local law enforcement. There's a mutual aid process. Local law enforcement had no needs. They were not requesting any additional resources. I've got 100 now. I have 175 CHP officers, technically trained officers, tactical teams to address Donald Trump's mess. We're here to support local law enforcement, the sheriff's office, LAPD, but they didn't need that support. He made this up. This is a manufactured crisis.
Okay, well, number one, if you guys are paying attention there, they blurred out his face and was shown in real time the rioting that is continuing to take place. Okay, so I just find that to be interesting. And secondly, he claims that CHP, they don't need any help. They're good. They got it. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, Gavin Newsom says one thing, but when you look at the reality, it's the total opposite. Take a look at this footage.
Get down! Get down!
Oh! Oh, he got fucked. Oh!
Fuck yeah!
Oh my God, he got fucked. Oh, he's fucked.
Gotcha, bitch!
You just saw, unfortunately, a CHP officer injured from a rioter who was throwing rocks at them, okay? And let's not forget, CHP did lose vehicles in the process here. At least one vehicle that we saw on the video footage was set on fire by a rioter. So when you hear what Gavin Newsom has to say, it's not matching up with what's actually happening. Now, let me take you to the other part of this interview from Newsom, where now he's attacking Tom Homan.
Tom Homan, the border czar, said to me yesterday he did not rule out literally arresting you, nor Mayor Bass, if you interfere in his words. He said you hadn't yet.
He's a tough guy. Why doesn't he do that? He knows where to find me. But you know what? Let your hands off 4-year-old girls that are trying to get educated. Let your hands off these poor people who are just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes, been here 10 years. The fear, the horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
Yeah, so that's a prime example when someone tries to sound tough, but they're not tough inside, if you guys know what I mean. Now, before I continue to talk about this, please, if you guys have been getting value from our channel and this video in particular, like, share, and subscribe. You want to support us further, you can do it in 2 ways. Buy us a cup of coffee. The link is in the description below, or shop our merch store. And don't forget to follow us on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Okay, well, I know there's a lot of people, especially in California, who would love to see the governor arrested, okay? But that's not going to happen, all right, folks? Let's just be real here. And for the record, Tom Homan did not explicitly say that he wants Gavin Newsom arrested. Now, I won't defend him. I'll play the clip and you make up your own mind about that. But before I show you what Tom Homan said, let's first hear the president, because moments ago, he said this about Gavin Newsom. Take a listen.
Gavin Newsom he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I was Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing. He's done a terrible job. Look, I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. Everybody knows. All you have to do is look at the little railroad he's building. It's about 100 times over budget. We're putting a flagpole over there. Under budget. I always do under budget.
And that's one of the single reasons why President Trump is unlike any other president we've had before, because he is purposely saying that, not because he truly is ordering Tom Homan to do it. He's saying it because he knows the media will obsess over it and they will be distracted by it, including Democrats. Now, just to be clear here for anybody in the back, Tom Homan does not have the authority to arrest anyone, okay? The only person, if it was even going to be a legitimate order, it would go through the Attorney General. So pump your brakes if you're going to lose your mind over that statement. Now, here's Tom Homan responding to the governor. Take a listen.
He says, quote, he's a tough guy. Why doesn't he do it? He knows where to find me. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go. That was the governor of California talking to you.
Look, I'm not biting on that. The NBC reporter that interviewed me very dishonest. We did a 20-minute interview, and he cuts out a little clip that makes me and takes my words out of context.
And we do have a clip to show you of Tom Homan and that interview that he is referencing. So just to give you a little bit of context, this is the original interview from Tom Homan on Saturday with NBC. Now, what NBC ended up doing was cutting down that interview into a soundbite that they felt was the most controversial point, where Tom Homan was responding to the question about the, I guess, idea that Governor Newsom or Mayor Karen Bass could potentially be prosecuted or arrested for impeding law enforcement officials. Well, you know what mainstream media did once that clip came out. They started running with the title that Tom Homan has threatened to arrest the governor and the mayor. Now, let me play you the clip and you make up your own mind on what you think he said. Take a listen.
And there have been threats, previously that if you stand in the way of your enforcement operations, you could be subject potentially to arrest. Are you saying that about Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom? Are they at risk of being arrested?
I'll say it about anybody. You cross that line, it's a felony to knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien. It's a felony to impede law enforcement from doing their job.
Do you think that the mayor of LA is doing that?
If she crossed that line, we'll ask the DOJ to prosecute. Do I think she's crossed the line? I don't think she's crossed the line yet.
Yeah, so I don't know about you, but I didn't hear Tom Homan threaten Mayor Karen Bass or Governor Gavin Newsom in regards to arresting them for impeding law enforcement. What he was clearly stating there was that if people do that, they could be referred for prosecution by the DOJ. Now, MSNBC, I did go to their website and I pulled this up right here. Trump's border czar threatens arrest for immigration interference, warns Newsom and Bass not to cross that line. I mean, so that's where he's getting it from. That's why Tom Homan had to come out today and respond, because mainstream media was already running with the soundbite saying that he's threatening them. Guys, this is what's happening in the news today. It's like high school. Now, let me show you a little bit more of what Tom Homan had to say about Governor Newsom. Take a look.
So there was no discussion about arresting Newsom. And so, what he's done, he's failed that state. He waited 2 days of that city burning and people getting hurt, officers being assaulted before he made any declaration of an unlawful assembly. He's late to the game. President Trump isn't late to the game. Men and women of ICE are not late to the game. And let's make this clear. I keep hearing this term ICE raids, ICE raids. What happened with how this riot started is that ICE was serving a series of criminal warrants at a business being investigated for money laundering, customs fraud, sending money to criminal cartels that in Colombia and Mexico that fund criminal cartel activities in the United States. It's a part of an overall conspiracy that ICE is investigating. So we're arresting bad people.
And that's the defense that Tom Homan and ICE officials have for what they're doing. They are going after criminals. But according to Democrats, that's not what's taking place here. They continue to push the idea and want people to believe that President Trump is going after innocent people. And not only that, he is violating the Constitution when he ordered the National Guard to respond. Now, before I give you the facts around that order from the president, let's hear Gavin Newsom say this about that order. Take a listen.
What is your main message to the people of California in this moment?
Well, that Donald Trump is reckless. He's immoral. He's taken the illegal and unconstitutional act of federalizing the National Guard, and he's putting lives at risk.
I mean, is it truly unconstitutional? I know it's been done before.
Well, I mean, in his own executive order, it directs the Department of Defense to collaborate with state governors. So by definition, it's illegal. There was no collaboration. There was no counsel, no consideration of the rules of engagement. It was a reckless act that has led to conditions that have been exacerbated, and it's putting people's lives at risk.
So can't he declare an insurrection and go forward with this?
Yeah, he potentially can, and there's latitude. But as it relates to the actual language in his executive order, there's a reason we're going to court tomorrow, and the reason we're confident that we will succeed.
All right, so in order to respond to Gavin Newsom in the most appropriate way, I'm going to pose this response in the form of a question and then answer it. Here is the question, ladies and gentlemen. Does the President of the United States have the full authority to activate the National Guard in order to protect federal assets, buildings, even ICE detention centers, because local law enforcement are unable to do so? And can the president issue this order without the consent of the governor? The answer is yes, ladies and gentlemen. That's why Title 10 exists. It allows the president to activate National Guard to protect federal property and personnel if local law enforcement is overwhelmed. And he could do it without needing the governor's approval. However, what he cannot do is deploy these troops to engage in civilian arrest or general law enforcement duties unless the president invokes the Insurrection Act. And that's the bottom line, folks. If you review all the video footage up to this point, you do not see National Guard troops engaging in those type of duties. All you see them doing is standing there protecting federal buildings. So I think Newsom is heading for another loss. Now, speaking of losing here, which is what Democrats will continue to experience on this issue, you had the LAPD chief come out last night and basically confirm what President Trump was saying, that these rioters and these protests are getting out of control and local law enforcement can't handle it. But that's not stopping Democrats from claiming that these protests are still peaceful. Let's listen to the police chief now. Take a listen.
Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted, breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers.
Now, you would think at that point, if the Los Angeles Police Department chief comes out and makes a statement that way, the Democrats would temper down on their rhetoric. No, in fact, they disagree with the police chief. They claim what he is saying is false, that these protests are peaceful, and he's just making things up. Here's an example of that. Congresswoman Maxine Waters just said this morning on CNN. Take a listen.
Well, I was surprised at the way that the police chief was describing all of this. There have been no violence where anybody that was protesting hit anybody, shot anybody, threatened anybody. Nothing has happened. And so he doesn't know what to do, probably, because this is a sanctuary city and the police don't have the authority. All that he's got to do is work with the governor. The governor was not even called when he sent in the National Guard. The mayor was not even called. The president is initiating this purposely.
Listen, I don't know what's more shameful from the Congresswoman, the fact that she is now criticizing the police chief, or that she is failing to recognize what the law actually says, which is why I have it here on the screen. Look it up for yourself. It clearly states what the president is allowed to do with the National Guard. National Guard and federal service, they could be called up whenever the United States or any other commonwealths or possessions is invaded or is in danger of invasion by a foreign nation. Okay. Number two, there is a rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States, and the president is unable with the regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. Now, pay attention to this really quickly here. Orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states, not orders for these purposes shall be consented from the governor. Okay. Do you see the difference there? And that's why I'm telling you, they're going to lose on this. Now, here's another congresswoman making the same argument. Take a listen.
You have outliers that throw things and cause damage. And so, yes, the LAPD came in and they called it an unlawful assembly. I believe that the LAPD has this underhand, and they are very, very experienced in riot control. So this is something that they can handle. We do not have to have the National Guard here. We certainly do not have to have the Marines here. This is a manufactured crisis.
Yep, there goes that talking point once again, that this is a manufactured crisis. Now, the vice president did speak out in response to Mayor Karen Bass, which I'm about to show you a clip of what she had to say this morning, which was atrocious. But here's what he said. People who were already violating the law are only violating the law because President Trump started enforcing the law. This is the logic of Newsom and his stooges. I mean, I totally agree with it. They want to put it all on President Trump and take zero responsibility. That is where Democrats go wrong every single time. Now, here's what the mayor had to say earlier this morning on CNN. Take a listen.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi.
Hi. So
Thank
what
you for
are
having
you
me
and
on.
your police force? I know how busy you are preparing for the hours ahead. What are you expecting on that front?
Well, I just have to say that if you dial back time and go to Friday, if immigration raids had not happened here, we would not have the disorder that went on last night. I will tell you that it is peaceful now, but we do not know where and when the next raids will be. That is the concern, because people in the city have a rapid response network. If they see ICE, they go out and they protest. And so it's just a recipe for pandemonium.
Okay, wait a minute. We have to pause. I hope you heard what she just said there, that the people in the community have set up a rapid response network in order to do what? Resist ICE officials. In some cases, obstruct them from doing their job. And she totally supports it. This is crazy.
The state of California, as you well know, is expected to file a formal lawsuit over President Trump's deployment of the National Guard, perhaps as early as today. Your own police chief says the level of violence he's seeing in Los Angeles is, quote, disgusting. So why not welcome more boots on the ground?
Well, no, I think the issue here is state power and state sovereignty. And so we do not believe, and what the governor is doing is separate from what's happening in the city. But what was the reason that the president had to take the power from the governor and federalize the National Guard?
Okay, so we've already litigated that throughout this video. I showed you the law verbatim, what it says. I expect that the governor will lose on that. So why are they continuing to push that talking point? Because they know people won't do their research. They know people will just eat up exactly what they say. And it's just easy for them to be lazy and blame President Trump for everything instead of taking responsibility. Now, what's interesting here is that CNN continues to press the mayor, and they confront her over this poll that shows that Democrats are continuing to suffer on this issue. Take a listen.
Are Democrats out of touch on this issue?
Well, I think if you did the polling in Los Angeles, I'm not sure it would be that way, considering we are a city of immigrants. And then people might approve that policy. But do people really approve the federal government coming in and seizing power from a state and from a city? So I drill down a little further on that poll, because I do not believe that Americans support the federal intervention in a city takeover or a state takeover.
Given the point where it has escalated to, do you think the National Guard is needed now?
No, I don't think the National Guard is needed now. Things in LA are calm. I will tell you that I'm saddened by the extent of the vandalism in the form of graffiti all through the downtown area. But it is important for people to know that even in downtown, this is isolated to a few streets. This is not citywide civil unrest taking place in Los Angeles.
Yeah, of course she's in denial about what the poll says. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, all of these polls for most of the time are not really in support of what President Trump is doing. A lot of them are skewed towards the Democrats, of course. I don't find many Trump supporters answering polls these days. And if you are one of them, please let us know in the comment section. Now, let's get back to the matter at hand. She is now saying that everything is calm. There is no civil unrest in the city. But when I tell you about this next story, it makes you question what she is saying, because now it's being reported that Waymo, which is the robo-taxi electric vehicles that are in these larger cities where people get to ride to wherever they want to go, and it's the car driving itself. Well, they had to suspend the service in downtown LA because of the civil unrest. Take a look at this video footage.
Yeah. Call you later.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things that are disturbing about this entire situation. Number one, Waymo's response. Number two, the individual on top of that Waymo vehicle waving Mexico's flag. Or number three, that the individuals who called the car over there repeatedly, not to actually take a ride, but to intentionally set them on fire. Now, here's what a spokesman from Waymo had to say. They are removing the vehicles from downtown Los Angeles and is suspending service in that area where the incidents occurred out of abundance of caution. Quote, "We do not believe our vehicles were intentionally targeted, but rather happened to be present during the protests." Yeah, but what they're failing to understand is you don't get 5 Waymo cars on the same block for no reason. You get them on the same block because somebody downloaded the app and requested the vehicle 5 times. Now, understand this as well. In addition to setting Waymo cars on fire, protesters also damaged and looted several businesses on Sunday, including Jordan Studio 23, a sporting goods store in downtown LA, as well as a T-Mobile and Adidas store, according to CBS. So in the end, ladies and gentlemen, you'll have to make up your own mind on who you believe. Is it President Trump and his administration when they say, listen, we're just executing law and order here? Number one, we are going after criminals who should not be here in the first place. We have done our research. We did our homework. We scoped it out. This is where they're located. We're going in, we're getting them, and then we are deporting them. Or is it Democrats, particularly Gavin Newsom, who claims that President Trump violated the U.S. Constitution when he activated National Guard troops to respond to these ICE detention centers and federal buildings that were not able to be protected by local law enforcement? And also that these protests are peaceful, according to the mayor. I guess you have to make up your own mind on who you believe. And that's why I want to get your reaction in the comment section below about this entire story. I think we showed you a lot throughout this video, what everybody is saying. I've given you guys the facts. I showed you the law. I think it's clear that President Trump has the authority here. Gavin Newsom disagrees. That's why he's suing the Trump administration. But more importantly, I want to hear from you guys and your thoughts in the comment section below. Now, just in case you were not paying attention to the news yesterday, we did a video showing you where the National Guard troops were placed, showing you how Democrats on the ground were yelling at these National Guard troops, and also the fact that these riots were escalating in real time. So if you missed out on that video, all you have to do is click on it because it's coming up right now.
Newsom. Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing. He's done a terrible job. Look, I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. Everybody knows. All you have to do is look at the little railroad he's building. It's about 100 times over budget. We're putting a flagpole over there. Under budget. I always do under budget. What does your intel tell you about these people causing all the problems in LA? Are they people ICE is trying to deport, or are they professional agitators? The people that are causing the problem are professional agitators. They're insurrectionists. They're bad people. They should be in jail. Thank you. Mr. President, will you invoke the Insurrection Act?
Obviously, it was a big weekend in LA, and we were watching local LA news, which I thought was a fascinating version of it. They were talking about a lot of the issues coming from the lack of police.
At the same time, Governor Newsom had said that President Trump had manufactured a crisis and was inflaming conditions. This is in reference to him activating and federalizing National Guard to go and help out with the situation that had become worse over several days. Gavin Newsom is saying that they will be filing a federal lawsuit against the Trump administration today.
Look, I think President Trump got to get this to get and it chilled out a little bit yesterday. Got to get a hold on this, though. People do not like to see this in their streets, even in cities that sure are maybe known for a bit more high crime rate.
But the big question goes back to, can the president even do this? Can he send the National Guard? Because legally, can he legally do this? And it's kind of an untested waters at this point, as many things within.
They said the last time National Guard was done like something like this was under Kennedy, I believe.
Governors of some southern states were not allowing the integration of universities. And so therefore the president, because the governor was not allowing the enforcement of federal law, sent the National Guard there. So some of that during the civil rights era, the National Guard was used in this way outside of the normal channel where the governor can request the president to federalize the National Guard to help with disaster relief. If there is an out-of-control riot, it was used at the request of the governor after the Rodney King riots in 92 during George H.W. Bush. And so the National Guard was used there, but it was in conjunction with the governor. What we have here is where normally the National Guard is under the governor's control. But under Title 10, all forces at the end of the day are under the commander-in-chief. So can the president direct the National Guard outside of the governor's control, federalize them, so to speak? And what it comes down to is actually an interesting title from 1807. It was the Insurrection Act of 1807. We're going that far back. But that is a part of Title 10, which is how the armed forces are to be conducted under federal law.
I think what President Trump is trying to do is send in more of the good guys, more people that want to calm the situation down. And I don't understand how Gavin Newsom thinks that sending in more police is somehow antagonistic. The only way that you can think that sending in more police is antagonistic is if you hate the police. If you're somebody who doesn't want law enforcement. And by the way, Gavin Newsom is the author and creator of sanctuary cities and states. This is a term that sounds so nice, but at the end of the day, it's a wink to say you get to decide which federal law you follow, which federal law you don't, and you get to live in our city and we're not going to punish you and you get to pick and choose. It's an attack on the rule of law. And so I think having more police officers, more law enforcement officials is a good thing when there's riots going on.
What the president is saying here is that under this title, that this is a rebellion. Their entire purpose is not just to be heard, but it is to stop ICE enforcement, the enforcement of federal law.
Send in the National Guard. It's almost a joke. You know, that sentence is like a funny catchphrase that people say, well, you do send in the National Guard. So now when it's actually time to send in the National Guard, it feels like mentally we can't handle it.
To some degree as well, as conservatives, one thing that we aren't a big proponent of is martial law. And when you're using the military to carry out law enforcement, that is a form of, if not directly, a martial law situation. Obviously, it's not nationwide, it's not everything, but we also need to be careful about that and the precedent it can set. Now, when you see a governor that is saying that they've got it under control, when the entire protest and riot is not against his police force, it's against the federal government trying to carry out and faithfully execute the laws, that is a different situation than what we saw in 2020, because those were a response to local police action, and it went across the country. This is directly trying to stop the enforcement of federal law. And under that definition of rebellion that is cited, I think it is very clearly a form of rebellion. Now, that will get fought in the courts. I don't have high hopes that they will not get some sort of temporary restraining order from a district judge in California if they so file that. But that is what we're going to see here. And now we're potentially going to have a Supreme Court fight about the Insurrection Act of 1807 and how it can be used and how the National Guard can be deployed.
Here is a statement from President Trump. He said, "We made a great decision in sending the National Guard to deal with the violent, instigated riots in California. If we had not done so, Los Angeles would have been completely obliterated. The very incompetent governor, Gavin Newsom, and Mayor Karen Bass," again, these are his words, not mine, "should be saying, 'Thank you, President Trump. You are so wonderful. We would be nothing without you, sir.' Instead, they chose to lie to the people of California and America by saying that we weren't needed, and these were peaceful protests. Just look at one picture or video of the violence and destruction that tells you all you need to know. We will always do what is needed to keep our citizens safe so we can together make America great again." If you strip away the Trumpiness of that post, what it really reads is, we had to do it to protect the citizens. We had to send in the National Guard. I wish they were thanking us instead of making us the villains.
And he also raises that many of these people have been saying these were peaceful protests. You even saw a statement out of the former vice president's office, Kamala Harris, that said, these demonstrations in defense of our immigrant neighbors have been overwhelmingly peaceful. They're redoing the meme of the fiery but mostly peaceful that CNN I think lost every last bit of credibility they had in that moment during the 2020 riots, that these are fiery but mostly peaceful. The moment that they are throwing cinder blocks at police or shooting fireworks at police and it's going unchecked and they're setting cars on fire, that's no longer peaceful. That is causing property damage, potential life-threatening damage. They're throwing bird scooters off overpasses at police cars. That's not peaceful. I don't care if half the people aren't doing it or what numbers are. That isn't peaceful when that's now being fostered and your presence on that is giving cover for those of them that are not peaceful.
You have to look at the unintended consequences of a lot of the decisions coming out of the Trump White House, which is, what does it look like in 3 years if there's a Democrat president?
You can read Section 252. This is from Title 10 of the U.S. Code, Chapter 13, where it says, whenever the president considers that unlawful obstructions, combinations, or assemblages or rebellion against the authority of the United States make it impractical to enforce the laws, that then they can use that. But then you also have to look at what the president said in the memorandum to the Secretary of Defense, the Attorney General, and the Secretary of Homeland Security. To the extent that the protest or acts of violence directly inhibit the execution of the laws, they constitute a form of rebellion against the authority of the United States government of the United States. That is using the language of the Insurrection Act, which was codified under Title 10 of the U.S. Code. So it's using the language, but I also wonder if the state of California will try to pick that apart and say, they didn't say under the authority given to me by Title 10 of the U.S. Code, Chapter 13, subsection 252. So this is going to have a fight in court, and it's in California, in a federal court. So now we're going to see if they file this lawsuit today, if a district judge puts an injunction against the use of the National Guard in L.A. This has become, what was a dangerous situation is now become a huge political fight.
Okay, joining us now is Tom Homan, border czar for President Donald Trump. Tom, great to see you. Thanks for taking the time. So, Tom, separate fact from fiction. What is going on in the ground in L.A. and what transpired this last weekend?
Well, the riots, of course, they call them protesters, but, these people that are burning cars, attacking our officers, throwing Molotov cocktails, are criminals. And what they're not talking about is why ICE was here in the first place. They started protesting after an operation on Friday. I came here to lead that operation. It's a criminal operation. We were serving warrants, search warrants, at a business that is a part of a bigger overall criminal conspiracy investigation dealing with money laundering, tax evasion, and customs fraud. So some of these companies, like one company, failed to claim over $86 million in imported goods and failed to pay like $17 million in tariffs. And it's a part of overall criminal conspiracy involving many companies where investigators think some of this money is being funneled down to Mexico and Colombia to fund the cartels and their activities. So we went and served a warrant, and we arrested about 40 people at that place. And then we had some other operations in nearby city. But what they're not telling you is we arrested a lot of public safety threats in that city. We arrested Vietnamese national that we know went to a graduation party and got kicked out and went and got a assault rifle and a shotgun, came back and killed 2 young teenagers at that party. We arrested a sexual predator. We arrested somebody that his crime was penetration with a foreign object. And just imagine how terrible that person is. We arrested people that are arrested, convicted of armed robbery, gang members. We made LA much safer in this 2-day operation. But the community, they're calling this an immigration raid, and they simply don't want immigration laws enforced. So we're going to keep doing our job. I've said it 100 times. You can protest all you want. You can make threats all you want. We're going to enforce the law, and we're going to take bad people off the street, and we're going to continue doing that. We're doing it yesterday. We're doing it today, and we're going to do it tomorrow.
Yeah. So Tom, are you now intensifying the ICE raids? Do any of these riots or does any of this bedlam make you less likely to continue and move forward to push the deportation of alien criminals in our country?
We're adding resources. They're getting exactly what they don't want. We're adding resources. We're going to step up enforcement. We're going to send a clear message. We're going to enforce the laws of this country. We are prioritizing public safety threats and national security threats first. But if you're in the country legally, you're not off the table. So a sanctuary city like this, we go arrest a bad guy. We find a bad guy. They don't give us access to the jail, so we got to go to the community to find a bad guy. Many times we're with others who are in the country legally but not a criminal target. Well, they're going to. So sanctuary cities, and they're going to get exactly what they don't want: more officers in neighborhoods and more collateral arrests. We're also going to increase worksite enforcement operations. We can't get the bad guy in the jail, we'll get him in the neighborhood. We can't get him in the neighborhood, we'll give him that worksite. We're stepping up. So we're adding more resources to LA as we speak.
So let me ask you now, there's a little back and forth happening between Gavin Newsom. He's saying, arrest me, Tom, arrest me, Tom. I want to play this piece of tape here and get your response to Governor Gavin Newsom, who is asking you just to get it over it and arrest him. Play cut 261.
Get your hands off these poor people. They're just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes. Been here 10 years. The fear, the horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. I don't, but I care about my community. I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
Tough guy's asking you to arrest him, Tom Homan.
Oh, it's a joke. Hey, look, bottom line is it's in taxpayers, no, they don't get paid on the table. They're not paying tax. Matter of fact, they're bankrupt in this country through social services, our schools, our hospitals. Millions of illegal aliens getting welfare checks. Look, bottom line is, they're members of the community. They're illegal aliens that enter this country legally, which is a crime. They've been order removed. We're looking for people with final orders. I mean, for God's sake, they had due process. They entered country legally, which is a crime. They demanded due process. They got it. And a federal judge orders them removed. We're going to execute those orders, because if we don't, we send a message to the whole world: keep entering this country legally. Don't worry about it. Get order removed by a federal judge after a taxpayer spend a lot of money in this process, but don't worry about it, just go hide out. No, the message we're sending, there are consequences for entering this country illegally. There are absolute consequences when you enter this country illegally, then commit a crime against you as a citizen. We're going to keep what we're doing. As far as the Governor Newsom, he's responding to a media interview I did where the reporter asked me, you know, I told them these protesters, they can protest all they want. They got the First Amendment rights. When they cross the line, when they impede law enforcement, that's a felony. When they knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien, that's a felony. They put hands on an officer, that's a felony. The reporter asked me, was that go for politicians like Karen, you know, Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom? I said, if they cross the line, absolutely. They're not above the law either. So that was the comment I made, and I stick by that comment. If they violate the law, we'll turn it over to AG. She's already, you know, prosecuting several judges. She's prosecuting a member of Congress. They're not above the law either. For 4 years, they were tracking President Trump, saying he's not above the law. Either are they. Cross the line, you deal with the consequences.
So right now, what is the temperature on the ground in L.A.? Have these riots largely calmed down? What is the current status? And I have another follow-up question right after that.
Right now, it's calmer than it was yesterday. There's a couple peaceful protests going on right now. They tend to wait for the night to do this stuff in the cover of darkness, but right now, things are a lot better than they were last night. We've got National Guard on the ground now. We got a lot more resources on the ground now. We got a lot of Border Patrol we brought up here, and their special operations groups that deal with protests and deal with crowd control. So we've increased manpower, increased munitions like, you know, tear gas and things they use less, you know, non-deadly force type equipment. So look, if they turn it on tonight, we're certainly ready for it. I want to make it clear, the National Guard set by President Trump, it's a great move by President Trump. They're here to protect property. They're here to protect our officers. And they're here to protect the general public, because the Democrat leadership in California has failed. For the first 2 days, Governor Newsom wants to go out and yell and scream about these National Guard. For 2 days, he sat there while that city burned. President Trump's taking action so we don't happen what happened in 2020, what happened in Minnesota, what happened in Portland. President Trump's not going to stand for it. If they don't want to protect the community, we will.
This is 252. I want you to respond to the president of Mexico. Play cut 252.
If needed, we will definitely mobilize, because we absolutely cannot accept any new taxes on remittances sent by our hardworking folks in the U.S. to their families back home in Mexico.
She is saying that they will mobilize. That's a foreign leader threatening our country, Tom Homan.
Bring it. Game on. I mean, we're not going to let Mexico tell us what to do. We're a sovereign nation. President Trump was elected by the American people to come in and secure the border and run a deportation operation and remove public safety threats and national security threats. That's exactly what we're doing. Under President Trump, we have the most secure border in the history of this nation. He did that in 7 weeks, what Joe Biden couldn't do in 4 years. We are arresting more illegal aliens than Biden ever thought of, and we will keep doing it. She's not going to make the decision in the United States. We got a strong president. I stand with President Trump. He's making this country safe again. I don't care what the president of Mexico says. We're going to do what we need to do to secure our border and protect our sovereignty.
Tom, 2 minutes remaining. What will the big, beautiful bill mean for ICE and for Border Patrol to be able to get more of these? If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you are sitting on a ticking time bomb. Markets are at all-time highs, but history shows, you know what comes next. Volatility and increased risk. A 10% allocation to gold and silver can help hedge uncertainty and protect your wealth. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to hedge your portfolio with institutional-grade gold and silver. Right now, every qualified investment will receive a free 10-ounce gold coin and protect your portfolio today. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Out of our country.
Great question. Congress needs to step up and get this bill done. We had the House and Senate in the first Trump administration. They failed us. Now we got the House and Senate again. This bill is so important. The border security. Yeah, the border secure right now, but we need to finish the job. We need to finish building that wall. We need the technology for that wall. We need the technology in a port of entry to make these positives that we've got, make them permanent. And certainly a lot of that money goes to ICE. We got over 20 million illegal aliens in this country. We got less than 5,000 deportation officers. We are overwhelmed. We need to go find these public safety threats and national security threats and remove them. We need money to do that. We need more officers, need more beds, need more planes. Remember, we got over 2 million known gotaways, 2 million people have paid more to get away. How many of them came here carrying fentanyl? How many of them were sex trafficking women and children? How many of them come from a country sponsoring terrorism. We need that money to make this country safe again. So I'm begging Congress, get this done. Let's keep that secure border permanent, and let's have consequences for those who violated the laws that came here to do us harm.
This is the greatest invasion reversal in history, because this was the greatest invasion of any country in history, wartime or peacetime. And Tom, what you are doing every single day is to remove them. Final question, Tom. I know you got a dash. What is the status of these long due process complaints? How do we remove illegals quicker from the country? The kind of multi-year due process is bothering our audience. What is the update?
Well, I'd like the administration steps the Supreme Court to step in. I mean, President Trump, we're using every tool in the toolbox to remove people as quickly as possible. And you got some district court judge, emphasizing the word district court judge, are putting in nationwide injunctions that we can't do certain things. We're following the law. We're not making this up. Alien Enemies Act was an act established, enacted by Congress. We're not making this up. And we're using expedited removal. We're using administrative removals. But we got judges that don't want us to remove these people. We got judges demanding that we return designated terrorists to this country. So, here's one thing we're going to do. They're not going to walk the streets. If they're going to not let us use the Alien Enemies Act, then we'll detain them or move to Title 8, or move to expedited removal, or another process. The one option that isn't on the table, they will not walk the streets of this country. So we need a hell of a lot more beds, because we need to detain them while these court cases work out. President Trump's fighting as hard as he can, but the Supreme Court needs to step up and let the president enforce the law that Congress enacted. They've been legal for decades. Why all of a sudden are they illegal? They're not. These are radical judges making decisions. Supreme Court needs to step up and do their job quickly so we can get this work done.
You're a national hero, Tom Homan. Thank you so much for your time. Talk to you soon. God bless you.
God bless you.
Welcome to the left's Summer of Love Part 2. It's been 5 years, and they are getting the band back together. Nothing gets purple-haired jihadis off the couch as quick as another riot. Smell like a Wendy's burning? We are going to be heading to the streets. On Friday, we started seeing more demonstrations after a sequence of ICE raids happened in Los Angeles. Protesters clashed with police, so on Saturday, President Trump called out the National Guard. Now, Gavin Newsom is suing over the deployment of California's National Guard, claiming it is illegal. Federal law does generally call for the request of a governor or legislature to bring out the Guard, but there are exceptions when the president can do this on his own. And a governor taking the side of the insurrectionists would certainly count as one of the exceptions. At least 56 people have been arrested so far, and if you haven't seen the images of this, please show it. Los Angeles is under siege. This is becoming a test of the Trump administration. The left is saying that President Trump needs to back down and stop doing immigration raids because it antagonizes the population. Nope. We either have a country or we have no-go zones. We have laws or we do not. In America, we've been very, very generous to the third world. Come on in. Come in Mexicans. Come in Nicaraguans. Come on Guatemalans. And our generosity has now wildly been taken advantage of. Understand, the Mexicans that come to America, they're not coming to America because they love the country, because they love our creed, or they love our traditions, or they love our ideas, or they love the promise of America. They don't believe in e pluribus unum or in God we trust or liberty. They are coming here for one reason. It's because we are rich. If you loved the promise of America, you wouldn't wave a Mexican flag when American police tried to remove criminals. The people that are waving Mexican flags as you are seeing widespread arson and bedlam and unrest and chaos, they're doing it for a reason. Because they've never assimilated. They believe in the deconstructionist, anti-colonialist La Raza belief that this is actually their land. All those nauseating land acknowledgments, oh, we're sitting here on stolen land. This is what it gets you. It gets you widespread rebellion, distrust against law enforcement. Los Angeles does not feel like a protest. What's happening there? It's an entire city that's declaring open rebellion to American sovereignty and authority. It was bound to come to a head in a corrupt blue city, but it must be firmly stopped. We must be unafraid to declare the Insurrection Act of 1807. We will not allow 2020 to replicate itself. The American people voted for mass deportations after Biden's open border. And if we do not succeed, our nation will be permanently populated by foreigners, whether legal or illegal, who hate us and who owe their true allegiance to another country. Here's a little bit of a taste of what we saw yesterday. This is 294. This is them having fun while burning cars. Play cut 294.
Group of people, it could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers and demonstrators.
And the altercation that they're talking about, having fun watching cars burning, yeah, that's what normal, civilized, well-adjusted members of the West do, right? I know that in most small towns in America, in Lubbock, Texas, and in Stillwater, Oklahoma, a bunch of Protestants go out into the street after church and they start burning cars. Yeah, that's what we all do for fun. Give me a breath and give me a break. What you are seeing here is a mass attempted insurrection against which will be the largest deportation effort in history. And let me say this, and I will build this out later. My goodness, this is why we need the big, beautiful bill. I agree it doesn't cut as much spending as we'd like. We have a 3-seat majority, but I'll tell you what, we're going to expand ICE and the deportations are going to go up. We will find you, we'll remove you, and we will send you back to Mexico. We haven't even talked about reforming our legal system. We need a shut off of all immigration in this country, period, end of story. Moratorium. This right here should be a 5-alarm fire. We knew that this was here, but my goodness, it's going to keep on bubbling up. It's going to keep on continuing. Because what we have here is not just the bandits of the Democrat Party, but then you have Gavin Newsom and you have Karen Bass defending what is happening in the streets. You have Gavin Newsom suing Donald Trump because he is so in favor of this. And what do you see all those different foreign flags? You have the Black Liberation flag. I don't know what that is. Is that the Argentinian flag? Great. And then you have the Palestinian flag. Understand there is intersectionality here. If you want to properly understand the left, you must understand intersectionality. What do the Palestinian pro-Hamas people have to do with the white liberal purple-haired jihadis and then also with the La Raza folks with BLM? They all hate Christendom. They hate Western civilization. They hate what we have built. This is a global movement, anti-Israel, anti-West, anti-America, anti-capitalism, anti-law, anti-order, and it all comes together. The same people that are doing the Gaza encampments are the same people that are now waving the La Raza Mexican flag. It is order versus anarchy. It is chaos versus structure. It is against everything that we believe in the West. Everything. And we're not going to put up with it. I think President Trump should fully deploy the military in the streets. Take back the streets of LA. Do it and do it fast. We're not going to allow Floydapalooza happen again. Civilization's on the line. Because you know what happened in 2020? So many black and Hispanic people got unnecessarily killed because of the rise in crime. If this mob broke into your home and killed your family, they won't defend it as a cry of protest. We want our country back. And we have a big heart. We have had an open, oh yes, we're going to take care of everybody. But as it says in the Bible, we're going to build the wall like it says in the book of Nehemiah. And we're going to build it strong and we're going to build it high. And if you do not assimilate and if you are an agent of disorder, of chaos and confusion, adios, hasta la vista, baby. We will find you and your family and we will return you. All 20, 25, 30 million. Every single one of you are going back. No exceptions. I don't care if you're some valedictorian of some school. It doesn't matter. We're not going to put up with this. Either we have laws or we don't. And if you want to be governed by compassion and emotions and feeling, well, then that will be the death of the rule of the law in the West. Come here legally, assimilate, or leave. Of all the world leaders, I think I detest the president of Mexico the most. We talk about the Chinese Communist Party, we talk about Russia, but honestly, do you want to hear a provocative statement? This woman is likely causing more havoc in America than Vladimir Putin ever has in the mainland of America. Oh, yeah, he had some Russian troll farms in Macedonia. I'm sorry, this woman, the president of Mexico, is talking about leading an uprising in the interior of America, and she's got a lot to work with because she has a lot of sleeper cells here. Has Mexico and the drug cartels declared war on America? It's a good question. We're so focused about Russia. This is 252. This is the president of Mexico Do you know what she's against? She's against the big, beautiful bill. If Miss Steinbaum is against the big, beautiful bill, count me as an enthusiastic supporter. Because she knows the current composition of the American-Mexico economic relationship is parasitic in nature. Play cut 252.
If needed, we will definitely mobilize because we absolutely cannot accept any new taxes on remittances sent by our hardworking folks in the U.S. to their families back home in Mexico.
So taxing remittances is way overdue, far overdue, because remittances are the money payment that makes the cartel's financial model make sense. So the cartel will smuggle a family up from Mexico to come into America, and then they have to send a portion of the money to the cartels and a portion of the money to a foreign power. This is a president of a foreign power. She's not a governor of a state. She's the president of Mexico. The nerve of this person, of this woman. I think we need a 30% tax on remittances. Just crush it. Go super hard, 30%. She is meddling in our own country affairs. Meanwhile, here's what I will tell you. While D.C. is so worried about Vladimir Putin, he's the worst person ever. I guarantee you somebody in your neighborhood has died from a fentanyl overdose sourced from fentanyl from Mexico. I guarantee you somebody in your local area has had their house broken into because of the open borders brought to you by Steinbaum. You have to wonder, all this uprising that we are seeing, is the Mexican government behind this? Could be. Is the Mexican government pulling any strings? They got plenty of material to work with. She really wants this confrontation because the cartels in Mexico have done infinitely more harm to America than any of the foreign powers that we're supposed to care about. Now, I'm not looping Al-Qaeda into that. If Russia deserves $200 billion for us to fight them, how much money should we use to fight the cartels? You guys are going after ICE. You're going after kill cops. You're saying F ICE, and you're saying going after and kill America. I'm telling you, you are going to wake up middle America in a way that Mexico has never seen. You do not, I'm going to warn you, Ms. Steinbaum, you do not want middle America on war footing because there is a sleeping giant in this country that is ready to roar back against the cartels of the Mexican government. So you should sit this one out. We are pissed. You got no cards. You are lucky that we don't have a 200% tariff on you right now. So you better calm down and pipe down and get your little Raza activists to shut up and put away those Mexican flags, or else you are not going to like what's going to happen in response.
Let me ask you about what would happen if Democrats get control of the House. They've got, right now, Jasmine Crockett, one of the leaders of the party, is saying that it's time for impeachment again. And I'm seeing Axios has a report up this morning that, Democrats disagree and this is giving them agita. And no, they don't. It's my view that the second they get a hold on power again, they're once again impeaching President Trump for a third time.
Oh, yeah, in the least. You can be sure there'll be charges. You can see them circling around allegations of criminality associated with Trump and his family, fake allegations, but they don't need much to start charging him. So I don't think it's going to be limited to impeachment. And remember, they wanted to get him killed last time around. You know, you had Benny Thompson put a bill forward that would have denied him Secret Service protection if he was sent to Rikers, which would have been a death sentence.
Yes.
These guys, and who did they use to go after him? It was the FBI and DOJ. And I was joking with Bannon a few weeks ago. I said it was Trump's DOJ that tried to put him in jail effectively. So let's not think that we have to wait for Democrats to come in order for us to be at risk. You could have a Republican president succeed President Trump, assuming Trump's term is limited to just 2. And we could have a DOJ, we got to, do what Trump is now doing with Biden, right?
Right. Yeah. Leakers, deceivers, saboteurs. We saw all of that in Trump 1. And now we, very much a risk.
And we still don't have the documents. We're in it for the documents initially, right? And FBI is stalling documents to us. DOJ is stalling documents to us.
They're still stalling to you now?
Yeah.
So I know that one thing that the document production has ramped up from the FBI is to Congress. I know that those guys who've been asking for documents have been getting at a pretty rapid clip relative to what it's been in the past. A lot of the Crossfire Hurricane, all that stuff is showing up in Congress, which is good news.
Well,
but
we
you're
sued
saying,
for the Crossfire Hurricane 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And we haven't gotten one document. Well, I shouldn't say one document, but we haven't gotten the documents.
you haven't gotten what you wanted.
Yeah.
And so
I'm
what's
not
the
sure
answer for that?
I think they should
I mean, what are they saying? Obviously, I would imagine that the relationship you have now must be a better one, that it's more of a good faith relationship. But
I mean, we've got.
Are they giving you excuses?
You know, like the DOJ has given us documents we typically wouldn't have gotten. For instance, on the Hurd tapes.
Yes.
They gave us documents showing the White House was trying to change the transcript literally to make it seem like he didn't forget his son's death.
Yes.
The year of his son's death. And that material typically would never be released under FOIA. So there was that positive step. But typically it's the same old, same old. I mean, we're not getting any faster responses to our pending FOIA lawsuits and litigation. And, and I would recommend they just follow a FOIA process in releasing records. You know, the problem they had with Epstein and the JFK records, both of which we've sued on since then,
right,
is that they kind of did public leaks. And the problem when you do a public leak, and I don't want to say I'm against transparency, but people say, well, where did you look? What are you withholding?
Right.
And the only way to make sure you know what's happening in that regard is through litigation,
yes,
the FOIA process. And so I would encourage them to follow the FOIA process. Don't make it the enemy of the good in the sense of pretending that the FOIA process gets in the way of releasing records, because the decisions so when Dan gets on TV and says, we're looking at the videos of the Epstein
the hallway,
scene,
the corridor,
right,
yeah.
And we want to clean them up. We're like, well, you just give us we asked for these documents 2 months ago.
Right.
So if you're going to release them, release them. You clean them up later. Do whatever you want with them later, but we want the records.
Yeah.
Where are those records? You keep on referencing records you're seeing or sending to Congress. The public isn't seeing these records. Why is that?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's because they're kind of running, they're kind of in an emergency maybe there's an emergency aspect
and
to
we
it.
won't know until we see that video what it is that they'd actually have to clean up, because it sounds to me like typically video footage, especially if it's a security camera, you could release it, but there must be some underlying reason. Again, in Dan's case, I'm not distrusting. I'm perfectly fine with him saying that. But I'm with you on the transparency.
Yeah, it's not a question of whether I like Dan or not. It's like I just know the way the agencies work.
Yes.
And the FBI, I've been doing this at Judicial Watch for almost 30 years. And, don't piss down my leg and tell me it's raining.
For sure, yes.
Yeah.
The
FBI, I'm not seeing any evidence of a real systemic criminal prosecution or investigation of the lawfare. I'm not seeing an understanding that they need to really deal on an urgent basis with releasing and disclosing information about what went on. And frankly, the FBI should be treated like Japan at the end of World War II.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, we're not going to leave you ever able to do what you did to us again.
Yes, your governance will never look the same again.
All right, y'all, we are back with another video. I definitely had to bring y'all this. It seems like Gavin Newsom is in a lot of trouble. Not only that, he's already trying to blame President Trump for the riots that's going on. Like, this is just insane. And then this man go as far as challenging Tom Homan to arrest him. Think about that. He's trying to take all the action of what's going on. We see what these rioters been doing, burning police cars, like shooting at police officers. Then you got Maxine Watterson up here lying, talking about all the stuff that's going on is fake. When we got video footage of what these rioters are doing, and you got a lot of these Democrats is mad because the national troops had guns. Like what is wrong with these Democrats? I mean, this right here is just insane to me. This is just crazy. But not only that, when Gavin Newsom called for Tom Homan to arrest him, President Trump said Tom Homan should arrest him. And we got that video as well. So I got some clips that I want to show y'all. But after this, Gavin Newsom is done. He will be arrested according to President Trump. Because like I said, he did not hold back in the interview that he just did a few minutes ago. So I definitely want to show y'all that. Like I said, please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Shout out to everybody showing so much support. And shout out to the ones who always stay to the end and let me know in the comment section that you did watch the entire video, because it definitely helps get the video out there. And I appreciate everybody who comes straight in and hit that like button, and it really helps get the video out there as well. So watching the video to the end, let me know in the comment section that you did, and let me know that you hit that like button, man. I really, really appreciate it. And we're going to go ahead and dive straight into it. Now, before we dive straight into it, if y'all see anything on my screen that's blurred out, that's because I don't want to show it, because YouTube would flag my channel and stuff like that. They will flag the video. So I can't really show like cars and stuff being set on fire, or people throwing stuff or shooting at people. I can't show any of that. So if you see anything that's blurred out throughout this video, I had to do that just so I don't get flagged. So I do want to let everybody know that. So without further ado, let's go ahead and dive straight into it. Now, I want to start y'all out with this clip right here by Maxine Waters yesterday. Now, she tried her best to try to say, oh, I'm Congresswoman Maxine Waters. And she thought she was going to storm into the ICE facility, but yet the police had other plans by slamming the door right in her face. So check out this clip right here, y'all.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public appearance.
I need to get in.
Check this out. She talking about, I need to get in. The police, he pretty much saying, you ain't coming in here. Look at him.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public appearance.
I need to get in.
Bam. That was called the walk of shame. Now, this is President Trump pretty much like responding to like the Los Angeles riots and stuff like that. Because at this point, Gavin Newsom, all he doing is lying. We got that little video that he just did as well, lying on President Trump and stuff like that. I'm about to show y'all all that, but check this out what President Trump said by Colin Rugg. He said, just then, President Trump unveils new slogan in response to the Los Angeles riot, says, when they spit, we hit. Check out what President Trump had to say.
For sending Marines to
the bar is what I think it is. I mean, if we see danger to our country and to our citizens, we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order. We're going to be watching it very closely. And when they spit at people, you know, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit, and worse, you know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military, which they do as a common thing. They get up to them this far away, and then they start spitting in their face. That happens, they get hit very hard.
Even if you're not planning to invoke the Insurrection Act, you still plan to send troops?
Well, we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart like it was under Biden.
And there you go right there. He said, hey, when they spit, we hit. See, here's the thing. What's wrong with these Democrats? They keep on saying, oh, why is President Trump, why did he call the national troops? Why did he call them? Why do they got guns? And if Donald Trump didn't do anything, then the Democrats be running with, why the president ain't doing nothing? He see these riots going on in the streets, why he ain't doing nothing? And then when he do something, they still got a problem with it. So either way it go, whether President Trump do something, they're going to have a problem with it. And then if he didn't do nothing, they're going to be like, where's the president? Why is he ain't down here doing nothing? Why he ain't send nobody? So that's what I'm saying. You cannot make these Democrats happy no matter what. Now, I want y'all to check this out. And this is right here what prompted President Trump to say, to pretty much tell Tom Homan to arrest Gavin Newsom. So check this out about Colin Rugg. He said, breaking, a panicking CA Governor Gavin Newsom calls on ICE Director Tom Homan to arrest him as the riots in Los Angeles rage on. Check this out.
Friday night. I mean, you're seeing these authoritarian tendencies now are being acted out by this administration. And we're case in point as it relates to nationalizing, federalizing the National Guard, threatening now to put in Marines. So I hope these people would pause and just consider. Now, some of them, they want that kind of chaos. Some ways, they're adjacent to where Donald Trump is. But the peaceful protesters, we want to keep them safe.
Is not no peaceful. What is peaceful? What you talking about peaceful? Ain't none of these. I wish I can show y'all these video clips. I mean, they setting police cars on fires. You got another one just throwing rocks at moving police cars, shooting at them, throwing stuff, attacking them. And why do they keep saying it's peaceful? Ain't nothing peaceful about this. That's why I say I wish I can show y'all, but I don't want to get my channel flagged. I really want to show y'all, but I'm pretty sure a lot of you, if you on Twitter and stuff like that, and you might have seen some videos and you see how they just setting police cars on fire in California, and this man up here talking about peaceful protests. Ain't nothing peaceful what these people are doing, you idiot. What is wrong with Gavin Newsom? The man don't know what to do. He don't need to be the governor.
We want them to exercise their fundamental rights. We want to keep those that are enforcing the laws in a respectful and responsible way also safe. But Donald Trump needs to pull back.
What?
He needs to stand down. Donald Trump.
You telling the president to stand down? Why? You ain't doing nothing. Maybe the president wouldn't have to intervene if you was doing your job, sir. You ain't doing your job. That's why these people are doing whatever they want in your town. In your state, they doing whatever they want, and you telling the president to stand down. So then y'all can run with, oh, the president ain't did nothing. He see they out here rioting, he ain't doing nothing. That's what y'all wanted to run with.
Is inflaming these conditions. This is Donald Trump's problem right now, and if he can't solve it, we will.
He continues to, as always, hit you hard publicly. Just 10 minutes ago, he put out another Truth Social telling you and the mayor to apologize to the people of Los Angeles. You guys go at it pretty hard publicly, but I know you talk privately. Have you spoken in the last couple of days to the president about any of this?
Yeah, we talked for almost 20 minutes, and this issue never came up. And I kept trying to talk about L.A. He wanted to talk about all these other issues. We had a very decent conversation.
When was this?
This was late Friday night. I think about 1:30 plus his time.
After the protest had started?
After the protest, and he never once brought up the National Guard. He's a stone-cold liar. He said he did. Stone-cold liar.
Oh, calling President Trump a stone-cold liar, but these are the same Democrats that covered up Joe Biden's decline. But they love calling other people liars, though. We don't know what was said on that phone call. Obviously, President Trump is intervening because you don't know what you're doing in your own state. They just doing, these people are doing whatever they want, and now you want to blame President Trump, pretty much trying to say, oh, it's his fault.
Never did. It was a very civil conversation. I've always wanted to approach engagement with the President of the United States in a respectful and responsible way. But there's no working with the President. There's only working for him. And I will never work for Donald Trump.
Oh, Did you mention at all to him in that phone call on Friday night the types of raids that were happening in your state on Friday? You know, there are reports that and video of enforcement operations happening in ways that they haven't traditionally. ICE officers going to Home Depots around Los Angeles and picking off day laborers. Did you bring that up with him?
The conversation started with the frame of what's happening in L.A. He immediately pivoted to other interests and other things.
Do you think he was aware of what was happening in Los Angeles?
I think I'm more than aware. And obviously, he was setting this up to take these additional steps.
This was a setup.
And I'm not saying he was setting things up.
What?
I'm not saying it was a setup. But clearly, they were in the process of moving to these next steps because out of nowhere, just a few hours after that conversation, he moves to pull the trigger under this construct under Title 10 and then created and exacerbated the conditions that are persisting today.
This is your authority.
This is insane. Blaming President Trump for what's going on. He set it up. What? Did these, like, Gavin Newsom won't even just take accountability that he don't know what he's doing. He don't know what he's doing. And just like Maxine Waters, that's why she got that door slammed in her face yesterday. Everything that's going on, they want to say is Donald Trump's fault. Maxine Waters, we even got the audio of that. This woman talking about that everything is made up, that these people ain't really rioting. Like if she don't see the clips and stuff that's going around on the internet. You're talking about it's fake, it's made up by Donald Trump. What?
Authority normally to deploy the National Guard here. Right. You did it. We were together after the fires, and those National Guard troops have been out all across Los Angeles working to rebuild and recover this city. How did you find out that the President of the United States was going to usurp your authority and deploy your National Guard here in California?
I got a call from a staffer. No heads up whatsoever. And again, we're here to support local law enforcement. There's a mutual aid process. Local law enforcement had no needs. They were not requesting any additional resources. I've got 100 now. I have 175 CHP officers, technically trained officers, tactical teams to address Donald Trump's mess.
His mess.
We are here to support local law enforcement, the sheriff's office, LAPD, but they didn't need that support. He made this up. This is a manufactured crisis in order to get under the tent to start to stretch credulity and to begin the process of moving inevitably towards a constitutional questioning crisis around posse comitatus. And it's, I think, inevitable. That's where he's going.
Tom Homan, the border czar, said to me yesterday he did not rule out literally arresting you, nor Mayor Bass, if you interfere in his words. He said you hadn't yet.
He's a tough guy. Why doesn't he do that? He knows where to find me. But you know what? Let your hands off 4-year-old girls that are trying to get educated. Let your hands off these poor people. They're just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes. Been here 10 years. The fear, the horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy.
Oh, look at him. Come after me. Now he want to act all bad like he really, really tough. And then as soon as he get arrested, he going to be crying, talking, oh, why did they get me? We even got that right there, I think, of Tom Homan responding to Gavin Newsom.
You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community.
You don't care about nothing. You ain't did nothing for California. Look what you've been doing. Now you mad because President Trump coming in doing what you supposed to do. But you're mad because he's doing it. And you're not. Now you want to say, oh, he's to blame for what's going on. No, you the blame. You are the blame.
The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
Okay.
The perception is there's a lot of theatrics happening out there. Mayor Bass told me that she spoke directly to Tom Homan. Has he reached out to you? Have you reached out to him?
No.
No communication whatsoever?
No, it's direct communication and back and forth with Susie Wiles and with the president in a phone call.
No, shut the hell up. So this is right here is where President Trump pretty much, saying, hey, Tom Homan should arrest Gavin Newsom. This is what President Trump just literally said 30 minutes ago. So he already responded to this clown, Gavin Newsom, pretty much telling Tom Homan, trying to dare him to arrest him. So check out this clip right here, y'all.
Gavin Newsom he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Gavin.
And you heard President Trump, he said, if I was Tom Homan, I would do it. So check it out.
Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing. He's done a terrible job. Look, I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. Everybody knows. All you have to do is look at the little railroad he's building. It's about 100 times over budget. We're putting a flagpole over there. Under budget. I always do under.
Now, if you see right here, it say Trump only if Homan should arrest Governor Newsom, and President Trump said, I would. So, like I said, now, if we check this one out right here, I want y'all to read this as well. This is where Tom Homan pretty much responding to Gavin Newsom. Now, y'all can see in this image right here, it's showing fire and stuff, so I'm going to have to blur that out because I know I'm going to get flagged if I don't. But you can see right here, shout out to Dvorak Dark. He said, Tom Homan responds to Governor Gavin Newsom attempt to get attention by asking to be arrested. So let's check out what Tom Homan had to say.
What we discussed was, for those protesters that cross the line, I've said it many times, you can protest, you got your First Amendment rights. But when you cross that line, you put hands on an ICE officer or you destroy property, or I say that you're impede law enforcement or you're knowingly harboring, concealing illegal alien, that's a crime. And the Trump administration is not going to tolerate it. You cross that line, we're going to seek prosecution in the Department of Justice. Then the reporter asked me, well, could Governor Newsom or Mayor Bass be arrested? I said, well, no one's above the law. If they cross the line and commit a crime, absolutely they can. So there was no discussion about arresting Newsom. And so, what he's done, he's failed that state. He waited 2 days of that city burning and people getting hurt, officers being assaulted before he made any declaration of an unlawful assembly. He's late to the game. President Trump isn't late to the game. Men and women of ICE are not late to the game. And let's make this clear. I keep hearing this term ICE raids, ICE raids. What happened with how this riot started is that ICE was serving a series of criminal warrants at a business being investigated for money laundering, customs fraud, and serious violations on sending money to criminal cartels that in Colombia and Mexico that fund criminal cartel activities in the United States. It's a part of an overall conspiracy that ICE is investigating. So we're arresting bad people. We were enforcing laws and following up on a serious criminal investigation on cartel financing. So that's exactly what ICE did. And ICE took a lot of bad people off the street that day. We arrested a sexual predator, we arrested gang members, we arrested somebody that had an armed robbery conviction. So we made LA safer. The men and women at ICE, the men and women of the Border Patrol made LA safer that day. But you're not hearing any of this. All you hear is a rhetoric about ICE being racist, about ICE being Nazis and terrorists. And Governor Newsom feeds that. Just like Hakeem Jeffrey feeds it, that he's going to unmask ICE agents. And the members of Congress who keep feeding this rhetoric, they're the ones that are causing this riot because they don't listen to the truth about what the men and women at ICE are doing. We're keeping our promise to American people to make these streets safe again. And that's exactly what we're going to do, and we're not going to stop doing it.
So, as you can see, Tom Homan absolutely goes off. So, like I said, Gavin Newsom he waited 2 days while that city was going through that, cops getting hit, they vehicles getting burned, and Gavin Newsom was nowhere to be found. As soon as President Trump jumped in, all of a sudden he want to get mad. He want to get mad and try to blame President Trump for exactly what's going on. And we ain't going to let him get away with that. Now, these officers right here had spoke out about this entire situation on why they doing what they doing. So let's check out this right here by Colin Rudd. He said, just in, LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell says Rogers are now using weapons that can kill his officers, says he respects ICE. The violence is escalating. It's getting increasingly worse and more violent. We had individuals shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers that can kill you. So, and think about it. This is when Maxine Waters was running around talking about, these rioters, they ain't got guns, they ain't got weapons. This woman is a liar. We seen the stuff that they have. How is they setting their cars on fire if they don't have any weapons and stuff? So it just don't make any sense at all. But check out what the LAPD said.
But safely for everybody involved.
Hold on. Go one at a time, please, and let's identify name and outlet.
Victor with Univision. Chief, we have seen two kinds of groups, at least from Friday, Saturday, and today that have been working. The community that is enraged and they're not happy with the actions of ICE, and then the community that loots and attacks and destroys our city. What would be your direct message to both groups?
Yeah, to the people who are not happy with the fact that ICE is in the community doing what ICE does, I respect ICE for being a fellow law enforcement agency. They have their mission. They have their what they have to do. We don't engage in that activity, but again, we can't preclude them from doing that. They have every right to do that. I ask people in the community to trust the LAPD, that we're not there for that purpose, and that if they have something they need us to be able to address, we're there for them. As far as the big picture of what can I recommend they do or not do, that's something it's a federal issue, and the federal authorities have the right to be able to do what they're doing. As far as people are worried about the violence that we're seeing, this violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted, breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers, and I would safely.
So there you go, right there. And like I said before, he pretty much saying, hey, they got backpacks, they got, no telling what they got in the backpack, and have guns, explosive, anything. But these people been setting cars and stuff on fire. And now, this is the last clip I want to show y'all right here. This is with this liar right here, Maxine Waters. That's the reason why she got that door slammed in her face by an ICE officer. So check this out by Colin Rowe. He said, just then, Representative Maxine Waters suggests that LAPD chief is making things up. So the chief that was just talking, she said he's making things up. She's telling the police, who's the one that's going against these rioters, that they are making things up. Says there has been no physical violence in the LA riots. All those videos you watched are fake, according to Maxine Waters. Check out what this dumb woman is saying.
And the LAPD police chief, Jim McDonnell, says the level of violence he's been seeing across Los Angeles, in his word, and I'm quoting him now, is disgusting. Given that, why shouldn't the National Guard be involved?
Well, I was surprised at the way that the police chief was describing all of this. There have been no violence where anybody that was protesting hit anybody, shot anybody, threatened anybody. Nothing has happened. And so he doesn't know what to do, probably, because this is a sanctuary city and the police don't have the authority. All that he's got to do is work with the governor. The governor was not even called when he sent in the National Guard. The mayor was not even called. The president is initiating this purposely. He knows what he's doing. If he was, thinking, well, first of all, he started all this with...
No matter what, whether President Trump would have called or not, y'all still wasn't going to like it. See, that's the thing. It don't matter what President Trump do. Y'all are not going to like it regardless. Gavin Newsom sat at his house and did nothing for the past 2-3 days and didn't pop out until President Trump sent the troops. The National Guard troop, then that's all of a sudden he wanted to pop out. Like, give me a break, man.
The targeting, all of the migrants in the way that he's doing. And so, if we had people who were working together and cooperating, the governor would have been contacted, the mayor would have been contacted, and they would have said to the police, whatever the sanctuary city is, if we need to undo that at this time so that the police will have the authority, we can do that. But no, the president doesn't want that. He wants to use his power. And I am predicting he will go so far as to create martial law.
I just want to point out, and I'm sure you know this, Congresswoman, there has been some violence in the course of these protests. Some police officers were assaulted and some vehicles were damaged in the process. So there has been some violence out there, right?
Well, the thing about it is you may have people, one or two or a few people, who will not conform. That happens everywhere. That happens in our workplace.
No, also that happens everywhere, but you literally just said that it wasn't no violence at all and that President Trump and the LAPD chief is making it up. Like, I'm telling you, boy, these people be double talking like it's crazy.
There's always someone who does something. But we are saying to people, don't be goaded. Don't be goaded into a confrontation. Don't be goaded into violence, because that's what Trump wants. He wants the violence so that he can...
No, y'all the one who want the violence.
...send in the military and create martial law. That's what he wants. And if a few people were doing that, I've not heard of anybody being shot. I've not heard of anybody being killed. I've not heard of anybody being beaten. So I don't know what all this so-called violence is all about.
All right, Congresswoman Maxine Waters of California, thanks so much for joining us.
Maxine Waters is just dumb. This woman is dumb. I ain't heard of this. I ain't heard nobody being in violence. I ain't like, get out of here. You got police cars getting set on fire. Where if those police officers was sitting in that car? It just don't make any sense at all. So like I said, y'all get in the comment section. Let me know what y'all think about all of this. I appreciate everybody who made it to the end. I really, really appreciate it. And like I said, please let me know in the comment section, like what's your thoughts on all of this. I will keep y'all updated as more information come out. But thank you all for watching, and I'll catch y'all in the next one.
There is a lady. She is a pastoress of some kind of Lutheran church, it seems. I didn't know the Lutherans had lady pastors. I knew the Episcopalians did. I knew the Anglicans had priestesses and bishopresses. The Lutherans too. That's too bad. Well, she decided to rewrite Scripture and to explain why.
I'll be the first to say it's not up to me to change the Bible, but I just did. The reading you just heard was edited. When I printed it out for our readers, I changed a few things. For example, our readers read, "They did not believe he had been blind and had received his sight." But the Bible says, "The Jews did not believe." The man's parents refused to answer some of the questions put to them because, quote, "they were afraid, for it was already agreed that anyone who confessed Jesus to be the Messiah would be put out of the synagogue." The Bible really says, "They were afraid of the Jews, for the Jews had already agreed that anyone who confessed Jesus to be the Messiah would be put out of the synagogue." I edited out the references to the Jews because without interpreting those references, we could get into big trouble, and not the good trouble kind. These passages make it sound as if there are two groups at odds with each other, the Christians and the Jews. Jews appear here as the enemies of Jesus.
The irony here, as she is explaining, she goes, I did this to protect the Jews and to stop people from becoming anti-Semitic or whatever. But then in her long-winded explanation, she just calls so much attention to it. She's probably going to create more anti-Semites than she discourages. The funny thing about her bad idea being to rewrite Scripture, the funny thing about it is her first point is actually pretty good. She says, look, this is what the Scripture says, and you probably shouldn't change Scripture even though I just did it. But without a proper interpretation, even Scripture can lead people astray. That's true. That's a great point, actually. It's a deeply Catholic point, actually. But then she comes to the wrong conclusion. She says, okay, so instead of giving you the tools to interpret Scripture properly, I'm just going to rewrite it. That's a bad idea. Because the point she's making specifically in this verse or these verses about the Jews is, well, if people just hear the Jews, they might fall into a kind of rote anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism, which is a phrase that has meaning if you're talking about an ethnic group. Because, of course, Christ himself is an ethnic Jew. The apostles are ethnic Jews. We've had multiple popes who are ethnic Jews. So it wouldn't make sense to say that the Christians and the ethnic Jews are opposed, since the early church was entirely composed of ethnic Jews. However, the Scripture is clearly making a distinction between ethnicity and religion. And the Pharisees and the high priests and all that, they were enemies of Christ, and they handed him over to the Romans to be crucified. And they do have a different religious point of view in the Scripture. So that's obviously what the Scripture is talking about. It's not some condemnation of an ethnic group. That would be incoherent from within the text. But it is to say there are religious differences, and you should be Christian. That's what the text says. You need to go to shopify.com/Knowles. I have owned a number of businesses in my life. Oddly enough, I don't consider myself a businessman, but I guess I sort of am. Cigar business, political businesses, all this kind of my own personal business. And I kind of wish I had Shopify to get started. Shopify is the commerce platform beyond millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the US. Now, I'm glad I have Shopify now. I could have used it when I got started. We use it for our own Daily Wire shop to make sure things are running smoothly so that you can get the goods. You might be asking, what if I can't design a website? What if I'm worried people haven't heard of my brand? Not a problem. Shopify's got you covered from the start with beautiful, ready-to-go templates that match your brand style and helps you find your customers through easy-to-run email and social media campaigns. If you need a hand with everyday tasks, their AI tools created specifically for commerce can help enhance product images, write descriptions, and more. Plus, their award-winning customer support is available 24/7 to share advice if you ever get stuck. Turn your big business idea into with Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/Knowles. Get it to be really yes. At shopify.com/Knowles. Shopify.com/Knowles. Knowles. So how do we express that? One answer is to rewrite Scripture, as if we're afraid of dealing with, divinely inspired, inerrant word. But the other answer is just to recognize that Scripture must be interpreted. It is incoherent to say that my faith just comes down to the Bible, because the Bible does not interpret itself. No text can interpret itself, even the inerrant Word of God. We're human beings, and the Bible, Scripture, is made up of signs and symbols must be interpreted. And there are different hermeneutics by which we can interpret the Bible. There are tools that come from the magisterium, looking at the whole of the church tradition. We can look at what the church fathers said. We can look at what the doctors of the church have said. We can look at what the living church today, up through the ages, ever ancient, ever new, has said. We could even listen to some random pastoress lady. That is a mode of interpretation. I don't think it's probably the wisest one, but that is a mode of interpretation. But the one thing we probably shouldn't do is rewrite the thing. Is when you rewrite the Bible, you are denying that it's inerrant, obviously. You are denying that it's the Word of God, or else you're denying God's authority. That's probably a bad idea. And I see it. I think this point she's bringing up, it goes more broad. Nothing goes deeper than the faith, but it's broader than even just talking about religion. We have to be able to interpret. We have to have tools to interpret the world. This is an important point about Christianity. We're so concerned about activism now. In fact, this liberal pastoress lady probably is making that mistake, because in liberalism, we think everything's about activism. We got to go take to the streets and be active all the time. What does Christ say, though? When he goes to visit Mary and Martha, Martha is getting the lunch ready and she's all busy and she represents the active life. Mary sits at our Lord's feet and listens to him. And Martha complains that Mary's not getting up and helping her. And Christ says, Martha, you're worried about many things, but Mary's just sitting here listening to me, and Mary has the better part, that which will not be taken from her. The contemplative life is better. We have to do both, but the contemplative life is better than the active life. That's what our Lord says. Our Lord has completed history. We know how history begins. We know the incarnation, which is the turn of history, and the crucifixion and the resurrection. And we know how history will end. It's in the book of Revelation. But we're still in history. We're in the suspended time. And what are we to do? We're to interpret and scrutinize the signs of the times. That's what we have to do. So we have to be able to interpret. We have to be able to interpret our own history. We have to be able to be quiet and listen to God and the meaning that God has impressed upon the entire created world. And it's very difficult to do that in a society that stresses only activism, that stresses only the exercise of the will and expressive individualism and autonomy. This is a problem certainly on the left. You're seeing it in LA, but it's a problem even on the right too. We need to make sure that we're careful about interpretation, lest we misinterpret even the most important things. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So let's do it. Let's take that more seriously. Truly, I think a lot has been written about the return to religion, and specifically the conversions that are happening toward more traditional forms of the faith, more liturgical Protestantism to some degree, Eastern Orthodoxy to some degree, and especially to Catholicism. I think this is a big part of why we realize we've just gone so wrong in modernity that we need to rethink all the basic aspects of it, down even all the way to how we interpret anything at all. What did you think about that clip? Seriously, you could be honest with me. If you liked it, I would suggest you ring the bell and subscribe to my YouTube channel. See you next time.
Systemic media bias can present us with many unanswerable questions, and the unanimous U.S. Supreme Court decision recognizing a Wisconsin Catholic charity right to go tax-free brings one of the big questions to mind. What one wonders is if MSNBC, ABC, CBS, NBC, and PBS barely covered the June 5th unanimous court decision acknowledging religious liberty because the leftist media so love tax thievery, or because the Trump administration supported the plaintiffs' rights and the Trump team was proven correct. At issue was a Wisconsin Supreme Court decision compelling the Wisconsin Catholic Charities Bureau and 4 affiliates doing charity work in the forward state to withhold portions of employee checks in order to conform with the Wisconsin Labor Department's unemployment insurance tax. State attorneys successfully had argued before the Wisconsin justices that Catholic Charities had been complying to its unemployment insurance tax demand since 1971. But the length of time they've complied with an unethical demand is irrelevant. Both traditionally and constitutionally, the state is not supposed to demand money from any religious group in order for the religious group to exist. If that were the case, the agents of government not only could impose such onerous taxes that many religious institutions would be unable to survive, said agents of the state also could arbitrarily create invasive tax burdens, audits, and privacy invasions, not to mention forcing the churches to steer their behavior in ways that government preferred. Of course, those might not run along the same strictures as what God prefers. But one would not know the importance of this decision by looking for deep coverage in the dinosaur media. Even Wisconsin-based news outlet WKOW devoted twice as much time to a leftist skeptic of the ruling than it did to a representative of the charity, which has been fighting this case for 10 years. And none of them, not even the Supreme Court members, made the final constitutional point, which is that the First Amendment only delineates Congress as being forbidden from infringing on speech or establishing religious tenets. The big historical takeaway is that the founders actually left speech and religion jurisdiction in the hands of the states. And if the Supreme Court members really wanted to teach contemporary Americans something valuable, they would have ruled on whether the Wisconsin Constitution provides for freedom of speech and religious liberty. And it does. Not only that, the state constitution prohibits involuntary servitude, which is something Wisconsin citizens might mention to the tax collectors next time they come calling.
Every working American understands, I think, the principle behind this concept that we're discussing today. If you have a 401k, you understand the power of investing early for the future. Trump accounts take that same principle and they apply it from the very beginning of Americans' lives. It's a pretty simple concept. The families that opt in will receive a one-time payment of $1,000 to a Trump account that parents can contribute to. It's a bold, transformative policy that gives every eligible American child a financial head start from day one. Republicans are proud to be the party, we always have been, that supports life and families and prosperity and opportunity. And Trump accounts are all about setting up the next generation for success. for future Americans, this early investment could really be the game changer. It could be a difference. It could pave the way for paying their way through college or buying their first home or starting a business, even when they're young. So even $1,000 at birth will put these Americans in a better position than over half of American adults who sadly have no retirement savings at all. So this would be a remedy to that great problem. And it will encourage the free market. It will encourage investment and understanding of capitalism. All these things that we want to foster among the American people so that the economy and individual lives can flourish. Of course, none of this happens unless we pass our one big beautiful bill through Congress. And we have at stake the largest tax increase in American history if we fail to deliver. And we will not have this rocket fuel to the U.S. economy, and that's why this is so very important. Passing this pro-growth legislation will help every single American. From Trump accounts, this is one of the components of it, to eliminating taxes on tips and overtime, to reducing red tape on Main Street. And the one big beautiful bill is going to drive prosperity. It's going to create jobs across the country. It will make all boats rise. Wages will go up. Job participation levels will go up. We'll have more opportunity, more economic opportunity for more people. So you can climb up that ladder to the next step. The typical family with 2 children is going to see their take-home pay increase by up to $13,300 a year. That's real money to real people. This legislation is geared for hardworking Americans, and it is going to help everybody. And we are excited to deliver it. It can't happen soon enough. We are very close now to that finish line. After about 14 months worth of work that's gone into this, we're excited that we're almost there. Mr. President.
Don't you even dare try to come in here and arrest illegal aliens in our city.
Right, Giovanna, it's a major protest going on about 2 hours now. Close to 1,000 people now wrapping around the detention facility.
Get your chair out of here. And then this dude gets, get out of here. Get out of here, punk. Get out of here. Riots popping off all over California. Bunch of clips on what's happening here. And we've got the mayor saying to the feds, don't you even dare try to come in here and arrest illegal aliens in our city outside of LA. It's happening in LA, happening in San Diego, lots of stuff happening here, cracking outside buildings, just breaking things down, total bedlam and madness. And some might say it's an insurrection and the FBI should come in there and swoop up. So we'll come back, we'll go through it all. But here is what the latest is. This came over from X Alerts. It says breaking: protesters have now surrounded the federal detention center in Los Angeles. Here's a clip from the news that was reporting it over at ABC7. 1 second, let's reconnect this audio here. And
the protests underway in Los Angeles just a few hours after the mass immigration raids. Chris Christie is live in Air 7 with the latest. Chris
Christie.
That's right, Giovanna. It's a major protest going on about 2 hours now. Close to 1,000 people now wrapping around the detention facility between Alameda and Los Angeles Street. They started on the front steps of the federal building at 300 Los Angeles, now marching down Aliso, and lead there is that cattle truck leading the pack as they make the turn onto Alameda Street. The strategy here is to basically encircle the detention facility, which is that building right there, where we understand there are actually some people inside of the building.
They're surrounding the building, creating a ring of death and lawlessness in the process. So not good. And that was happening all yesterday. Here is Tricia McLaughlin. She, of course, is the spokesperson over for Homeland Security, and she's from Ohio. She says, look what they're posting. Assaulting ICE enforcement officers, slashing tires, defacing buildings. 800 protesters have surrounded and breached the first layer of federal law enforcement building in LA. LAPD has not responded. The violence against ICE must stop. Here, F, I guess that's ICE by some illiterate. I looks like an O and maybe like a B. This one's a little bit closer. F, ICE. That one we can read because this person maybe can speak a little better English. Here, B word, F, ICE. Okay, so this looks like F Rob. Actually, it almost looks like a Rob over there. OB. You know, F you! All right, just kidding. So DHS police continue to shoot less than lethal and tear gas pellets into the crowd. So this was also happening. Anthony Calabasas was showing us this scene here. Cops are just popping off. Looks like little rubber pellets there, little paintball hopper up top there. And they're defacing the building. F the pigs, F ICE. Total bedlam out there, and it looks to be, according to their terminology, an insurrection is a brewing over there. So we'll see if all their families get, have their kids raided out of their homes and whatever in the middle of the nights. But look at them. They're all ducking down, throwing stuff back in. That guy's trying to breach the perimeter. And LAPD's just throwing chairs across the floor. So yeah, we'll see if the FBI makes this a high priority or not and goes out and identifies and rounds these people up. But here's another scene. Now, this was earlier this week in San Diego. Another pretty precarious position here. Ricky Davila posted this. This is residents in San Diego telling the ICE to get out of the neighborhood, right? And he's calling for more of this because they want federal agents to be attacked. They want them to be intimidated. They don't want them to do their job. You know what that's called? Obstruction. You know what that's called? Insurrection. Here is what happened in San Diego a little bit here. And you're going to hear some bad words, so we're kind of leaving the muting. We're kind of muting a lot of this because there's bad words. F-I-S, all the things, because they got potty mouths and they can't speak with their votes. And they would rather have 12 to 15 million illegals living in and around them. So until these people identify themselves and until we hear or see some real ID or birth certificates, or look at all these crazy ladies. All right, so as far as we can tell, by default, if they're fighting on behalf of illegal aliens, criminals who are being arrested by ICE, then we're just going to presume that they're either co-conspirators or they're illegals themselves, just to be clear. So co-conspirators or illegals, both of which should be investigated or rounded up and deported. I mean, unless they're just co-conspirators who are citizens, then they should be prosecuted accordingly because this is an insurrection. They're harassing officers, right? Get out of here. They're obstructing. They can't even do their jobs. So it's happening in San Diego and elsewhere in California because it's basically illegalville over there where they give them everything, including driver's license, including health care, including everything else that they want. And then they expect the rest of the country to pay for it with their SALT tax deductions and stuff like that. No, you can enjoy it. So our friend Amuse was resharing this over from Anthony, sharing clothes fueled by Democrat incitement to violence. Protesters are smashing cement blocks with hammers to use against Homeland officers. This is going to escalate pretty fast unless Homeland comes in here. And here's this weird person. Yeah, we're going to take down the tyranny one swing at a time, one hammer swing at a time. It's got a lot of work to do, right? I mean, it's a lot of damage because they broke the concrete off that metal pillar. You got a lot of work to do there, dude. What are you going to do? Drive a truck through there when you're done? Guy's probably just on meth, to be honest. Probably just on meth. And he's probably wanting to make some videos for a social media account or whatever. But I don't really know what his end game is here. He's got a lot of work to do. And that hammer just ain't going to cut it. So anyways, this is destruction of government and federal property. We had select committee hearings the last time that happened in Washington. So we'll see if that happens this time. But not real sure what he's going to accomplish. Probably just, too much crack. Here's another one from Kevin Dalton. Anti-ICE protest in LA. Now we see they're throwing objects at federal agents. We saw the Proud Boys get charged for a thrown water bottle with seditious conspiracy. And that was one of the indicia of the conspiracy, the attack. So thrown water bottles, huh? Wow. So yeah, standards. We didn't write the rules. They wrote the rules. So you can see more riots there. We got people trying to, not get run over. Here's another scene. He threw the chair back. Get your chair out of here. And then this dude gets, get out of here. Get out of here, punk. And then he gets enveloped for trying to breach the perimeter. They threw something at that cop, man. He ducked it like a boss. Ain't nothing. Tear gas going out. Things getting pretty rowdy over there. That's from Allen Analysis, man. So he's like there on the scene, I guess, recording some of it. And some pretty juicy footage there. Throwing stuff at cops. That's insurrection on the cops right there. And just to remind everybody, right, obviously nobody was charged with insurrection ever in the entire January 6th saga. The closest they got was seditious conspiracy, and those were made up too. So you can see, looks like things are pretty rough out there. Here's another angle of the same sort of attack, which we've seen. Here was another location. ICE is also carrying out coordinated raids in Los Angeles, says I mean. also have support from local police and Homeland. There are crowd control measures, including gas deployment. And here's another scene. Let's see if we can turn that down a little bit. Here's some of the audio. So, were those gunshots? All right, so that's being shared. 255 seconds long, kind of going on outside LA. Sounds like a war zone, essentially. And you got smoke, you've got tear gas being thrown around, you got a bunch of illegal aliens and co-conspirators all out there. Get out of here, ICE. We love our illegal aliens. How dare you? Look at it. So, yeah, put your mask on. So, looks like ICE and other federal agents motoring on through, armed to the T's, and the illegal Californians don't want it at all. And they're going to get that and a lot more of it. So hopefully this insurrection is brought to heel. Now, here's another angle. Right News Network says Democrats are now vandalizing the federal detention center. Look at that, just kicking in the security door for the security guard enclosure. And Democrats are just sitting around not saying anything. Local police unable to assist, reports Right Angle News, because Mayor Bass is refusing to allow them to do so. So here's all this, right? Burn prisons, IOF, LAPD ICE, FUERA ICE, F ICE. That's pretty significant vandalism. Did we see a bunch of spray paint all over the Capitol building? I don't think so. I mean, the inside was pretty wrecked, but were they spray painting and stuff? I don't think so. Not that I saw. Were they saying F ICE, or were they saying F Biden, or were they saying it? I don't think so, but I could be wrong about that. Now, here's another one. X alerts. A local business owner apparently has locked ICE agents inside his business, which is like kidnapping a federal agent. It's not supposed to do that. So we don't know exactly what happened here, but here's just another angle of another scene, right? So here's somebody's building. Apparently ICE went in there and he just closed the doors behind them and said they're not coming out. So then more feds show up at the scene. And we've just got another incursion of Democrat illegal alien co-conspirator insurrectionists going in there. So it's like happening all over the place. Now, U.S. Attorney Bill Esselstyn, he works over for the Central District of California. They're starting to get a handle on this thing, or were yesterday. Says federal agents were executing a lawful judicial warrant at an L.A. work site this morning when David Huerta deliberately obstructed their access by blocking their vehicle. Now, he was arrested, and this guy apparently is like a big SEIU dude, like a union bro, and so he got arrested. He was arrested for interfering with officers and will face arraignment in federal court on Monday. Ooh, he's got to sit and cook over the weekend. Let me be clear. I don't care who you are. If you impede federal agents, you will be arrested and prosecuted. No one has the right to assault, obstruct, or interfere with federal authorities carrying out their duties. Some other police union dude thought he's going to be a hero. And here is more from the scene. Get out of here. That dude just picked her up. Man, whoa, whoa. That dude is strong as hell. Look at the size of this chick. He just picks her up like she ain't nothing. Look at her. Wow. All right, so that dude just, grabs her like his little sister. And get out of here, big lady. Go. Probably, he's like, I don't need to do leg day now after that. Good for him. Got his deadlifts out of the way. Oh, she went back, man. She's back. She got mad. She got lifted up. It's like, nobody picks me up. This chick's like, this is crazy. I'm just trying to go to class. Hey, these people are nuts. She's on the phone. I don't know what the hell's going on here. I'm just trying to go get a latte at Starbucks. Okay, so they're physical altercations. They're obstructing ICE. This is making an incursion and jeopardizing the security of the entire facility. All right, so a bunch of illegal aliens and co-conspirators, as far as we can tell. And ICE is getting tired of it. So ICE acting director responded to what's happening over there in California. He says, I'm not asking them to stop on any of this bad rhetoric and threatening our agents and their families. Stop this now.
My officers and agents walk into danger so other people can sleep safely at night, so kids can make it to school safely and play outside. So while it's easy to be an armchair quarterback and make up talking points that get activists riled up, the bottom line is my officers and agents are out there protecting the same people who are threatening their safety.
Yeah.
Law enforcement's common sense. Politicians need to stop putting my people in danger. I'm not asking them to stop. I'm demanding that they stop. Here's what I have to say to Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, and anyone else stirring up the outrage about what ICE does. These are real people with real families you're hurting with your ridiculous rhetoric and inflammatory comments, and it's time to remember that.
They don't care. This is what they want. This is their entire constituency. This is their civil rights movement. This is their era where they can go fight for Kilmar, illegal alien criminal gangbangers who were trafficked thousands of people into our country. So they're not going to change. This is exactly what they wanted. It's their new summer of love. Fiery, but mostly peaceful. No. So we'll see how the media spins this. Harmeet Dillon said, you know, we're going to enforce the law. Tony Thurmond said this, the SEIU, that dude who got arrested, David Huerta, he says, SEIU says, you know, let's be clear. ICE injured and detained the president of the SEIU California. And I guess it's some disgusting union. Yeah, it's 700,000 fighting for progressive change. No one cares. The president of the SEIU, never even heard of you. And you guys just got obliterated in the election and your state is failing. And you are on the side of illegal aliens. ICE picked the wrong side. You did. They picked the wrong state, Mexifornia, the wrong person, and the wrong union. David Huerta stood up, and 750,000 workers are standing with him, filled with illegals. And so Tony then said, you know, let me be clear. This is Tony someone else. I don't know who he is. Superintendent in California. Says, arresting somebody for peaceful protest is what petty tin pot dictators do. Okay, you guys did that for 4 years, weird person. It's not something that happens in a democracy. David Huerta and anybody else who was arrested for peacefully protesting should be released immediately. And Harmeet said, how about no? How about don't break the law? He's got charged. Let's be clear. Physically obstructing federal law enforcement agents serving a search warrant is a crime and is not conduct protected by the First Amendment, David. Your attention to this distinction is critical to staying out of federal prison. Pay attention. It's pretty important. Otherwise, you're going to end up in jail. So here's some more. You can see Nick Sorter also posted this one saying the FBI is starting to get in a response here. FBI has now been deployed in downtown LA to assist with the ICE raid. Leftist protesters are threatening agents and things have just gotten out of control.
Do you think they're still bringing more people out? Is that what they're setting up for here?
You know, I think they're just trying to get the rest of the agents out. This is mostly FBI at this point that are here, and they were probably collecting additional evidence from inside and just making sure that all their agents were out of the building before they dispersed. So we are seeing a couple more agents that are making their way out of the building. As far as people that are being taken into custody, I believe for the most part, the people that they were targeting inside the building have been taken into custody and were taken away in those vans. And now it's just a matter of the remainder of the investigators and agents to leave the location. So, and that's what we're seeing here. They're starting to kind of wrap things up here. So I feel that this is going to basically wrap up here within the next several minutes, and ultimately we'll see the crowd kind of disperse, but it's just a matter of whether they are going to...
Do you think?
All right, so we don't know if that was going to happen or not, and whether that was just one area that was getting cleaned up, because this was another area. Anthony, same guy who's been posting a bunch of stuff over there, says, happening now, make sure you're following him, Anthony Cabasa _ says LAPD is now in riot gear, so they finally arrived, and then they're finally assisting Homeland agents who were trapped inside a federal government. Okay, so government parking structure. Orders to disperse have been given, and so they responded, and you can see this is what it looks like. So now they're not playing around. those beanbags. Those beanbags, no. All right, so just popping off on the Antifa goons and the Democratic Party, who is now co-conspiring with illegals and forcing them out and away from the federal building. Now, here was more. SEIU says that they call for the immediate release and all the things. No. That dude's sitting in custody until Monday. He'll be arraigned on Monday. Enjoy it. So Adam Schiff also came out. He said, today's detention and injury to David Huerta, president of this union, and a U.S. citizen. He's making sure. He's like, and he's a citizen. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. You still can't break the law if you're a citizen. Hello. The only people who really can break the law, apparently, are the illegals who are out there in massive numbers, obstructing and interfering with federal operations while acting as a community observer, during an immigration raid. This is part of a larger campaign of intimidation. Okay, so that's shifty. Now, here was Harmeet, and she's also reminding everybody the First Amendment for Dummies is now available on her timeline. Meanwhile, Representative Jimmy Gonzalez, he's over in California, he said, the ICE raids are pure intimidation, and they're trying to scare and divide us. What do you mean? Like, divide you like as criminal illegal aliens? Is that part of your constituency? It is. That's the point. It is in California. It is their constituency. That's why they're so obsessed with it. They can't let it go. What their entire government is basically built on is illegal aliens, federal handouts. Bill Malugin also shared this. He says, they're not just arresting like illegal Mexicans or something, if you think that's what it is. They're also going after Al-Qaeda members who were let into the country by Joe Biden. And these are the people that they're upset about. ICE announced they arrested a suspected Al-Qaeda member. Where's the ACLU coming screeching in here for this dude? ICE says the man arrived at the border near San Diego, just where we saw some of those attacks on ICE, and was paroled into the U.S. despite clearly being an inadmissible alien. ICE found and arrested him in Philadelphia. Now, ICE says that Tajikistan authorities declared him a fugitive and a suspected member of a terrorist organization last month. So it's unlikely that Biden knew his background at the time, which is fair, but it highlights the extreme national concern with the open border. Okay, a terrorist comes right in. So ICE made the statement, said, you're under arrest. This is what we're doing. Can you please just let us do our job? Karen Bass of LA says, no, we will not stand for this. And of course, the obvious question to that is, what are you going to do? What are you going to do about it? Karen, Stephen Miller said nothing. You have no say in this at all. Federal law is supreme and federal law will be enforced. So what are you going to do? You're going to insurrect federal government? This morning, we received reports of immigration enforcement actions in multiple locations in LA, as we saw. As mayor of a proud city of immigrants, okay, illegals who contribute to our city in so many ways, I am deeply angered by what has taken place. All right, well, we have to enforce the law, change the law. These tactics sow terror in our communities and disrupt basic principles of safety in our city. Well, I think it's because the illegals and the co-conspirators are the ones who are responding like obstructionists. My office is in close coordination with immigration rights community organizations. We will not stand for this. I don't even know what that means. So what are you going to do? You're going to launch the National Guard against the Trump administration? We'll see. Now, Stephen Miller says, look, we're rounding people up. They're going. Even Kilmar is now afuerad, courtesy of the White House.
The Department of Justice has indicted the illegal alien terrorist from Maryland, the so-called Maryland man, who is actually a foreign terrorist from El Salvador, to make him face justice for his monstrous crimes against humanity. Another huge win for the Trump administration. Thanks to weeks of investigative work, this illegal alien monster is going to be held accountable for his terrible crimes against women and children. And then guess what, Sean? After he does hard time in an American jail, guess where he's going? Right back to El Salvador. What do Democrats have to say about this now? They celebrated this guy. They worshiped this guy. They treated him as a hero. Now he's been indicted by a grand jury for committing some of the most heinous crimes I've ever read about. He's going to do hard time in our jails, and then he's going back home where he belongs, to El Salvador. The Department of
Kilmar, and thank you, Stephen Miller, for explaining that. So the riots, I'm sure, will continue. In fact, maybe there will be more of them as this incubates, and they want to recreate their summer of love because they have really nothing else to do other than stand against Trump, say that Trump's a dictator, support illegal alien criminals, and obstruct federal agents from doing their jobs. We'll see what Trump and the rest of the administration says in response to this, and we'll keep our eye on it.
Maxine Waters calls for protesters to resist. The problem with California is it has Democrat leadership like Maxine Waters and Gavin Newsom. Just like when the fires broke out, this is over their heads the instant it happens. Welcome to Doug in Exile. This is going to be a special guest star, Maxine Waters.
I'm down here to the detention center to see if I can find out what is happening with David Huerta. He is one of our leaders in organized labor, head of a local SEIU union. I don't know why.
We despise unions. This is why. They have an illegal alien leading one of the unions.
They picked him up. I don't know what they're going to do to him. I don't want them to deport him. I think that he is being targeted, but our city is being targeted because we're a sanctuary city. Trump hates us. He does not like this city.
Gavin Newsom he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing. He's done a terrible job. Look, I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. Everybody knows. All you have to do is look at the little railroad he's building. It's about 100 times over budget. We're putting a flagpole over there. Under budget. I always do under budget.
He's trying to intimidate, and he sent the guns in here on us. The governor didn't know anything about the National Guard coming here. He did it on his own. We can't be intimidated. We've got to get the people out. We've got to get the elected officials out. We've got to resist him.
Remember, these are the same Democrats that said on January 6th, we're going to go into a lot of this too, that Trump didn't bring in the National Guard in time to do anything about it. Now he brings in the National Guard and they're going, what are they doing here?
I'm going back out into the communities where ICE was last night to make sure people know that their elected officials are standing with them. Thank you.
What's your next step now?
I'm going out to Lenox and to Paramount, Watts, and South Central where they were last night to see if ICE is back out there.
How about a message for the community?
The community is don't be intimidated. Don't be afraid. Do what we did in the civil rights movement. Protest peacefully. Get out. Make your voices heard. The more people we're able to engage, the more we can push back on them.
So that's an official endorsement by Maxine Waters. Look for this to spread throughout American cities because it's funded by the Democrats. Here's another really bad Democrat take from Kamala Harris. This is her official statement on what's happening in LA. Los Angeles is my home. And like so many Americans, I am appalled at what we're witnessing on the streets of our city.
First, the video. In this one released yesterday, a man named Scott Foval, that's him, who was a contractor for Democracy Partners, is seen and heard discussing hiring people to attend Trump rallies and basically to start fights.
Deploying the National Guard is a dangerous escalation meant to provoke chaos. Now, I want you guys to pay attention to this branding. They're trying to win an argument with you. In addition to the recent ICE raids in Southern California and across our nation, it is part of the Trump administration's cruel, calculated agenda to spread panic and division. That's what they're going to go with on removing illegals. This administration actions are not about public safety. They're about stoking fear of a community demanding dignity and due process and the right to burn cars. Protest is a powerful tool, and this is what they're going to call it. Remember, the branding is everything. They're calling this a protest, not riots, not vandalism, not an insurrection, which it's all three of those, because we don't have a problem with peaceful protest, gang. Demonstrations in defense of our immigrant neighbors have been overwhelmingly peaceful. I continue to support the millions of Americans who are standing up to protest our most fundamental fundamental rights and freedoms. So I just want to keep letting the Democrats do this to themselves. They're branding. They're running on this. They're throwing in with the illegals against the American citizens.
Yeah, the Defense Department has the U.S. Marines on high alert right now. Is it warranted, or does this sort of escalate the situation? I mean, whatever happened to states' rights? I thought that was what you do, because you tell the state, this is what we're thinking of doing. You know, you don't just send people in. You don't just send troops in. But what do I know? I've never run a state. But I don't really, you know, when you come in and everyone is, when you go into the donut shop to look for people and you're dressed in tactical gear, you're creating an issue. You're creating a problem.
Here's Stephen Miller. California is the largest sanctuary state in America. The state has ordered every police department and sheriff's office in the state not to cooperate with federal immigration enforcement, even if they have committed grievous crimes. Illegals are given free welfare, health care, and every other conceivable state benefit. They are made immune in every way. Simply put, the government of the state of California aided, abetted, and conspired to facilitate the invasion of the United States. Now, I talked about branding. This is going to be the official Republican position. And you're going to have to choose between what Maxine Waters said or Kamala Harris said and Stephen Miller, and they're going to lose. The Americans are overwhelmingly against this kind of rioting.
This is Trump's net approval rating on immigration. It's gone up like a rocket. Compare now versus 8 years ago during Trump's first term. Look at this. In his first term, Trump was way, way, way underwater at minus 21 points. But look at this. He's up over 20 points. Now, in the aggregate, he is in positive territory at plus 1 point on his net approval rating. Some other polls even have it a little bit higher than that. There is no issue on which Trump is doing so much better than he was in his first term, more than the issue of immigration.
Now here's Karen Bass breaking. Leaks reveal Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass prevented police from responding to ICE agents. So the ICE agents called in for assistance after being overrun by rioters, and she forbid them to help. So they're on the other side of this. Here's a Devery Darkins post I found. This is CNN on the polls favoring Republicans.
So Donald Trump, the president, picking a fight on this. And to an extent, you see Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, a Democrat, and the California Governor Gavin Newsom pushing back. So what do voters see in terms of their perceptions of Republicans, the president, or Democrats, say Gavin Newsom, on this issue?
Yeah, the American electorate believe that the Democrats don't have a clue on the issue of immigration. I mean, you could just take it here. Closer to trust more in immigration, Democrats versus Republicans. Got 3 different polls for you across the board. They all tell the same story. Republicans lead on the issue of immigration.
Well, that's not just why. I mean, Trump is a rule of law president. He's not just going to win this thing politically, although that's an added benefit. Now, this is an important video of Maxine Waters. She wants to check in on someone who was taken into custody, and we're going to compare it to how Margie Taylor Greene was covered.
No, I want you to, hello, Congresswoman Waters. I just came to use my congressional authority to check on David.
We have our lobby securely now to all visitors.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public apparel.
I need to get in.
Slammed in her face. I'm going to play that again. It was too beautiful because she's all, I'm using my congressional authorities.
I need to get in.
Contact our public apparel.
I need to get in.
What are you hoping to do, Congresswoman?
I just want to see David Werther. Right, 6, 7.
Would a congressperson normally be able to enter the...
Normally, yes.
What is happening here?
Well, there were some of the authorities, I don't know who they were, and I'm trying to get in to see David Werther, who they have arrested. He is the head of SEIU local union here. I don't know why he was targeted. I don't know what they're doing with him. I don't know whether they're going to deport him. I want to report back to my caucus about what's happening, but they have.
I just want to focus on this close up for a second. This is all theater. She says normally a congressperson would have access using their congressional authority. That's a lie. Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene back when she was trying to access the victims, the targets on January 6th, the people that were arrested. Marjorie Taylor Greene's official account says, I was turned away from the D.C. jail when I went to check on American citizens, not illegal aliens, American citizens being held in solitary confinement. Maxine Waters is big mad she got turned away by ICE when she went to check on her criminal illegals. Democrats love criminal illegals. And that's the conflict in messaging that you're going to see right here. Which side are you on? Democrats or Republicans regarding illegals? Let me know in the chat below. Here's more by Mike Bentz on the funding of this whole scandal. We'll go down here to Laura Powell first. If you're a Californian, current LA riots are an example of your tax dollars hard at work. The Coalition for Humans Immigration Right, CHRLA, is one of the key players in fomenting the violent response to immigration enforcement actions. Then here's Mike Bentz. So one of the lead NGOs, non-government organizations, organizing the riots got $34 million in government grants from the state of California just last year alone. You're paying for this. Your tax dollars paying for this. $34 million. Here's breaking. This is about California Sheriff Luna. Says he'll wait until the situation is out of control before he decides to bring in the National Guard.
All right. And as we're looking at another one of these fires that has been set in downtown LA, this looks like a vehicle that's on fire.
That's not just a vehicle on fire, son. That's a diesel or a bus on fire.
And I want to ask you what was asked of Chief McDonnell a couple of hours ago. Do you need the National Guard right now to quell this?
Anytime we ask for the National Guard, we go through a multi-step process. I'm going through that now. We obviously exhaust the resources from within the Sheriff's Department first. Then I start going to other agencies. That's exactly what I'm doing now. We have access to a lot of other law enforcement agencies. If at that time we still need additional resources, we will assess if we need to request the National Guard to come in here. We did that for the fires. Many of you saw that. It was very successful. And that is a tool in the toolbox that we're ready to use if necessary.
The last time, well, not the last time, but the last time it was for a law enforcement reason was during the unrest that occurred after the murder of George Floyd, and before that, 1992.
One is the urgent need to restore order. What followed Wednesday's jury verdict in the Rodney King case was a tragic series of events for the city of Los Angeles. Nearly 4,000 fires, staggering property damage, hundreds of injuries, and the senseless deaths of over 30 people. To restore order right now, there are 3,000 National Guardsmen on duty in the city of Los Angeles.
And you go through those steps, and at the end of it, if things are still out of control, that's when you call the National Guard from a law enforcement perspective?
I wouldn't say, Mark, that we wait till it's out of control. We're continuously assessing what...
They don't wait till it's out of control as we're watching live footage of it out of control. They waited until it's out of control. He also called the fire response, Palisades fire response, a success. They too waited until that was out of control. Here's another one. This is from a CNN propagandist falsely claims the riots in LA only got violent at night. That's the other narrative that the Democrats are running with. You tell me, do you see any violence during the day in this clip, even while she says this?
Initially sparked the will from so many people to come out and protest initially peacefully, but then some then took to those acts of violence. I want to play a soundbite from the Los Angeles Police Department chief on just how bad that was.
When I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue.
And that distinction is important, John, because we have seen peaceful protests and we have seen these stunning images of violence happening overnight. And that goes to show how quickly things escalated here from Friday into Saturday and Sunday overnight. It was a response not just to these immigration raids, but also to the announcement that the National Guard was coming to California and to their arrival. We were here when that announcement came out and we saw the reaction from protesters. They have been saying no to these immigration raids and also asking the National Guard to leave. And so is the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, saying that this is an intentionally chaotic situation. She is blaming the president for the escalation of these tensions here. And so is the governor. As we've mentioned before, Governor.
Mostly at night. And these are all the footage they're showing are from the day of people getting violent, mostly peaceful. They're trying to brand it. This is an argument being made. That's going to be the whole theme of my show for a long time, is who wins this public debate. And remember, before Trump, just before he won the election, media lost its stranglehold on information. Now people go to channels like this, and I hope you'll subscribe because we're going to keep pounding this out and getting our message out. This is an argument about messaging.
Well, I was surprised at the way that the police chief was describing all of this. There have been no violence where anybody that was protesting hit anybody, shot anybody, threatened anybody. Nothing has happened. And so he doesn't know what to do, probably, because this is a sanctuary city and the police don't have the authority. All that he's got to do is work with the governor.
Just call and work with Governor Gavin Newsom. And we'll fix everything. Do you believe that? By Maxine Waters? This is mostly peaceful. No one shot anything. I showed you there's so much footage of illegals throwing bricks off an overpass at cars going underneath. She's like, there's no violence, nothing. Now here's more on the Republican side. What I'm seeing growing just today. This is Charlie Kirk. It's time to ban third world immigration, legal or illegal. We've reached our limit and we have a huge cultural, educational, housing, financial, and essential services problem to fix now because of it. We need a net zero immigration moratorium with a ban on all third worlders.
Of all the world leaders, I think I detest the president of Mexico the most. You know, we talk about the Chinese Communist Party, we talk about Russia, but honestly, this woman is likely causing more havoc in America than Vladimir Putin ever has in the mainland of America. Oh, yeah, he had some Russian troll farms in Macedonia. I'm sorry, this woman, the president of Mexico, is talking about leading an uprising in the interior of America, and she's got a lot to work with because she has a lot of sleeper cells here. Has Mexico and the drug cartels declared war on America? Do you know what she's against? She's against the big, beautiful bill. If Miss Steinbaum is against the big, beautiful bill,
if needed, we will definitely mobilize because we absolutely cannot accept any new taxes on remittances sent by our hardworking folks in the U.S. to their families back home in Mexico.
Here's Matt Walsh from Daily Wire. Ban all third world immigration, legal or illegal. There should be a moratorium on all illegal immigration from the third world. We've reached our capacity. We cannot be the world's kitchen anymore. So look for that to roll out on the Republican side, to have a full shutdown of legal immigration. Now, in case you think this is just about minorities, it's not, because here is a black, wonderful patriot who they do not want illegal aliens. Watch this.
I'm calling Trump on you, you illegal mother.
So you're going to lose a lot more black voters over this one, Democrat Party. I can't be happier. If you're a black voter and you love America, you can see what's going on, and they are not going to go for this. And finally, here's the last clip of, this is actually the clip that started it all. This was earlier than the others. Maxine Waters.
Stop here where the guns are. I want y'all to take pictures of these guns and let people know that they're in our city with guns, and I'm sure they have.
Democrat branding. The police have guns. I want pictures of guns. What are they going to use these guns for? Because Democrats are against the Second Amendment, even when your police use them.
Orders to shoot and kill. I don't know, but otherwise they wouldn't have guns.
One question, Representative Ms. Waters. If there's one statement that or a message that you can send to Donald Trump, what is that message here today?
My message to Donald Trump is you are a cruel human being, and that you are using the poorest people in the land, the most vulnerable people in the land, to promote your politics.
And she just now gave away their whole plan. What she accuses Trump of, remember, the Democrats actually intend to do. They're a cruel human being, and they intend to use the poorest in the land to promote their policies. That's the entire Democrat platform. That's what they're doing here. Don't forget to subscribe, guys. We're only on our second video today. We're going to keep following this all through the day as it develops. Welcome, and thanks for watching Doug in Exile.
Overnight, police in riot gear facing off with anti-ICE protesters in downtown LA, now declared an unlawful assembly area. Multiple people arrested as tensions flared.
Thousands took to the streets on Sunday to protest immigration sweeps happening throughout the region and the country. Downtown, protesters set vehicles on fire, threw rocks at squad cars, and blocked the busy 101 freeway.
On Saturday, President Trump invoking a rarely used law to call up the National Guard, defying California's governor, who argued he would only inflame protesters.
Obviously, it was a big weekend in LA. And look, it's horrifying. Now, look, I think we have to always keep in mind the scale of what we're actually seeing here. When you zoomed out and they showed sort of the big picture of LA, it did seem like it was happening in pockets, but some of that is because they sent in, essentially combatants, whether that's from the local governments, the local police force, and then obviously the federal side of this to say, hey, we may need more protection in here. And some of it, as Will and I were watching last night, they were talking about a lot of the issues coming from the lack of police.
That's right. They were talking about how there were budget constraints on LAPD and the LA County Sheriff's Department, and some of these things were making it worse. That was the coverage that the local news was giving. At the same time, Governor Newsom had said that President Trump had manufactured a crisis and was inflaming conditions. This is in reference to him activating and federalizing National Guard to go and help out with the situation that had become worse over several days. Gavin Newsom is saying that they will be filing a federal lawsuit against the Trump administration today, and we'll get into some of that as well today. But Karoline Leavitt, the press secretary, pushed back on Gavin Newsom's claims that Donald Trump had manufactured the crisis and he can't solve it and we will. And she said this on X: Gavin Newsom did nothing as violent riots erupted in Los Angeles for days. Federal law enforcement officers were attacked by violent radicals and illegal criminals waving foreign flags because Governor Newsom was too weak to protect the city. As the Los Angeles police chief has even said, the riots were getting out of hand. President Trump has stepped in to maintain law and order and protect federal buildings. But there are big questions when the president of the United States uses the National Guard or military for policing civil unrest, as we're seeing here. Generally, the Posse Comitatus Act is something that forbids the use of military from enforcing civil law, but there are always exceptions, and we're going to get into that. But that's what the crux of this lawsuit threat from Governor Newsom is going to be around. So I think our listeners need to hear what the law says, what the options are here, and kind of how it can potentially go forward.
LA Mayor Karen Bass.
I was hoping to prevent this situation from happening. It's the last thing our city needs.
The latest escalation point, President Trump's deployment of 2,000 National Guard troops to LA against the wishes of city and state leaders, including California Governor Gavin Newsom, who accused the president of, quote, trying to manufacture a crisis to create chaos. Trump denied those claims.
There was a lot of violence there. There was a lot of violence, and it could have gotten much worse.
and you have an incompetent governor. Well, we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart.
There were people who I think were protesting for the reasons that they felt they were passionate about, and I don't take anything away from them. Same way I feel about people who are protesting this. I don't necessarily have to agree with them always, but that is not what we're seeing on the streets. What you're seeing is destruction, rioting, all of the sort of boxes that you can check for this to be a moment of being exploitive of a protest, of a demonstration. It's not always, it just becomes spray painting and violence and looting, and it goes well beyond the issue at hand.
Will this lawsuit that Gavin Newsom has put forward, will it stop the use of the National Guard in this situation? And one, to that point of the narrative that, you know, they're just going around and rounding up people, the Department of Homeland Security put out a list of people that over the last week have been detained by ICE. Someone convicted of second-degree murder, illegal immigrant that was convicted of that. Some of these charges, I cannot read on air what these people had done to people in the United States that while they're here illegally. It's grotesque. It's terrible. A lot of violence, a lot of very horrible crimes. So it's not just that one narrative. They are doing what Tom Homan has said, is that they are going to first go after the worst of the worst and try to get a handle on what is seen by many people in this country that voted for this, that this is rounding up and getting rid of the people here that are doing horrible things and shouldn't have been here in the first place. But the big question goes back to, can the president even do this? Can he send the National Guard? Because legally, can he legally do this? And it's kind of an untested waters at this point, as many things within.
They said the last time National Guard was done like something like this was under Kennedy, I believe.
There were some that it was used in this way where governors of some southern states were not allowing the integration of universities. And so therefore the president, because the governor was not allowing the enforcement of federal law, sent the National Guard there. So some of that during the Civil Rights era, the National Guard was used in this way outside of the normal channel where the governor can request the president to federalize the National Guard to help with disaster relief. If there is an out-of-control riot, it was used at the request of the governor after the Rodney King riots in 92 during George H.W. Bush. And so the National Guard was used there, but it was in conjunction with the governor. What we have here is where normally the National Guard is under the governor's control. But under Title 10, all forces at the end of the day are under the commander-in-chief. So can the president direct the National Guard outside of the governor's control, federalize them, so to speak? And what it comes down to is actually an interesting title from 1807. It was the Insurrection Act of 1807. We're going that far back. But that is a part of Title 10, which is how the armed forces are to be conducted under federal law. In this, it says the use of militia and armed forces to enforce federal authority. Whenever the president considers that unlawful obstructions, combinations, or assemblages or rebellion against the authority of the United States make it impractical to enforce the laws of the United States in any state by the ordinary course of judicial proceedings, he may call into federal service such of the militia of any state and use such of the armed forces as he considers necessary to enforce those laws or suppress the rebellion. What the president is saying here is that under this title, that this is a rebellion. Their entire purpose is not just to be heard, but it is to stop ICE enforcement, the enforcement of federal law. And the governor of that state is not on board with helping the president ensure that federal law is being carried out.
Here is a statement from President Trump. He said, "We made a great decision in sending the National Guard to deal with the violent, instigated riots in California. If we had not done so, Los Angeles would have been completely obliterated. The very incompetent governor, Gavin Newsom, and Mayor Karen Bass," again, these are his words, not mine, should be saying, "Thank you, President Trump. You are so wonderful. We would be nothing without you, sir." Instead, they chose to lie to the people of California and America by saying that we weren't needed, and these were peaceful protests. Just look at one picture or video of the violence and destruction that tells you all you need to know. We will always do what is needed to keep our citizens safe so we can together make America great again. If you strip away the Trumpiness of that post, what it really reads is, we had to do it to protect the citizens. We had to send in the National Guard. I wish they were thanking us instead of making us the villains.
Well, and he also raises that many of these people have been saying these were peaceful protests. You even saw a statement out of the former vice president's office, Kamala Harris, that said, these demonstrations in defense of our immigrant neighbors have been overwhelmingly peaceful. They're redoing the meme of the fiery but mostly peaceful that CNN I think lost every last bit of credibility they had in that moment during the 2020 riots, that these are fiery but mostly peaceful. The moment that they are throwing cinder blocks at police or shooting fireworks at police and it's going unchecked and they're setting cars on fire, that's no longer peaceful. That is causing property damage, potential life-threatening damage. They're throwing bird scooters off overpasses at police cars. That's not peaceful. I don't care if half the people aren't doing it or what numbers are. That isn't peaceful when that's now being fostered and your presence on that is giving cover for those of them that are not peaceful. So the whole thing becomes not peaceful.
For those of us who live in Los Angeles, we know that this is a very real riot and multiple riots. It's happening. Our city already is mismanagement when it comes to fire, water, and homelessness and taxes. We need some sort of federal response to punish these individuals, whether it's DOJ or the FBI. We can't just point out all of these individuals that are fanning the flames of lawlessness. We need to prosecute people so that it doesn't happen again. The California common sense voter and citizen is so tired of this. I really believe that we are going to see in the next election someone like Karen Bass completely defeated, someone like Gavin Newsom completely defeated, because people want common sense leadership. They want people who are going to solve problems. And right now, California and specifically Los Angeles is getting worse, not better.
The protests are so huge. We have to come back and answer back with the National Guard and different things, because this is unprecedented. And when the National Guard was called in, I could sleep at night. It gave me a ton of peace. It's amazing. I mean, it's out in my backyard, and it's just so disruptive.
We are so excited to announce the ACLJ's brand new app, completely redesigned to provide you with the best tools available to partner with us at the ACLJ. You can watch the daily secular